Hello. How are we doing? Power overwhelming. How are we doing today, everyone? My goodness, it is so good to see you all in here. Welcome on in, Mothman, Centaur, Scapegoat, Hungry Mongry, and all the other Infinite Kappas out there. Wife Quest, hello, 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 hello. We're diving in to another day, another jam, another superhero. I'm very excited about this. I was tooling around with this last night, and what's going on with my browser? Excuse me, not Twitch, OBS. There we go. I think we've got a 3-year-old joining us for a second here. I did play around with things a little bit last night. And, hello, little leopard. How are you? How's it going? Did you have a good night? Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. You found a mousey. Yeah, should we show the mousey to the stream? There's the mousey. It was in your room. Were you able to find the mousey because you actually cleaned your room last night? Yeah, it's like a superpower, huh? Cleaning your room. Who'd have thunk? Hey, don't climb up right now, sweetie. Yes, Ellie. Not right now, sweetie. I'm over. But I'm so glad you came in and said hi. Yes. Sure, you could do some coding. Sure, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for STEM development. There you go, kid. Go nuts. I'm a sucker for Steam development. Yeah, you are. You are. Oh, she knows her dad. Okay. So I played around with this a little bit last night, trying to figure out like how to do certain things to get ready for today. Like how do you handle mouse input events? I was like, ooh, can we turn the volume down? Thank you. And I got it to where if you click on something, it crashes, which is more than it was doing before. That is weird. I wonder why it started crashing. Last night, it was not doing that. There we go. Yeah, it does that. Whenever you click, it just wipes all of the symbols off the board. Oh, and I also reduced the spawn frequency a little bit. I may reduce it a little bit more. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, and I definitely need to weight it more so that the superpower stuff shows up less compared to the others. Same with energy, probably. Should probably be predominantly attack and defense. So, I am fundamentally misunderstanding how Godot's mouse input events work, I think. Because I've got this code of checking for an input event, passing in the event, which I think is just magic. I think this is just like Delta, like it's just a pre-existing thing, which really bugs me that it looks the exact same as another variable. I really wish that had different highlighting or something. And then, if the event is a mouse event where something was clicked, and that thing that was clicked was the mouse button left, then we can delete things. But it's deleting all of them. And it's deleting all of them whenever the mouse button is clicked, not when you click on one of the symbols. So, I need to figure out. Need to figure out how to do this. First off, I think I need to make a new function because I'm realizing we're gonna have multiple different things that could delete symbols. So, remove symbol. Free. And then we'll replace this with remove symbol. All right. So, how do I tell a node to only pay attention to this if they're clicking on the node? Because I'm looking at our signals here, and I'm seeing we have like mouse entered and mouse exited. Like, do I have to say on mouse enter, start looking for this? Because that would be kind of weird, not gonna lie. Godot, how detect mouse click on a node? Connect the input event signal. Oh, wow. Okay. So if the mouse is over the node when the mouse is clicked, use an area 2D node? Really? So that's something that GameMaker does do better than this. On GameMaker, I can put a mouse left click event on any object. I mean, that was 8 years ago, though. So do I trust that? Let's go to this one, which is supposedly in 2022. You can use any node with a collision shape. They have on-mouse entered and on-mouse exited signals you can use to know when the mouse is on them, then just write the code for your controls incorporating it. Really? Man, that is what you're supposed to do. That's weird. That's so weird. Hold on.
Imagine a world where every bite takes your
Here's your Gummy Quest ad for the day.
adventure. Each box
Love you. Okay. No sound on this, I guess. So we've got God, that's like this is our first like really like eyebrow raising thing about Godot. Everything else up until this point is like, well, it's an architecture thing. Maybe it'll make a lot of sense as we go. I don't know. This is like, no, I'm pretty sure there's an easier way to do this. If we have to write both of these lines and all these characters to detect if there was a left mouse click on something, that's not even on something. That's just to detect if there was a left mouse click at all. That tells me that's an area for improvement, right? There's no way that has to be necessary, right? So if getRectangle.hasPoint to local event.position. Man. Huh. How bizarre. How to detect click inside collision object. Okay, so supposedly collision object 2D allows for this. So let's go back here. Let's go to our collision object 2D and look for our signals. We have draw, hidden, rectile changed. Rectile changed? What's a rectile? It sounds like a geometric reptile, maybe? I'm not seeing anything in the collision shape. Well, I guess that's this, right? So on mouse entered, do... Why are you only seeing ready? Do I need to, like, save? That's another thing with Godot, is, like, doesn't really auto save or update or anything. Okay. So, yeah, we can do remove symbol. We can't do input event. Okay. Okay, so, God, do we need like a 3-step process for this? So we do like a func mouse clicked on. Hey, Amanusis! Welcome in! Good to see you, friend. How are you? Did I see you were working on Game Jam stuff today? And then call input event. That can't be right. That can't be the way that you do this. Like, there's no way, right? That can't be right. Oh, late night for you. Game Jam stream last night. Okay, yeah, I didn't see you in my live list, but I saw the Discord and morning haze. I must not have put 2 and 2 together about timestamps. Oh, goodness. Well, how are you doing, friend? How's life going for you? So if event is input event mouse. So I guess what I'm trying to do is get this going without needing this. So that I can hook up a signal to that function, right? Because I don't want to remove the symbol on mouse enter. Doing well, keeping busy. What are you trying to do here? Oh, Amanusis, you're always here to help. So we've got all these little puffball symbols dropping down, and I want to click on one of them, and I want it to disappear when I click on it. As it stands, anytime I click, everything disappears. So. Oh, that's interesting. That's a new bug. I was getting where the entire board was getting wiped anytime I clicked. So we're trying to, make it so only one goes away, and when you click on that one. And so I've been doing some research, seeing, looks like people are saying you have to hook up a shape entered. So basically detect if you're hovering on it, and then when you click and you are hovering on it, then that is a click on the object, which seems so weird. But then if we hook this up, I can't attach this to anything that would have the event on it, which seems to only come in through input. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure that all out. Hungry Mongry is a theme to overload the player. The theme is simply overload. But the principle that we're trying to incorporate is Miller's Law. So overload could be overloading the player. It could be, like in my sense, overload is the name of the superhero, right? That is charging up with energy and electricity and going out and fighting supervillains. And we have all of these different symbols falling down to kind of have a bunch of options to choose from. A lot of data on screen at once, right? So the theme is kind of loosey-goosey. You can take overload however you want. Make sure you incorporate Miller's Law. Can you not check the distance from the click position and only delete if it's less than the radius of the circle? I mean, I guess we could. It just coming from GameMaker, it's really weird that there's not just like a click on the object, like, method or whatever. Like, that's something I can do in 2 seconds in GameMaker. It's very strange I have to go through all these hoops for something pretty simple, right? This is the equivalent for me in Godot. I was saying this is the first thing in Godot I've seen that was like, wait a minute, there's no controller in GameMaker? What are you talking about? This is like, what are you talking about? There's no left click event in Godot? Really? Yeah, I mean, I guess we could. And mouse entered. I mean, that's the other thing. It's just the syntax of this is very strange. Because I need this input event, right? That's the only way I know how to call. The only way I've seen online how to call like this event variable that holds mouse button left. Clicking is a bit obtuse. I usually make an area 2D and have it follow the mouse. And when you click, you enable it and see what it hits. Wow, that's weird. Like, I'm sure that it works, and I'm sure it's a brilliant solution. Very weird you have to come up with such a brilliant solution for something so commonplace, right? Like, clicking happens a lot in games. You know, that's not a new-fangled kids these days sort of thing. We've been clicking in games for a long time. Man. Okay. This is so weird. I can't get over this. All right. So we've got a bunch of weird, different routes to take. What's the least weird route I can try and take for this? Godot separates into nodes, which are like game objects, and control nodes, which are like UI. Clicking on control nodes is much easier. It's weird. You're not wrong. Okay. Weird. Weird. Okay, cool. All right. At least I know that I'm not, like, crazy, right? I know that this is just a weird thing, and that's fine. Moth, man, centaur, add a hat. Your wish is my dawning. Oh, here we go. Courtesy of my daughter. When you have a 3-year-old, you find things at random. This was stuck to the cap. I don't know what it is. It could be a piece of a mechanical pencil. It could be a piece of toy. But whatever it is, it's thoroughly chewed on. Can I, like... Are you gonna focus? Focus on it? Focus on it? Nope. Just a chewed up piece of green strip of plastic. Children. And or dogs, I'll tell you. Okay. Then we'll get a call to input event when the user clicks on it. We'll get a call to input event when the user clicks on it. Okay, well, that's not working. I mean, clicking needs event listening and position checking in general. GameMaker just hides from... Well, yeah, I know, but, like, this is the same thing that people said when I was like, why doesn't GameMaker have a controller? They're like, well, you always want to custom build it. Like, no, you freaking don't. Like, give me some pre-built stuff. Like... Yeah, okay, I get that you need to check if there's, like, a hover and like, are you colliding with something? Sure, I get that. But, like, this is so common of a need. Why doesn't it already exist? That's what game engines are for, hiding things you don't want to deal with. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hit out the notes for your Kotlin engine. I don't know. I feel like we have weird standards. Once again, coming as a complete outsider from the design world into the programming world, if the things that I hear programmers say to like justify weird decisions kind of boggles my mind. I'm not gonna lie, because this happens a lot, and it happens in every language, where you'll say like, "This is a weird quirk of that engine," and then people will come out of the woodwork to say, "No, it's a great idea," because I don't know why. I don't know why we're accepting the weirdness instead of just saying, yeah, that's something that should be improved. I'm sure there are community-built objects that do that stuff. I mean, that would make sense. I do have on-click method in mind, though. There you go. That's all I want. I just want an on-click method. That's all I want. I want to not have to, like, do this weird runaround with 8 lines of code and 50 characters just to determine if it's clicked on. People get very attached to their way in programming. Yeah. But I do it a very specific way under the hood. It's just hidden. Well, there you go, Kata. So you, like, custom built your own on-click method? Is that right? Because I'm trying to think. That might be worth abstracting on my end. If you do that and that works for you, I may want to do that. Unless we look at control nodes and that kind of solves our UI stuff, like Emanus was saying. Yeah. Oh, wait. You have an on-click method in your Kotlin engine, not in Godot. What am I saying? Of course, it's in Kotlin, yeah. There you go. See? Good. That's good design, Khado. Good design. Well done. Okay. Virite. In my experience, from a programmer's perspective, a lot of the time when someone says this could be better, there are people fighting against change because it makes their project more like another project. GIMP and Photoshop, for example. GIMP doesn't want to be Photoshop, even if it means fighting the transform tool every step of the way. Oh, it's funny, Virite. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, we all got to be different, but like, we also have to solve core user needs. And this feels like a weird hill to die on, you know? Like fighting the transform tool, right? Like, okay, you don't want to be Photoshop, that's fine. Don't go do all that stuff that Photoshop has, all that extra stuff, and you go build your own extra stuff. But like, the base needs, okay, no, we're gonna talk design for a second. You got me going, Virite. You got me going. Titanium, hello, welcome in. Good to see ya. Welcome on in. Godot is weird in some ways. Why? Because they aren't Unity. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna talk about oh my goodness. We're gonna talk about the Kano effect. Anyone here heard of the Kano effect? Or not effect, excuse me, model. Kano model. We're going to talk about the Kano model. This is a really important piece of product strategy to really thoroughly internally adopt. So, Kano model says, on a scale of delight, put that up here. We'll make that small. Delight and effort to implement, you can map anything you build. Kano model. Yes, thank you, Myra. You can map anything you want to build in your product. You can map it on this thing. So if you are building a transform tool, for example, then maybe that's kind of high effort, but would be very delightsome for those users. And if you're trying to build AI to insert chickens into any of your artwork at will, you know, that might be like really hard to implement. People don't really care about it very much, right? What the Kano model allows us to have, though, is 3 major lines. There's the basic feature line, which is just kind of linear, right? So it says the more effort that you put into features, delight and user satisfaction will kind of increase incrementally. Then there are basic expectations, which are always going to be kind of hard to build, and they're really never going to cross that line to go into very delightsome. They are crucial, though. If you don't have these, your product will fail. And then there's delighters, which have this hockey stick effect on delight. So, like, that transform tool, I would argue is a basic expectation, and it's very frustrating when things like that aren't there. Same thing with an on-click event in Godot. That should be here. Same thing with a controller in GameMaker. That should be here. But then having, like, physics all work out of the box, for me, coming from GameMaker, that's, like, way up here. Big delighter. That's great. So there's your Kano model. Think about what are your basic expectations, what are your features, and these are things maybe you don't want to spend quite as much time on, and then what are your delighters? These are the things you really want to hit hard. So it's like a hotel that has, you know, complimentary room service, but there's glass on the floor. Like, no, that's not going to work, right? So there you go, Kano model. Good stuff. Okay. We got an ad starting in just a hot minute. Sometimes I want multiple components on one object. Godot does not like that. It's just a fundamentally different way of thinking. Neither is wrong, just different. There you go. What's the issue with multiple components in Godot? I've done that before. Interesting. Choose random X, choose random Y, place chicken at XY, AI to add chicken to art made. There you go, Fortune's favorite. Welcome on in. Nodes could have one script last time I used it. Maybe it's different now. Oh, well, there you go. Okay. Speaking of scripts, I need to make this, left click. So my question is, I'm seeing people say hook up mouse entered, but if we hook up mouse entered, I can't hook it up to input event. So how do I hook it up to something that will also track a left click event? Like, I can't just copy this out, right? And say, like, funky, click, right? Event? Yeah, it's not gonna... Since I just jumped in your stream yesterday, can you quickly show your steps to lay out your game in FigJam? Yes, I can. We're going to start the ads, and we'll do that when we get back. We'll be right back because of ads. Come on, Mr. Bezos. Sounds like he's trying to use input event mouse button with an index for left click. No idea, though, only just... Yeah, I'm just trying to get a left click on one of these symbols falling down. That's all I'm going for. That's all I want. I just want to click on a node and have it register the click event. That's all I'm trying to do. And it feels like it's impossible. So I want to be able to click on these dots. That's all I want to do. All right, we got ads. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Fortune's favorite. I do that, and when I do that, it deletes everything whenever I click on anything. sorry, the deleting everything is a different problem. It doesn't track when I click on the symbol. It tracks when I click at all, and that's the problem that I was running into there. And looking it up online, it seems like things are not quite. Go to the symbol logic. Hey, is it my turn? We have a bottle. Hey guy, are you causing problems for mom? So you get to hang out with the boys? Yeah. You need to do a self-reference. Go to the symbol logic. What do we mean by symbol logic? Self.free. Okay, I was wondering about that. That's good. Self.free. Good. Oh, thank you. All right. Oh, you saw the milk? You saw the milk? We're like, no pacifier. I want the bottle, please. No. All right. You want to say hi to chat? Say hi. Hello. That should reference the symbol click rather than freeing all the symbols. Yes. Okay, so that will get rid of the I can see how that makes sense. So how do we make it so that the mouse button only clicks on the ones? Are you hearing this guy? You're welcome. Hello, Backseat Shaman. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Aminu says, I think the disconnect here is that you were just checking for an input event. Right. All nodes get input events. If you want it to only affect one, you need to check the position of the event relative to this node. So what I would do is like, if event.x and event.y collides with self, it's kind of like what I'd have to do, I'd imagine. Something of that sort. All right. I promise we're going to take a look at Figma. Okay. Let's see. Titanium. Our steps to lay out our game our game in Figma, in FigJam. Are you talking about UI design, or are you talking about like how we did the whole design? Because we've got our whiteboard over in FigJam, and you reference FigJam. Okay. The whole thing. Okay. So we did a whole video on this, and it's going to be going up on YouTube soon. We recorded it, and it's going to get, as soon as I get a title and a thumbnail up, basically, it'll go up. But yesterday, we were, hey, guy. Ariel and Jack, hello. You can wait for it? Well, that's okay. It'd be good to do a little recap, because we have a lot of people who are struggling right now with the theme anyways. And they're trying to think of like, well, how do I implement Miller's Law? And like, how do I present all these choices and everything? Am I supposed to overload the player? So it'd be good to do a little refresh here for the people who, don't necessarily want to go back and watch a good hour's worth of VOD. Yeah, welcome on in, Ariel. Welcome on in, Jack. Good to see both of you. Oh, and you know what? We don't have stream avatars up. We got to get the little people. I can never find it in my Steam list. I have to search for it every single time. My gosh. There we go. All right. Oh, little one. What's the problem here? Okay. So, to start off, for me, the primary thing that gets my creativity going is constraints. That is the thing that I have to start with every time. It's been the same way for my entire decade as a product designer. If I was ever just given like total free reign to do something, I could never do it. I have to have my constraints. So we had our theme as a constraint. We have our timeline as a constraint. We have what resources do I have available as a constraint. It's only me. I don't have a big team. It's just me. And then what roadmap do I want to adhere to? And I took my experience from previous game jams and said I want my first third to be about the gameplay, second third to be usability, and the third to be about polish. Skills as a constraint. Yes, absolutely, Backseat Shaman. Get good is a very real principle. So, with those constraints, we then went to what are things that I know I can do quickly? And then we went to what do I know that I can't really do very quickly? based on previous projects in GameMaker. And these are the things to avoid. These are the things I want to lean into. And then what do I want to learn? So I listed those things out of what are the things that I think I can do quickly, and what are the things that I want to learn. And then I found a bunch of games that kind of did stuff similar to those, and I used those as inspiration. So I just dragged those all in, the screenshots, and I started to kind of extract the core ideas from each of those, right? So we have like the character as a cursor from Cursor Blade. We have betting from Battle Legends or whatever. Garazes, hello! We have Dungeon Crawler with like that physics sort of randomness involved and all those sort of things, right? We extracted all those core ideas. And then looked at those core ideas and said, well, what ideas are coming to mind? And we had 3 quick ideas come to mind of a bingo roguelike, a drop click, which is what we're doing now, and then pachinko. And I really like this idea of the drop click. I wanted, I don't know, it just called to me the most, what I'd be most interested in. And so we just went with that. And from there, started to drag the theme over and said, how can I implement the theme into this concept of overload and Miller's Law? So I just started doing stream of consciousness thought writing of what are all the different things that come to mind when I consider these two things together, of overloading the player with choices, okay? Hicks and Fitz Law could be fun to kind of blend in. Make sure that icon silhouettes and color are different. And, ooh, Overload kind of sounds like a superhero name. That'd be cool. And like, electricity-based superhero name, right? We just kind of went through, and it eventually got more and more specific as we went along, as stream of consciousness thought processes tend to go. And then from there, we started to diagram out our generic game flow. Start the game, have an optional tutorial, first boss, relic, second boss, relic, third boss, end screen. And there you go. And then we started to say, okay, now let's zoom into each of those areas. So we have, what does a turn look like? And let's map out that whole flow and make sure that we know all of the steps involved in what a player turn will be. Now an enemy turn, what are all the things that can happen there? What are all the things that happens when the player wins? And what exactly does that look like? When they lose, what is supposed to happen? When you launch the game, what is supposed to be there? Getting all of that diagrammed out helped us to come over to here and say, what are all of our UI elements we need to build? So we have our main menu, our icons, buttons, dialog windows, our fight screen, relic screen, art assets, all that sort of stuff. And then we were able to take those and bring them over here. Okay. Are you gonna let me set you down? You are not liking sitting in the lap recently, bro. Okay. Listen, you get to be picky about how you sleep when you're able to hold yourself in a position. And we started copying those things over and talking about what sort of UIs we would need for that. So we got our mock-up for our main menu. We went through a bunch of different iterations of our fight screen, looking at like, what are different layouts, what different typographies, what's an inspiration game we can use to try and like improve on things, until eventually we landed at something like this, which I felt a lot better about. And I think this is our final version here, which I think is a much, 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 much better design than this was. That was our first version. So, got that, and then we went to our relic screen and diagrammed that out. And then at that point, we were ready to code. So that was my process of, and then we went through and wrote our GDD after that. So, yeah, that's kind of a quick run through on how I tend to approach design projects. It's not the best way, for sure, but it is our way, and it's a way that is working for me right now. I feel like I have a pretty good idea of what we're building now, and I'm not going to get surprised by any design constraints that we didn't consider. If I were working on a team, I would have brought the whole team into the brainstorming on all of this stuff a lot earlier, and we would be doing sticky notes and affinity mapping with all that sort of stuff. FigJam has AI features, which are actually really good. You can use these to like select a bunch of sticky notes and say, sort these, and it will put them into similar groups. And it's pretty dang accurate. It's pretty good. So that's what I would do if I had a team. Yeah. Okay. You guys have been chatting a lot. How have things been going? As far as I know, Godot doesn't differentiate between self-free and just free. Interesting. How did the rest of the coding go yesterday? It went very well. Thank you, Jack. We got our little puffballs falling down. Check this out. Look at. Oh wait, no, hold on. There we go. Look at my beautiful baby balls. Aren't they so great? My goodness, they're so cool. Just floating on down there. Love it. We're trying to get it so when you click on one of them, it will delete one of them and take their action. Not a kava. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Pretty sure I used this exact thing for a balloon popping game I made. So I'm pretty sure, okay. I've had many problems with not properly referring to self of objects that I create. Okay, very cool. Will you submit a game for the Jam Joe? I will submit a game, but it's not going to be eligible for any sort of category prize. It's just going to be there. I'm just doing it alongside everyone else. I was very organized. I'm very jealous. Yeah, Titanium, you're very welcome. Let me know if there's anything like you want me to zoom in on and talk a little bit more about. That was just a really quick high-level view of what was kind of a long process. So you let me know if you'd like any zoom in. And I'd rather spend time on that than coding. So, because building a game is rad, but like, let's be real, nobody's here to watch me build a game. Like, I'm not very good at building games. That's not why people are here. People are here to like learn from each other and grow. So let's focus on that if we can. Okay. So back to left clicking in Godot and it being just so much more than I would have thought. We need to check if this if this event is triggering on top of a node. So how do I check for a collision is what I'm thinking of next. How do we check for a collision? Zoom in on the Kano model because I love it. And every time I talked about it at work, people would kind of give me blank stares. So now that I have a captive audience, I'm going to force you all to look at it. Oh, the washi tape. There we go. There we go. Just add a button to it? What do you mean add a button to it? Like, is that a node? Button? These are the control nodes that I think Amanusis was telling me about. Texture button? Texture-based button supports pressed, hover, disabled, and focused states. We don't really need different well, I mean, I guess pressed would be nice. Create? So would I get rid of my Sprite 2D then? I'm stopping my fan drawings of your game then if we're not here to watch it be built. Oh, I love it, Karazast. By the way, we got any Kappa infinites in here? Got any infinites in the chat? Any eternal minds? Okay. Volmancer texture button. So do I like drag this on somewhere? I don't think so. Okay. So we have a texture button. Do I go into the node? And then do I have like on click? Do I have an on click in here? Which is weird because it's like, okay, so these control nodes have these things like pressed. That's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for pressed, effectively. So this is telling me that Godot just expects me that anytime I need to click on something, I add a button to it. I add a control node. And I don't do left clicks on things that don't have buttons. Right? Incorrect, okay. Let me know. Because this is definitely what it's seeming like to me. So, okay. So let's go to... Can I control click on you? No? Okay. Can I do control click on you? No. Great. Perfect. Open documentation. Right click. Always right click when in doubt. Emitted when the button is toggled or pressed. This is on button down if action mode is action mode button press or on button up otherwise. Okay. Input map. Interesting. Mixing regular nodes and control nodes has not usually worked out for me. Okay. So, like, can you have a button that has a collision, though? Like, can I just do that natively on a button? Keep pressed. Keep pressed outside. Oh, it's like if you click and drag and then hold off, does it stay pressed? Is that what that is saying? Button group. Okay. Mouse. Input. Do you want me to hop on with you to figure this out? I got some time. Sure. Sure. That'd be lovely. Antonio Official. The official Antonio. Or should I say, is it Antonio or Antonio? Welcome on in. I'm thrilled to have the one and only official Antonio. Both work. All right, all right. You got a question? Fire away. Let me know. What have you got? So if we can have like a like if we could just nuke this input event, that'd be great. In an overhead view, Godot expects you to hook into or create signals, alt-read events, okay? Some nodes come with signals, as seen in the node panel for button. The existing script button defines why and when button pressed occurs. Okay. So my question is, can I make an app with Godot? I mean, what kind of app? That's a big question. I mean, people make games in Godot. People make, I know, like stream overlays in Godot. What kind of app are you? Are you wanting to build Uber? A screen capture app? Gosh, we've got some Godot experts in the chat right now. I defer to them. This is my first week building stuff in Godot. People have made tons of apps. Yes, Godot can make apps. Well, there you go, Antonio. I keep on getting flashbacks to Mirabel, Encanto, Antonio. Sorry, I have a 3-year-old. We've watched a lot of Encanto. Oh, nice, Volmancer. Very cool, very cool. Okay. So, assuming we have a button, what happens if we hook up pressed to remove symbol? And let's just see what that does. Let's just see what that does. Didn't someone make a mock OS in Godot? Wow. You're in Discord. Okay. Let me jump in here. Yeah, because I'm definitely breaking stuff here. Oh, you're in the foxhollowgames. Okay, great. Hey, Amanusis.
Oh, hello.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for jumping on here with me.
No problem. I definitely need to mute your stream so I'm not getting this double fox here.
Or open 10 streams and have a dozen of me all at the same time.
I don't think that will help you code. That'll help us solve the issues here.
Okay, Volmancer, breakpoints just like in terms of debugging. I don't know how to, oh, you just click, sure. Yeah, okay.
For... I see you talking on stream, but I do not hear you in Discord anymore.
Oh, because I've got push to talk, so I'm not, overloading you, ironically.
Oh, okay.
So hit me. What's up? What do we got? I'm looking forward to learning from the expert here.
I have been messing around in Godot just for hobby stuff for a couple of years. I wouldn't say expert, but I'm happy to help. So as far as I understand, there are a couple different avenues that people do for clicking on nodes because there's not a built-in method. The one that you seem to be on is basically just hooking up a signal so that only when it's on area entered or on mouse entered or whatever will it activate whatever things you need. I have not tried messing around with attaching a texture button, but texture buttons are very fleshed out in terms of their capabilities. They have the capability to change their sprite depending on if you're hovering them, on if they're pressed, on if they're toggled, stuff like that. So it might be a bit much for what you're looking for, which is just getting the click going. I would probably check just the position of the event, and you can just see if that event is within the radius of whatever circle you're doing. Because the problem is that this script is running on every single ball, and whenever you hit a button, it's going to trigger the input event for every single one of them. And there's nothing specifying that it should only do ones for near the mouse. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So my question is, like, syntactically, how do I actually do that? Because I'm assuming I would just check for whichever node is the closest to the mouse cursor, and then see, are you overlapping with that thing? That's kind of how I would conceptualize doing it without GameMaker events, which is my only background here. So I don't know, how far off am I? Oh, I see your chat message.
So there's a lot of methods built into vectors in Godot for checking various different things. So you can just grab the position of the input event and just do a check towards your position. It's probably best to do it within a radius because that's just how circles are calculated. If you try to get the closest one, you might end up clicking on something even if you click on empty air, right?
Okay, so this says if the event's position and distance to something is less than radius, then remove. So
that's a pseudocode.
Okay.
I didn't fill in exactly how you had it there, but it'll take the event position, which is just going to be a vector in space, right? You know, x and y, and then you can call on any vector, get the distance to, basically distance to, and that's going to get the distance to the global position of whatever is currently running the script. So in this case, it's going to be your different balls running down the screen. Each of them is going to hear an event. It's going to take in that event. It's going to look at its position, and it's going to see how close that position is to its own position. And if it's less than the radius of the circle, then it will trigger your remove.
So is radius a built-in variable I can reference?
You have to add.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Okay. And there's
grab it from the collision shape. You can, do that automatically, but depends on how fancy you want to make it.
I want simple and easy is what I'm looking for. That's my primary concern.
Simple and easy, I would say you could just add a radius variable into your script, and then whenever it's ready, you can set the collision shape and everything from that single point. So have you dealt with exports yet?
A little bit, yeah.
For now, just do it normal. So just put in whatever radius you want. But you can add export to that, and then you can make sort of different ones that go up and down and have different sizes.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, is there a way I could just, reference the size of the sprite? That seems like the most reasonable thing to do, right? So I'm not defining a radius?
You can do some fancy math to get the sprite size and then back calculate a radius from that.
There's no built-in variable just for this sprite?
You can get the sprite, but the problem is that the sprites are not rendered circularly, right? You're doing something that's very specifically a circle.
Okay, well, what about the collision shape 2D? Because that's a circle.
Yeah, so you can grab the collision shape 2D. You can grab the shape from it. Since it can be multiple shapes, it's not going to automatically assume that it's a circle, but you can just do collision shape dot radius, and that should get the number you're looking for.
Okay. So collision shape dot shape, you said?
Yes. So the collision shape has the ability to be a lot of different shapes: squares, capsules, circles, oblate, weird things. So it has a variable that is what shape it's looking for, and yours is a circle shape, but it's, there's no way of knowing that. So you're going to have to reference the collision shape, get its shape, and then grab the radius from the shape, which is a circle.
Okay, hold on. People are asking to boost your audio a little bit. Let me throw that up real quick.
Just turn me down to nothing. Just talk like you're talking to no one.
Oh, Discord's already all the way up. All right, there we go. Kara says that's better. Great. Let me turn the music down a little. Okay. So when I type in collision shape dot shape, nothing pulls up in the autocomplete, but it is showing me at like a colored word for shape. So, like,
and you're kind of doing it in the weird liminal space of just like at the top. So there's the reason that Godot has things like export on ready and regular variables is because it's very important when it loads it. It's not really going to do a lot of auto completing for you up there because it doesn't know when it's going to be doing it. But it should still work.
Okay, this is helpful. Thank you. Okay, so I have radius equals collision shape 2D dot shape.
Dot radius.
Dot radius?
The shape dot, collision shape dot radius. Because if you do it right now, it's just going to grab whatever shape is there, and that's going to be the whole circle itself. If you look at the collision shape 2D, you can see that shape thing in the inspector, and you can get a better idea of what you're talking about. So click on collision shape 2D, and then in the inspector.
Don't I want the whole shape?
I mean, I think you're just trying to get the radius, right?
Why do I care about the radius? I just want to know if I'm clicking on the object at all.
So collision shapes will report collisions, but only with other collision shapes, with other physics bodies. You're right now just trying to put in a mouse position, and there's nothing that's really going to be built into. I mean, you can do like, does it enclose or whatever. I think that actually would work, but the intended use of the collision shapes is to hit other collision shapes. If you don't have that, you kind of have to build a little bit of the scaffolding yourself.
So like, it seems like if I'm getting the radius, by the way, we have an ad starting in just a second, but if we're getting the radius, aren't we just going to have to figure out the shape anyways and just do like 2 pi r?
You don't need to get the full area to know if it's close enough to a circle. Because circles are easy, and it's just a point and then a distance from a point, that's all you need to calculate. You're not going to need to do any sort of like fancy overlap checking or anything like that. However, if you look at the shape object, I believe it does have like a encloses point function that will return if something is inside of its shape.
All right, Amanusis, people are finding this very valuable. Would you mind if we took a quick break during the ad?
Yeah, totally.
You got time? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. All right, thank you for waiting, everyone. Amanusis, thank you for waiting. So I guess my conceptual model that I'm struggling with here is if we're getting the radius, how is that different functionally from just getting the shape?
The shape itself is a built-in object to Godot that is trying to inform what shape the collision is going to be. So it doesn't have a lot of stuff on its own for things. Like if you can just type in like shape 2D and it should pop up, and then you can control click that to go look at the documentation. And it has methods for like drawing, for colliding and everything, but it is mainly inbuilt. It is mainly built in to work with other collisions. It has, collide with motion, like those kinds of things. If you are trying to check a point against a shape, it's the easiest way to do that, because there's no built-in way, is to calculate it yourself.
Okay, so there's no way to say like distance from shape, but we can do distance compared to the radius of it.
You can do distance from shape, but that is just going to give you a point, right? It's not going to be like the distance from the outer edge of the circle or the closest corner of a rectangle, right? These shapes are specifically built and meant to work with the collision shape 2D thing and work in the physics engine. They don't have the necessary capability to compare vectors properly the way you're looking for. So all we're doing is we're just doing it the old-fashioned way. It's a circle, it's got a radius. If the point is less than a radius away from the center of the circle, we know it's in the circle.
Okay, thank you for your patience here while I try and grok this a little bit.
That's okay. Two corrections to things that I've said. Jack codes is correct. The reason it wasn't auto-completing is because you're using that $, which is just a shorthand for getting the node from the scene tree, which means that, because it can get any node, it doesn't really know how to autofill that stuff. So they're correct on that. I just mainly said it's up at the top because that's where all those go, and usually I end up ignoring it because there's so many get nodes that I'm like, I'll figure it out. The other thing is I don't think these shapes do actually have an in-closes point method. I was thinking about the rect2 structure for people who are technically minded.
Perfect, thank you. So I need to be a grumpy old man designer again. The $ may not know what thing we're pulling in, but then once we've typed it in, it should be able to know, right? Like, come on.
Well, so you can fix it, but you have to be explicit. You can technically put a parentheses around that and go like $ collision shape 2D as collision shape, and that will basically cast it down to a specific type.
No, we're already calling collision shape 2D. We know what the node is at that point.
That is just a name. You can name that butt if you want, and it would get it for you.
Yes, but it's still referencing a node of a specific type, right? Like, unless we have multiple butts. Do you have multiple butts, Amanusis? I sure don't.
With Godot, you can have as many butts as you'd like. Yeah, I mean, this is getting more into like the engine development part of it, in which you're getting to some issues that are, a bit above my pay grade. I don't know why they don't do that. I do know that it is very hard to get references all over the place and not cause some sort of cyclical dependency.
Okay, Jack is saying something in chat. The node might not exist at that point in the code. I can definitely understand that. That can make sense. I'm not convinced it's an unsolvable problem, but I also don't really know how to program, so I'll leave that in better hands. And Alvidoodle, thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah, there is an argument to be made. You could do some sort of pre-processing in the editor, but then you're starting to get into compiling territory and stuff like that. So it's a lot of people who are more on the strict technical programming side of things get a little upset at Godot for its lackadaisical typing. How dare these young whippersnappers? But it's really easy to work with when you're not paying attention to that.
Sure. Okay. All right. So we have radius as shape radius. That is defined. So now we can go down. We can say if the event's position, distance, And then I'm seeing global position. Is this another pre-built thing, or was this pseudocode?
So every regular node has a built-in for position, which is its position relative to its parent, and global position, which is its just position in regard to everything. So that is a built-in that all of the blue type nodes should have.
Okay, so right now its position is going to be relative to the symbol script, right? Wherever the script lives in the scene, and which I would imagine will just be tied to the origin of the node it's attached to. And then global position is going to be like the X and Y position on the screen, right?
In the world, there is technically a way to get position on the screen. You can get like local coordinates, but the world can extend past the screen, right?
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Perfect. Okay, so if this is less than radius, then we call our remove symbol function, yeah?
Yes. That is the way that I think this will work, and probably won't.
Let's give it a shot. Invalid get index shape on null instance.
You might need to do on ready. So put the on ready keyword before that radius thing. Because children are ready before parents, it's
that's right, I saw
script,
that.
And then it's not necessarily guaranteed to grab that before it exists.
Would you know why that is the way that, like, I have to assume that's an intentional decision, but it seems really weird to me.
I mean, the way that I understand it is that it is an accommodation to basically how this works. So because Godot is, you make scenes which are a collection of nodes that then can be part of other scenes and sort of this, fractal nature of it. You have to have the components to build the thing, right? If I make a player and it has a sprite and a collision shape and all that, and then I need to build those pieces before I can actually build the player on top of that, because the player needs those pieces. It's kind of a weird thing where if you want to build the house of cards, you got to start at the bottom, which just happens to be the kids in the way that this tree is.
So like the player is going to reference, all of these things that don't exist yet, and code doesn't like that. So instead of being able to say, hold on, I'll get these to you later, it just says, we'll get them to you now, and build those things first.
I mean, that's what the ready function is for, once the node is done setting itself up, it calls ready. So in the player example, you could think about the collision where it's registering itself with the physics server, it's giving itself a shape, it's doing all this, it gives itself an RID, and then it goes, okay, player, I'm ready. And then the player goes, okay, I'm going to grab all this completed collision shape, and now this is a part of me, and now I'm going to build the rest of my stuff around it.
Okay, so on ready is stuff you want to throw things in on ready that are kind of dependency based, right? Like, if we're calling something from another place, we want that to be an on ready so that we can make sure that everything is loaded and we're not going to be referencing something that doesn't exist at the time of compile, right?
Correct. On ready is basically like the initialize method, but after all of the engine has done its stuff that you don't really want to worry about. So. There are very few times where I've needed to use the initialize function because there's so much stuff that's missing by the time the node just appears.
Okay. All right. Cool. This is incredibly helpful. I'm getting a better mental model of how Godot functions. Thank you.
No problema. We'll see if this actually works.
Okay. Attempted to free a locked object.
Okay, that's a fun one. So you should be able just to use call deferred free then. There's something, I don't know specifically why, but basically something was running and it was also trying to delete it at the same time. So what you can use is a fun little function called call deferred, which says, hey, just run this whenever you get the first free chance. Whenever you have an idle frame, you're not doing anything, run this method.
Sorry about that, Amanusis. What? Sorry, one quick second here.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thank you for your patience. Okay, sorry. You were talking about free and how that was interacting with that.
So free is delete, right? And delete can cause a lot of issues if you do stuff in the middle of things, which I think is what's happening here. So you can use a method that all these nodes have called call deferred. So you can use call deferred and then put in the parameters for that method the name that you're trying to call, which is free. And that just says to the engine, I want you to call free, but I only want you to call it later, when there's time. So that usually avoids any issues, because if you try to cut something off like immediately right now, there's usually a lot of code stuff going on in the middle of that throws an error.
Okay, so call deferred, self.free, and then it's saying I need... Whoa, Narvin, thank you so much for the resubscription. You're great. So you were also present for history. Well done, Narvin. What are the other arguments here? Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, so at the bottom, I'm seeing variant, call deferred, method, string name, comma, and then ... And it's not really giving me a lot of clues on what I'm supposed to be writing next.
Right. So first, you're not going to pass it the method itself. You're going to pass a string with the method name, which is why it says that. So just put in quotes free, no parentheses or anything. Someone was talking about queue free. Queue free is also another option, but it has sort of the opposite effect. Queue free means I need to delete this immediately, right now, no delay, which I think will still cause that error. The additional arguments you're looking at there are optional arguments, and this has a lot to do with Godot's way of calling methods using signals or delays or anything like that, is that it doesn't know what you want to put there, right? Let's say you want to call, move, and you need to put in a direction for move. So it's going to just take whatever you put after that in the ... and it's going to hand it to whatever function you're saying. So if I said call deferred move and I gave it a vector, it would wait a little bit, it would call move, and it would hand it whatever vector I gave it.
Gotcha. But in this case, free doesn't have any other arguments, so there's no reason to add anything extra in those.
Correct, which is why it's optional.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Scapegoat, what engine did you use before Godot? Are you talking to me? I started with Godot. I looked at the sea of options and I was like, ooh, open source, and I went with that.
Yeah, and I started off in GameMaker back in November. So when I'm clicking on things, I'm not getting this to delete at all.
That is true.
So I guess my question is this a problem with what we've written, or is this just like my spaghetti code and I need to go debug this now?
What is this input event method? Is that something you've hooked into?
I don't know. I just heard this is how you handle mouse clicks in Godot, so I used it.
Do me a favor, and on that line, hit Control K.
Oops.
I believe it's Control K. Oh, also for call deferred, it's just free. It's not self.free. I don't think it can handle self references there.
Okay. So
then now where you commented out that line, just put func_input, and that should be a built-in input method, because I do not know what input event does.
I did have input before.
Yeah, so just autofill it with event there. The rest of the code should be the same.
Oh, it works!
Woo!
Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? Why are we deleting like 7 at a time?
So there's probably an issue with scaling somewhere. It's not reading the right position or something.
Okay.
Oh, queue free is the same as calling deferred free. I thought that was backwards. Thank you, Cubus. How customizable are resources in Godot? They're pretty customizable. They're basically just data holders. You can put whatever you want in them. The only thing they can't do is run in physical space that you need Node for.
Welcome in, Robotech.
So yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. There might be something. There might be an issue with pulling the radius where it's getting something wrong. Do you have this node scaled at all?
Yes, I do.
Right. So when you scale something, that is how it's going to scale its visual properties, but it's not going to automatically take into account the scale for your physical properties.
Wow. Okay.
So you can keep the scale that way, but you are going to have to go to where you're calculating your radius and then multiply the scale into that.
No, I'll just fix the asset. That sounds much simpler.
One sounds simpler to me, but you do you.
All right.
There's a lot of like things that it just takes time to remember exist, and you need to take into account, and such is the life of programming.
This is wonderful. This is so good. Thank you. Yeah, this is fantastic. Because, yeah, these are all of these little nitpicky things that I would never be able to know on my own.
Yeah, that's learning anything, right? There's always an intro manual and then 1,000 things that you have to learn by hitting your head against it.
Well, and it goes so much better if you have a master nearby who's willing to kind of tutor you a little.
You're just setting me up for failure in your own game jam. You're sitting me here calling me a master, and then I'm gonna just like submit a picture on a screen that flips left to right for the game jam, and then it's gonna look terrible.
Well, it's so that if I fail, then it's on you. That's what we're doing.
This is called strategy. He's playing the long game.
All right. Non-scaled. Ooh, whoa, that's looking funkier. But yeah, we are correctly clicking on things, which is good. They're kind of buzzsaws now. It's kind of fun, and they feel a lot chunkier, but yeah, hey, stuff is deleting right. This is perfect. Thank you, I can work on the chunkiness later. That can come in the later polish stages. That's fine. This is awesome. Thank you, Aminusis.
Yeah, no problem. I enjoy helping out with these things, so.
By the way, big shout out to Aminusis. Hold on, let me do the shout out here. Aminusis streams, and he does stuff like this regularly on his stream. He's just one of the most helpful guys I know. Go check him out. Godot accepts SVGs? Yes!
I knew they did that. I'm not super familiar with SVGs. I know it's a vector thing, and it's like more scalable, but thanks for pointing that out, because I did not know that was important.
That's so cool. That means, yeah, I don't have to bother with all the ping anti-aliasing and everything. Oh, that's so cool. All right, hold on. Let's extract all that. Good night.
Something I want Godot to support more is like sign distance fields, but
like sine waves, sine distance fields,
signed distance fields. So it's basically it's a concept of, instead of making it so that there's a hard collision over things, it's just telling you the distance away you are from shapes, which can be useful in like in a lot of different senses. You can make shapes that are a lot more specific without having to manually place points and polygon them out and everything. You can expand them and subtract them really easily. They're used for fonts a lot, stuff like that.
That sounds cool. Okay, cool. We got our SVGs. They are working. We're deleting. We're clicking on things. This is perfect. This is perfect. Thank you. I can work on like actually getting the effects taking place now. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Godot also has some pretty great raw drawing capability. I actually went that route for a similar circles-related game where I needed to cleanly change shapes and size. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Okay, right on. Right on. Okay. So I think the next step here is we need to start building out our characters so that we can have these effects actually do stuff. Because I need to, in this remove symbol, I need to add in a match. Basically, I need to copy this, but instead of setting properties, we need to have them take effect. So, I think that's what we do. I think we move to the characters now. So we need to add some new scenes, I would imagine. And they don't need to be rigid bodies or anything, because they're not going to really interact with anything. They're just going to be data holders and animation holders. So this will be player, and then this will be villain _ ohm. Let's definitely save these scenes. New folder, players, or characters. Save. Save. Yep. Okay. And we're going to need sprites on these. In fact, they're going to be animated sprites. So we're going to change that type to an animated sprite. Right, yeah. Okay, we'll deal with all that in a minute. In the meantime, we're just going to add in, I don't know, we'll just throw this guy. New sprite frames. And we will say this is our idle state. And you will have block in you. Great. And we're just going to copy that over here. Add child node. Actually, can I copy and paste a node? Copy. Paste. Hey, good. Right on. But instead of being that, we'll be red. Volmancer also knows what's up. There you go. You can do it with a button. I will die on that hill. I need to experiment with buttons because it does seem nice and simple. Don't underestimate the power of a polygon node. I did that for a Bubble Struggle remake. Nice. Probably could. I'm just a math guy. Oh, shoot. It was kind of a pain for a bit because I'm not a math guy. I spent like a week dissecting circle theory again. That's great. Okay. So I'm wondering what the best way to do this in Godot is. Because in GameMaker, I would make like a character parent and then assign the player and ohm to that. And then we'd be inheriting health and shields and how all those things interact with each other. In Godot, it seems like it might be better to just make a character node and then you swap out information from it to create a second one instead of having two different nodes. Extends. Is that how you do inheritance? So if I go to like script here, attach a script, we'd say extends node TD and extends player. $ player? No. Yeah. And I can't control-click extends, and I can't right-click and do open documentation to see what you're looking for. Oh, extends can only be used once. Okay. Just one extend. You got a class name, then extend from that. Okay. And I think we actually did that in that one tutorial that we did. So if we go to our player and attach a script to the player, we can do extends and OTD. That's just fine. But then, shoot. Godot, how add class name. That face with no streamlined built-in interface structure. So it's class name, actor, or character. So then we could do extends character and just leave it at that. Save it. Save it. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Love it. Love it, love it. Okay. Frabjous. Oh man, we've been way past our follower goal for a very long time. Hold on, let me update that. Jimmy. Start a new goal. We hit 250 ages ago. Go to 300. Jeez. Volmancer, I'm a C# guy, but I still vastly prefer GD script for most tasks in Godot. Interesting. Why is that, Volmancer? Because I know a lot of people kind of struggle with GD script, especially if they come with a pre-built-in understanding of development. A lot of people really fight GD script. Okay. So now we can do function ready. We can make all these new functions. We can function, take damage, and that'll be a damage amount, pass. We can do gain armor, and that will be an armor amount to pass in. Funkity funk. If you want to have an inherited scene, you could add one in the scene tab in the same way. Instantiate child scene, is that what it would be? And then you'd pick ohm. Okay, got it. Nice. Very nice. There's the link. Got it, up at the top. Instantiate child scene. Got it. Cool, thank you. So funk, heal for heal, I guess. That was the child, not me, by the way. Kids are the same way as dogs. You can blame a lot on them. And then superpower. And that will be... I don't even think we need to pass anything into that, actually. And we have our ad starting soon. We're going to jump into our break while I change a diaper. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'm having a great time. What a great second day for the Fox Hollow Game Jam. Thank you for being here. If Miller's Law would be deeply disappointed in how many people are in this stream because there's no possible way to keep up with everyone. Thank you so much. We'll catch you in a little bit. I've been muted. Welcome back. Welcome back. If you use a texture button instead, you can add a circular click mask to it. Okay. GDScript is so well tied to the editor, it's unreal. C# editing, even in the engine, lacks a lot of the GDScript engine QOL. Control drag, yeah, I got it. This doesn't quite happen with C#. If you use an external editor, quick checking documentation becomes cumbersome. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, welcome back in. Let's build some superheroes. What else do we need to do here? Energize, yeah. Funk, energize, pass. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Getting all tanked up. The panel node in Godot and its kin are insane. All hail Stylebox Flat. Whoa, what is going on here? Whoa, a scapegoat. Add a hat. Okay. Busy. Oh. All right, all right. Add a hat. Okay. All right. Let's see. What's next on our rotation here? So this guy. All right. There we go. All right. Hat added. All hail style box flat. I feel like I will appreciate that later. Eminem says, I made my overlay in Godot without drawing anything, using panel nodes. Oh, that's cool. Like I gotta take my glasses off when I have this thing on. All right. So, what are we doing right now? We're defining variables for the character. We need to define hit points, var HP equals, we'll probably need like a count and a max, right? Equals HP max, and then var HP max equals, I don't know, we'll start with 10. And then var armor equals 0. Var energy max equals 5. And var energy equals 0. And then we'll need something to contain the superpower. And that's going to be more like a struct or something from GameMaker. And oh. Okay, we good? We good? We got the mute button in? We all good? Okay, all right. Stylebox Flat comes with all sorts of SVG god tier goodness. You can easily create borders, individual corner radius, nice. Combine it with some custom shaders and you've got a better sprite 2D, nice. Very cool. I think some lightning just struck nearby. Volmancer, you're banned. If my mod were here, he'd ban you. If he weren't banned himself. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. By the way, I did get a job the other day, by the way. Got a job offer at the egg factory. They were quite impressed with how much I was walking on eggshells the whole time. Just completely walking on eggshells. So, okay. Little Mancer, you're hired. So how do I do like I need like an enum or something. I need some sort of data struct. So does that exist in Godot? I'm sure there's something about it, but it's probably gonna be called something else. Would it just be its own resource or its own node? Enums exist, yeah, but like, also, the search on their documentation kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of awful. Like I just want enums, and now it's throwing me everything that has enum referenced in it, but like it's not saying, oh, enum is a base level page. Like let's throw that in. Structures do, okay. Structure. If I can type better. All right. You must have been excellent at it. I love it. Classes exist. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, do we just kind of do something? Like, is that the closest analog here? Enums are kind of weird. They're not the object. They're like native level data. Yeah, yeah. So, oh, good job. Do we make a new class? I think classes are the closest thing to what you want. Okay, okay. So what is our syntax here? I don't think we want that. Object class? Just do class, name of thing, stuff in class. Okay. All right. Okay, got it. So we can do like class, superpowers. And then we can have like, how do we sort these into different things? Also consider custom resources. Yeah. Yeah, I just, like, we played around with custom resources a little bit in the platforming tutorial I did last week, but I'm struggling to, like, fit that in my brain with what we're trying to do right now, because we need to do, like, a name and a power, which is going to have a description and its effects. Which I can conceptualize. You could have all of that in a custom resource. Swap hats. You got it, Titanium. Oh, goodness. We'll go a little more chill. A little more chill than the Witch King of Angmar. Internal classes are restricted to one script, unfortunately. Okay. There we go. Cthulhu has a baseball cap now. Custom resources are very helpful to learn. Yeah. Well, maybe we take a look at that. Custom resource. This is different than the tutorial had. Resource. I'm not recognizing any of this. Okay. Let's go back to Heartbeast. Ugh. Ads, go away. Thank you. Ow, gosh. Okay, we got it. Easy. They're not restricted. You just have to access them through the parent class.innerclass. Okay. Still around if you want to walk through. Sure. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, you never even left the Discord. You knew I'd be crawling back. You were ready. You were prepared. All right. So Amanusis. How do I do custom resources? I did this last week, and I know they exist, and I know kind of what they do, and I have forgotten how to implement them.
So resources are just one of the base level classes that Godot has access to, and they are very much like empty. You can do whatever you want with them. I think I answered a question about it in chat before, but the only thing you can't really do is put them in physical space because they're just data. They don't have like the node position built-ins.
Yeah.
So if you can just make a new script that extends resource and put in whatever you want there. So if, for example, like you're doing your superpowers, you could do class name, superpowers, extends resource, and then put in there different variables of like whatever you want, power, type. You can put in a function of like the effect of that specific superpower, and you can call that through the resource. They're very open-ended.
Okay, so extends resource. Godot wants me to put it in quotes. That doesn't seem right?
That does not seem right.
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the quotes. Crazy Mike, hello, welcome in. Crazy Mike. What is that a reference to? Hold on. Is that Arrested Development? Crazy Mike. We're all learning together.
It's just a reference to this person in real life.
No. It's The Office. That's Michael Scott's character when he's being the foreign prison inmate trying to do scared straight to the office employees. It's a reference to you. Okay, great. I will remember The Office every time. I apologize if that's offensive. I love The Office. Okay, great to have you in here, Crazy Mike. I think that might be an editor bug. I had that too recently. Okay, interesting. So we have extends resource. So now we do a class, right?
Yeah, so it's best if you give it a class name so you can reference it and create it easier. Also, the ready and process functions will not work in a resource. Actually, ready might, I don't know. Let me look that up.
Crazy Mike, you're right. It was Prison Mike. You're dead right. I was wrong. You're very right. If you're right about that, how crazy can you be, really? So we have class, and then in this class, do I just give it? I'm trying to think of like the data organization here. Would it be like I put all of the superpowers inside of that class, or would like each superpower be its own class? And it feels like that might be the better route, right?
Yeah, so you can use inheritance structures with resources if you want.
You say that like I really understand what that means.
So you can use extends. So you can extend a superpower resource and make like a lightning superpower or a fire superpower, you know.
And those would be like outside of this superpowers resource script. That would be like an additional script.
Correct. It would be an additional script, and that extends and inherits from this script.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of like what commonality they would have, and I don't know that they would. So in that case, would I just make each different power its own script? That seems weird to me, but maybe that's the right way.
That is often how people will use custom resources. A very common use case you see is something like weapons, right? Where there isn't too much overlap, but it's handy to have like a weapon super type. So it's like, there's not going to be too much of a similarity between like a spear and a bow. Maybe you can add like damage and stuff, but having them extend from the same resource of weapon means you can just check for that as a type and not have to fiddle around with all that.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this will be our magnet superpower. So I need to rename this. Oh, can I not rename it? Oh, wait, I do it up here. Or do I?
You can rename it in the file system tab.
Man.
Say you want to do composition over inheritance. You can do that. You can do that with Godot.
And I'm trying to be a little generic with this because I would love to have, in a theoretical final version of this, like 3 different characters you can play. And the main one is Overload, but you can also have like a Hulk that's based off of mutations, and then like a Dazzler sort of thing that turns sound into light, you know, all that fun stuff. So I'd like it to be a little bit more generic and modular here. Resources are your guide for that too. Yeah, that makes sense.
You can use Godot and open up the microphone, and then just however loud the player screams is how powerful their attacks are.
I love that idea. It's something that everyone would hate, and I would get inescapable joy watching anyone play that online. That would be fantastic.
If there's anything Twitch loves, it's a meme game.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me of the old like Golden Sun games where like you got buffs if you were in the sun and the cartridge had a solar power sensor on it.
There's a lot of really fun experimental games and stuff. I talked with the Shepherd's Hound about that a bit, but there's a lot of really fun things that people do when they just kind of are trying to go crazy with it.
That sounds amazing.
The most efficient for mic volume is blowing into them. That's an old DS tactic. There's actually a video on YouTube I saw from a cool little small creator, and they used Godot to listen to a recording and get the pitch frequencies and very roughly map them to the different mouth shapes for their avatar that they were using to get a sort of lip syncing program going. Crazy Mike likes how much reverb I have. Yeah, I take it with me wherever I go. Reverb is cruise control for cool. I fully messed up that sentence.
You guys are silly. All right, so here's another really basic question. How do you do an is not in Godot?
Not is a keyword. You put it before the thing. It's not like a is not, it's a not, something is. That's just because of like the way it syntactically boils down in code.
So it's saying expected in after not.
So not is just going to invert whatever you do. So you would need and not symbol type is symbol type.
Oh, you put not in front.
Right.
Jeez, okay.
And that's just because of the way that programming works and binary works, is that not doesn't work very well in linguistics versus programming. All it's going to do is invert whatever result you get, but it has to kind of be outside of the result for that to work.
Sure. No, yeah, that makes sense.
In is a keyword shortcut for array.contains. I think it can do more than that.
Lemnis Kate Logos on YouTube says, why does seeing lines of code give me existential dread? Because you have a human brain, Lemnis Kate. Let's see, Jack is saying I need an and or on this. I don't think so, right? There should be an and. Like, if you're clicking on something and you're not a magnet. Because I don't want people to be able to click on the magnet itself.
Yeah, so the issue is that I think you're mixing up some of the variables. So the second part of that is not symbol type is symbol type.magnet. So I think you need a separate variable for what the current symbol type is. Symbol type itself is a list of all of the types, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so like in my match, I would say do those effects and then also set the current symbol to this.
Yeah, so the enum itself is not going to be storing data, so it can't be checked against anything. Yeah. But if you make a variable that's like this symbol type or current symbol type or something, then you can assign it to a value of the enum and then check to make sure it is that type.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I feel like there's got to be a better way to do it, but I'm very bad about in my code having tons of like current, this is like my like just things that already exist, but I have to add like a current version of it.
if it works, that's the big deal. You know, that's all you got to worry about.
To be not thrown to the programmer minutia little wars that happen all the time.
You're streaming your development, man. You gotta develop a thick skin and just either roll with it or just ignore it. That's all you got. I was talking to another streamer the other day who was saying like, yeah, people come in and tell me my code sucks all the time, and I just say, you know what, it works, and I'm on a deadline, so I got to get it out, and this is how I know how to do it, so I'm gonna do it this way.
Yeah, I'm pretty good about that, about just rolling with it, because I've been self-taught, you know, for most of this, so I'm good with it. But it is very fun when you get into the technical bits of like how much people are willing to die on certain ideologies, and just like I always thought it was a very interesting concept of people being like, my code is beautiful, my code is so beautiful, it's so pretty.
You know, people can take it to be a craft, and I understand that. You know, I do a lot of woodworking, and there's a lot of craft in that, and design, there's a lot of craft in it. So like, I can understand people taking pride in the details that no one else sees. But the struggle is when you need to realize no one else sees it, and while this may be indicative of quality, like, it is also accomplishing a purpose, and this code is never going to last for 3,000 years, right? It's not going to be like a piece of fine furniture that was used by the Tudors, you know, hundreds of years ago. Like, in 5 years, this library is going to be completely out of date, and it's not going to matter anymore.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for some people to... They conflate purpose with style, and they both have their place, but each individual activity is going to have something that comes primary, you know? I would rather somebody cook me a meal than cook me a beautiful meal, because I'm hungry, is the analogy that comes to mind.
That's... I don't think we
How long
need
have you
that.
been doing woodworking stuff for?
Just a couple years, not a very long time. I'm building a board game coffee table right now, in the time that I do not have. But a little coffee table with a removable topper that you can set your board games in there. Because I play a lot of Too Many Bones, and I play a lot of that solo, and I don't want to have it out all the time where kids and dogs get at it. And where my wife has to look at it. So being able to cover it up is the name of the game.
That's rad. I'm surprised you don't have like a woodworking section to show that off on your Discord.
Well, it would require me to actually be doing it. It's been sitting in the garage for months, completely untouched. Just because there's kind of a lot to do nowadays. Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those things I think a lot of people are afraid of, is juggling multiple different disciplines or hobbies. And honestly, I think that's a very big product of like a lot of the content put out is about like how quickly can you get from 0 to pro. And it's like people have been doing multidiscipline stuff for centuries. It's fine to have things that you put on hold for a bit and come back to.
Yeah. Woodworking is like my safe hobby that I'm never going to monetize, and it's just for me and my family. And so it's really restful in that way. Cubis. Yes, and you're right. Quality is an important part of maintainability. And so like if you're working at a AAA studio, then like being able to optimize your functions and your sort algorithms and everything is way more important than if you're just building a little indie game or if it's something really low scope.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like to joke that a lot of game developers think that they're engine developers or wish that they were engine developers, because I feel like people mix up the goals of what they're doing. You know, if you're building something as a tool for another, you better make it not break on them. You know, that's kind of the responsibility of the tool maker. But
Yeah.
if you are trying to get a product out the door, which is the whole practice of game jams and most of game development and all of the online culture, if I'm being honest, is about getting something out the door, then you can't really be too caught up in style and perfection.
Yeah. Welcome in, JND, over on YouTube. Good to have you here. Welcome. We're doing game jam stuff. I have my good friend Amanusis here teaching me how to do better at Godot. So that's the other voice that you're hearing. Welcome in. It's good to see you. We do have an ad starting up in just a minute. We'll be pausing. All right, welcome back in, and we'll just blow out everyone's eyeballs. Good job, OBS. Welcome back in. Jandy Godot. Yes, as much as your perseverance allows for it, I hear it. That's why I've got Amanusis here for as long as he's willing to donate his time. Because a lot of this is just like, it's not even necessarily solving the logic puzzle in the code. It's just like understanding what are the rules for Godot. And their documentation, frankly, leaves a lot to be desired in that regard for me. I don't know. Lemon Escape, you have 4 non-monetized hobbies. Nice. Jack was coding, but might as well monetize it if I can. Is learning a hobby? Yes, absolutely. Oh, shoot. What's the... Polyglot, right? Polyglot?
Polyglot.
Polyglot, yes. Polyglot, not to be confused with polyglots. A polyglot, someone who knows just like a lot about a lot of things. Absolutely, it's a hobby. Very cool. All right. So, I have this weird problem
with languages.
It is languages, but I think it also applies to just general knowledge, right? There's at least a word for someone who knows a lot about a lot of things, and it's not Renaissance person. There's a word for it. But in any case, Amanusis, I have a weird bug here. It is saying symboltype.magnet doesn't exist. And yet, here it is, and it is being referenced over here, and it's just fine. Like, is for some reason this not able to read? Like, do I need to put on ready in front of this enum? Like,
Enums are more of like they're not an on ready thing. I believe
yeah, right?
They're like a shortcut in memory even. Could not find nested type under. It's hard to see the error message on your stream because all the names are covering it up.
Oh, shoot, yeah. Yeah, could not find nested type magnet under base symbol stats GD symbol type. Dot.
That is one I have not seen before. Let me look it up and see what other people say.
All right, well, if you don't have the answer on hand, then I can exercise my Google foo as well. Okay. So I'm seeing some stuff about like nesting classes, but that doesn't seem quite right. To create an object of the outer class, then create an object of the inner class. I don't think that. I can't see the part of the line where the error is. Yeah, sorry. Let me bring these guys down temporarily there. Thinks that magnet is a type somehow. But like we're referencing it right here, just fine, right? So why is this reference working and this one isn't? No harsh on your style, but I always capitalize all entries of an enum or the enum itself. I'm not actually a fan of snake case. There you go. No, I hear ya. I hear ya.
I am able to replicate this bug or issue error in my own code. So I don't think it's something you're doing wrong.
Okay. So Cuba says to try equal equals. What? That fixes it? Why?
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. Enums are not technically types is the problem.
So is specifically referencing type.
Yeah, is type checking. That's what it's doing.
Okay. So I shouldn't do like if damage is 2. That will not work.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know.
What that'll instead be checking is that if damage, the variable, is the same type as 2, the number.
Okay, that all makes sense. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate all of you.
I really love it when people have to talk about keywords in programming, because then you get sentence like is for types or can't use is.
Okay. So magnet chance, okay. Okay. So now I can return back to the character and actually building that out. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So we have our magnet chance in here. And oh, that's right. We're in our we have a this one. That's what it is. Okay. Unexpected $sign. That's a bummer.
Classes are not part of the scene tree, so they can't grab nodes like that.
Oh, you can only reference a node, like if you are a node? If you're attached to a node?
I believe that's the case. It's about what is in the scene tree and what isn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think inner classes can just grab things like that. You can pass it into them.
So I'd have to make a function saying accept a magnet chance in the player script or something and then set it to that?
This is not something I'm super familiar with off the top of my head, but I believe you can use the initialize function, and then when you call like whatever your class name is .new, you can pass parameters into that and act like a constructor.
Okay. So Cubus, it says I can't bring in the node because the script does not inherit that node. So
why are you using this inner class? Are you doing like each type is going to be its own class in the resource?
Genuinely, I don't really know. I don't know the impact of what I'm doing right now. Do you have a conceptualization for a better information architecture here?
So from my understanding, you're trying to just have some sort of data container for your superpowers. That can just be your resources. Adding resources and inner classes, I think, is a bit too much convolution.
Okay, so I can just say this, magnet chance plus equals 5. And that can be enough.
You do have to put it inside of a function if you're going to run code.
You have to be in a function.
We're all in a function, such is the way of life. Increase
magnet chance.
One day the great garbage collector in the sky calls free on us all.
Oh, you just remind me I need to go back and read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy again. Okay. Probably mean to use class name, where class name names the current script class and class creates a new inner class. I think I'm in a dysfunction. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of architecture here that I clearly don't understand that needs to be really thoroughly understood, because naming the current script class and creating a new inner class to me are the same thing, and I can tell they're not.
They are not. The inner classes they don't get the same global reach as just naming a script class name. Naming a script class name is a way to give sort of global access to that class. But inner classes are local. They can only be accessed by the current script, and they don't have the same privileges as the full class name.
Okay. Yeah.
You do need to declare that variable if you want to modify it.
So, if we're wanting this to like affect something in this script, like how do I tie those together? Do I have to do like an @export or something?
Do you want to make a resource that modifies a value inside a different node?
Well, okay, what I want to do is I want to have the magnets have a 5% chance of showing up. I don't really care how I accomplish that.
So likely what you want to do is create a resource which represents the symbols, I don't know what you're calling those, that drop down. And the resource is just going to contain the information about that symbol, and then you can change how many respond based off of the class that's spawning them, right? So you can have it so magnet chance is 5%, and then it will run a random number, and then if it's less than 5%, you spawn a magnet type resource.
Okay, so instead of like in here, I have this match to like set the properties. You're saying like define these all elsewhere and then just load them in as appropriate.
Yes, that is what the purpose of a resource is instead of having to have these big match statements, you can contain all that data in a single place and then just spawn it all at once by saying like new magnet or something.
Okay. So, okay. So, in order, man, I've got to wrap my head around this. So, extends resource. how does that work? Because does that just let me make any resource that I want in any context, and that just is how the engine knows that it's a resource?
Extends resource lets you make your own data container. So you can do as much with that or as little with that as you want. It's very helpful because you can make custom resources and the engine will recognize them. So you can, for example, if you wanted to make like a player with a weapon, you could have a export that only takes in weapon type resources. I don't know if I'm helping or hindering here.
Well, I'm trying to. It's such a different conceptual model than GameMaker. Like, it's completely different way of kind of interpreting things. So I'm just trying to throw out old knowledge and bring in new stuff, which as an old man is a very difficult thing to do. So like, for example, if I want to set up these different symbols as different resources, I have to include it in a function. I can't just have raw values floating around. And so if I do this and like I set this all up, how is this going to transfer back to the thing that shows up on the screen? I think is maybe where I'm really struggling.
So I think this is part of understanding the sort of parent-child node tree part of Godot, is that it's based off of object-oriented stuff. So in order to access something, you have to have it or have a reference to it. The way that you would access all this information is that you have some class that's spawning symbols of different types of magnet, of electricity, or whatever. And if you want to access anything about it, you have it, you spawned it, so you can keep a reference to that and say, like, you know, I'm going to modify this and change that. And then if it's a node, you can add it to the scene tree, and then it'll just be in your list of children.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, but like, how do I do that? Because when I have a resource, I can't reference nodes, right?
You can pass in references to nodes. You can't do the same sort of like on ready type things that you're used to, but you can grab references to it. And the thing that I'm wondering is what you're trying to do with the resources that requires modifying other nodes.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not necessarily, right? That's making an assumption that I have intention behind any of this. The goal is I want, when it's time to spawn in a symbol, that we can grab one of these random symbol types and throw it into the game world. That's it.
What do the different symbol types do? What do they need to do?
So one of them will deal damage, one of them will add blocking, one of them will add energy to your power meter, and then the other one will execute your power if you have enough energy for it.
So I think one of the issues is that you have an overarching script that spawns these things, that deletes these things, and you're trying to make it so that the modification comes from inside the resource. It seems easier to me to have the symbols themselves just be a type. Nothing fancy about it, just a type. And then whenever you consume them, whenever you click, you can match and see what type of symbol it was, and then have the effects execute thereafter. Having them execute from within the resource is like, why are you removing yourself to then come back?
Okay, so then with the correct conceptual model here, sorry, I'm not actually talking to Discord. Would the correct conceptual model here be if we like went into here? So like we have node 1. Oh geez. There we go. So we have these 4 different symbol types, and each of these is a node that has their own stuff. And then we have some script that says when you click on something, check which type it is, and depending on the type, execute some, code, right? Is that kind of the correct organizational model for Godot?
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea, because you're going to need something that's a higher level node to have access to the player, to be able to spawn these and to be able to delete them. So I don't think it makes sense to move that functionality out of something that already has access to that higher level of like having access to the player, having access to the symbols, and put it down into this small resource. Does that make sense? If you're thinking about it in a tree structure, you want to go at the level of the tree that has access to everything you want. The things that you want to do with the symbols is that you want them to affect the player and affect the game state. There's already stuff that does that. Going down the tree means that you have to go. You wouldn't have access to those things again. And that's where the resources are. Is you're adding smaller pieces.
Okay.
If they don't need to combine, you could just make them symbol nodes instead of resources. That's true. Godot is a convoluted hot mess that does a lot for you in both dumb and great ways.
So I need to. I think this is the hardest thing for me. I think once I get how Godot is organized, that's going to unlock a lot of speed for me.
Yeah, almost everything in Godot is a tree format. So the only way to get access to things is either to have it be fully global or to transverse the tree, right? If you have a world, in that world is going to be entities, and those entities, if they can talk to the world, they can talk to whatever they have, but they can't go and grab something from another entity unless there's some interaction there, right? I can't just go say like, I'm walking around and I need to know what color the tree is 200 feet that way, without some, really convoluted like grabbing of different nodes.
Yeah, okay. So, Volmancer, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. It's been great having you in here. So if I'm understanding you right, we've got our different symbols here, right? And then, let me follow myself. I finally got my iPad back from the child. So these are all going to be nodes that exist. And then there's going to be some sort of outside, like, world manipulation script, right? That needs to be able to access all these, right?
Yeah, so you can't just spawn, well, you can, but you can't just spawn them in like empty space and have them run free. So you're going to need something to spawn them, and ideally some sort of node to keep track of them all. And likely that's also where you would have the player, is in that same space.
So we need, so like this circle here would be its own parent node that like contains all of these?
Yes, so everything in Godot is built off of this scene tree. So typically what I would do if I were to do this is to make like a spawner node, and then every time that you want to make new symbols, it would add it as a child and it would move on from there and do what it needs to do. That way the spawner has access to all the children and it can do whatever it needs to any one of those symbols. But it's not going to help you if you start trying to add things without a parent, without something managing it.
So conceptually speaking, that would need to be like a node manager, right? Like it wouldn't just be spawning, because we'd also have to be able to like modify, like delete them, right? We need to CRUD them.
Yeah, so you can have, so this is where that split happens of like, where do you need access in the tree? If I wanted to make a gun that shoots bullets, I could make it so that the gun spawns bullets and the bullets go off the right, and then when they're off the screen, they just delete themselves. That's really clean and simple. However, in this case, we need information from those things, from your symbols. So when those symbols get clicked, we need information from those symbols to then do something else in the scene tree. So if the symbols were to delete themselves, we're never going to get that information, right? Because they're doing it on their own. So that's why I suggest putting it in the parent node, as it were.
Okay. So I'm going to rename my symbol spawner to my symbol manager. We will have a spawn function. We will have a delete function. And we will have a symbol selection function. Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jeez. Okay.
This is one of the sort of challenges with object-oriented programming, and people will argue about that for years to come. But object-oriented programming, the goal is to make each individual thing take care of as much as it can of itself, and to try to avoid as much global as you can. But there are cases and needs where you need to have access to multiple things, and that's where the complications happen. If you want the symbols to affect the player, we need something that knows both the symbol and the player.
Okay, so like, and this is where it's a little bit different for me, because I'm used to, like, in GameMaker, you can just kind of reference things, right? You can say, like, reference this object, and it can go grab it and look at it just fine. But it sounds like in this, like, if you're not in that branch of the tree, there's not a really good way to access data in another branch. Is that right?
Right. So if you think about a structure of, like, you have a world node and it has two children. It has entities and it has symbols. And then in the entities is like, it has a child that's the player. And then the symbols have a child that's like magnet or whatever. In order for you to run some code from the magnet that affects the player, you have to go up to the symbols node, up to the world node, down to the entities node, down to the player node, which is not fun.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
That is another way to do this. Cubis is talking about signals, which is a global thing that you can hook into. You can make it so that signals are a way of just spanning across that. So instead of that thing where you have, the up, up, down, down in that structure I just mentioned, you can have it so just that the symbols emit a signal when they die. That's like, hey, do this. And then the player hooks into that and listens to it, and its responsibility is to handle all of that from there.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense. You create event listeners, essentially.
Yes. So, as with a lot of coding, there are multiple ways to do things. It's just about which one you like.
All right. But my way is better, right? The way I do it is the right way.
Are you judging the game jam?
I'm judging parts of the game jam.
Then yeah, it's 100% right. Anyone else who
Yes.
says that is wrong.
But if you want that grand prize, it's going to be Fortune's Favorite and Pain and Suffering you got to look out for.
What an ominous name for a judge.
Oh my gosh. Fortune told me, like, I have asked her, are you sure this is what you want your name to be? And she says, yeah, I like it. Like, okay.
If you can't choose your name to reflect who you are, then what truly is the meaning of a name?
Love it.
Add soon. Yeah,
Yeah.
signal names are very well liked amongst the Godot community because it's much easier to just send out a blast and not have to worry about connecting nodes up directly.
Yeah, for real. Where's the biggest help prize? It comes from my heart. Oh man, okay, so I'm seeing I need to clean all this stuff up. So all this stuff is gonna go off and live in nodes for each symbol. Except for that radius, probably, and that's probably not gonna need to. Friggin' always sunny, man. So I started blasting Dayman. Ah! Fighter of the night, man. Champion of the sun. All right, so we have everything and anything oriented programming. Okay, so I'm trying to set up this architecture here where we have these child nodes, right? So we've got the stats for each of those. And I want to like leave these all in because like we may eventually get to the point where we like upgrade nodes or whatever, right? I want to leave that a little open, but we have all this, and then I need to assign a texture to it. And I can't reference a node. Would I like do just like make a variable texture equals and then reference that when I spawn it in and set the texture to what it is in the node?
So you could do that, but this is sort of the dividing line between whether you need a resource or a node, right? Then you can do all the same things you do in a resource in a node. The only reason you wouldn't want to is if you don't need all of that extra object stuff. So if you want to make it so that the symbols are their own thing and instantiate them, and you can set them up from the beginning, you can make this the node script. The only reason you would use a resource is if you didn't need like a texture and a collision shape and all that, right?
Okay, so I would probably want to make a new like rigid body node, and that would be it instead of this resource, right? So I can assign the texture and everything, and then the symbol manager would just spawn in this rigid body node.
Correct. I think that would be the easiest, and then you can access and change all of this stuff as you need to from the manager. If you want to do things like 2x power-ups or, like things like that.
Okay, okay. All right, this is kind of starting to fit in my head a little bit. The brain grapes are marinating. Grockination is happening. We're getting there.
So what's the difference between the symbol and the symbol brawl, as you're naming it?
The difference is I'm gonna move all that stuff. I'm gonna move all that stuff into the node and then delete the script.
So you might be looking for inherited scenes, which will be a little bit better. So Cubus is talking about this too. This is what I was trying to show you earlier. If you go to scene at the very, very top, above the scene tree on the left, where it's like project debug editor, you can click into up one. There's two scenes right next to each other, and it's just one up. Yeah, a new inherited scene. Second from the top.
Okay.
So you can make an inherited scene of your previous symbol scene and use that as a base for all of your other stuff. So you don't have to create it over and over again.
Gotcha. So make one symbol, and that has all the stats in it, and then we just update those stats in the instantiated children nodes.
Right. So the idea of this would be you would have symbol, and then that would have all of the things that every symbol would need, and then you can make a inherited scene that's like, this one is going to have a different sprite because it's a magnet, so it will be purple or whatever, and it also has a different magnet chance or something. And you could do the same for whatever you want, right? It's the inheritance structure, but you can do it with whole scenes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can also right-click a scene and create a new inherited scene, which will get all the changes from the main scene, and you can change things like the sprite. Got it. British Viking Kari, hello. Welcome in. Great to see you. How are you today?
This is one of the places where exports are really handy, because once you create inherited scenes that change the things that you want, you can very quickly go through your list and just be like, oh, I want the magnets to have more block than they do or more damage than they do. And you can use those as just sliders in the inspector the way you do other things.
Yeah, so, and how do I do that? Is it just I add @export at the top, like at onReady I do?
You do, yeah, @export right before var. That's the same deal.
Okay. Just getting settled at work. Very nice, British Viking. How am I doing? We're doing great. This is the day 2 of the Fox Hollow Jam. We're jamming through, and I'm incredibly new to Godot, and Amanusis, our good friend of the channel, is on Discord helping me out to understand the convoluted rubber band drawer that is the organization in Godot. At least that's the way it seems to me. I'm sure once I get it, it will seem like a streamlined, nice little Twizzler. All right, so we have our symbol parent.
You did add symbol to symbol, so I don't know if that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Collision body. This is what I meant to do. There we go. Circle. Make sure that's lining up correctly. Well, are we scaling things? No? Okay. Why is it slightly larger? Like, I don't want to have to scale if I don't need to, but...
Did you change the radius in the shape?
Ah, okay. There's a default radius. I assumed it would just kind of snap to whatever was set.
Yeah, I don't... It doesn't automatically pull the collision shape from the sprite. You can actually make a mesh out of sprites, but it's a bit wacky.
Okay, well, we'll deal with that another time, sounds like.
I wouldn't recommend it for this. The circle is fine.
Oh, geez, did I just get rid of... Oh, man, how's this even organized anymore?
I think you might have put it in the wrong script. So go to your script tab, and it should be on whatever your last one was.
There we go.
So yeah, you put it in the simple parent resource, which I don't think is attached to anything.
There we go. Got it. So now I've got my stuff in my Explorer here. We got damage, block, energize, superpower, on or off, and magnet chance. Great.
You will need to change the extends from resource to rigid body.
I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, it will yell at you if you do that.
Okay. Oh, there's a little handle on the circle. I didn't know that. Thank you, Cubus. I'm so glad we got so many experts in here helping out. You know, back when I was not streaming, I was always envious of streamers and like how quickly they could get up to date on like the greatest strategies in games because they have a crowd of like 500 people telling them. And now that I am a streamer and there are people watching, I can verify that's actually freaking true. Like, it's a really powerful thing, and it should be addressed. Like, goodness gracious. Getting help crowdsourced from a wide variety of people, yeah, there's some lemons, but geez, I'm learning a whole lot faster than I would otherwise. And a lot more in-depth is the big deal for me. It's not just like following a tutorial and then it goes kind of in one ear, out the other, and into the IDE. Instead, it's like I'm kind of understanding the conceptual, reasoning behind everything. So thank you, all of you.
Interactive community support.
That's right. I see it. The old Ix. Gotta love the Ix. Okay, so we have our simple parent here. So now I can add a child node.
Yeah, so if you do that create inherited scene, it'll make another scene exactly like this. I usually just do it from the top because I don't know if there's another good way of doing it. So yeah, you make the symbol thing and then it'll open this up and you see the yellow bits are what has been inherited. And then you can change those to match whatever you need for the child. So keep in mind the script you have open right now is the one for the parent, and any modifications made there will be made to the parent. If you want its own script, you can add a script to the child, the symbol brawl, and then extend from the parent. It's a bit to keep track of.
Okay. So here I would just say like, brawl equals 1. And that would kind of update it?
You would need to do it on the ready function. In general, Godot does not run code out in the open. It has to be triggered by a function, because of that. Right,
because that's not a variable declaration. That is an assignment, and that is not the same thing. Right, got it. Thank you. Now, I'm seeing extends rigid body 2D, but you said make sure you extend the original. Like, do I need to change that extends up above?
So what you need to do is you need to go to the simple parent. You need to make that script have its own class name and then extend from that class name, right? Because otherwise it can't inherit from it.
Okay. Hey, GameMaker 2D Fighters on YouTube, how you doing? Welcome in. When life gives you lemons, squeeze them for all you can before they ask for a page. That is too real, Volmancer. No, not allowed in here. Too much trauma.
Volmancer, you're hired.
Okay, could not find base class, so I'm declaring that improperly somehow.
You just gotta save. You gotta save the script.
Ugh. Okay, there we go.
It is one of those things that's kind of annoying to keep in mind because it has to register with the language server and all that.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Volmancer, I'm so sorry. That is a bummer. You also don't have to redeclare those variables since you already inherit them. You can edit them in the inspector now. Oh.
Yeah, but there is an issue. So do you have Brawl in the parent class? I feel so bad having you do all this with like one hand.
Hey, you know what? It's the restrictions that make it all worthwhile, you know? I don't have... Like, I don't think I'm exporting a drop-down of the different types.
So yeah, you can do an export enum and just make it that as an easy way to modify it.
That seems like a better call, right? Like, shouldn't the enum be up here, and then all the other child symbols affect the individual stats, and then we just select from those?
All the other child symbols. I mean, yeah, if you want to have it so that there's strict typing, you can add an enum to the parent, and then do an export for that. It'll make a drop-down for you, and then every time you make a new one, you just click the button.
Like, that would make sense to me. Am I not seeing some sort of architectural drawback that would come from doing it that way?
It's static, so it's hard to add dynamically. That's the only thing. So if you want to have it so that you have the type as its own built-in variable, that's easy to do, right? You add an enum, you set type equal to whatever your enum is. You can use it as an export, that's fine. But every time you update it, you have to add to the enum. If you want it so that it's based off of more inheritance and it's just more naturally growing, you can do type checking with the child. You can make it so it's his class name symbol Brawl, and then every time you want to check, you could just say is object symbol Brawl.
Okay.
But those are two different ways of doing it.
Okay.
But different symbols means you also don't need the enum anymore since they already are the type. Yeah. So this is the benefits of like type checking. If you want to see if it's a symbol, you can just type, is symbol parent. If you want to see it's a specific type of symbol, you can add a class name and then say is symbol Brawl. If you want to go the enum route because that makes your brain happy, you can do that.
Very few things are making my brain happy right now. I think we'll just move forward with what we've got in the name of momentum, right? If there's not like an obvious like, oh yeah, that'd be way better, then I think we'll just keep moving forward with what we've got. Okay.
Such is the way of the game jam.
That's right. Okay. So we've got our symbol Brawl, and we need it to modify a value. Of damage. Okay, so that's kosher now. So theoretically, this will update it to be 1, and it will have the updated sprite. And that will all work. And then I can just copy Brawl and then update the appropriate stuff.
Yeah, so now anytime you want to make a Brawl symbol, you can just reference it like any other scene, load it, instantiate it, put it where you need to. And you don't have to change everything about it that you want to be different.
Hold on, I'm gonna try and get this kid a little more situated for just a second.
Cubis says you also don't have to redeclare those variables since you already inherit them. Yep, that is one of the very nice things about inheritance. with different symbol scenes. You don't need enums since they already are the type. So yeah, that's what we talked about, where you can do type checking, which is fancy and nice. But yeah, there are a couple different ways to rapidly iterate on objects in Godot, which is a very good strength of it. If you want simple little containers for weapons or whatever, you can make that and you can add whatever you want in there. And that's very handy. The bigger sort of scene things, changing scenes, keeping track of everything, that is sort of where this structure of the tree, the node tree, is a little bit harder and requires a little bit more forethought, which kind of makes sense. You know, the whole visual of the tree is like, you know, it's very small up top and many down at the bottom. So if you need many different things, that's easy. Getting access to all of them at once requires you to look up the tree and see where they connect.
Okay, here's an annoying.
Or just make a global signal bus and have things be flying everywhere.
Here's an annoying thing. I wish when I made a new scene, it would just automatically open it. Like I just accidentally modified something I didn't.
So I
mean
really
to.
like this design. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I wish that if I created a new scene, it would just automatically open it because I accidentally overwrote an old thing and I had to go back and re-modify it, redo things. Because of that, it's very difficult to tell where you're like in the UI.
Yeah, it's important to keep track of the tabs up at the top, as to where you're located. Which it's very quick to go back and forth between things, which is nice. But yeah, you do have to keep track of it. That's one of the reasons why I usually do I go up to the scene tab and I add new inherited thing, because I think it does open it up there. It opens up as like an unsaved scene.
That makes sense.
So something to keep in mind with Godot is that duplicating things is nice, but there's a lot of things that are passed by reference and not data, which is a fancy programmer way of saying if you make tons of different symbols in this case, they're going to share a collision shape, and if you change that shape, all of them will change. So the solution to that is you can go into them and you can do right-click make unique. I don't think it's a problem with making inherited scenes, but duplicated resources and scenes do that. So if you click into this thing and then you go to the right where it has the inspector, and then you actually look at the resources that you want to separate out, and you can do right click on those and make unique. So for this case, it'd be circle shape 2D.
Make unique. There you go. Okay. Got it. Okay. It shouldn't be a problem right now. Shouldn't be.
It shouldn't.
But
I don't think it will.
It's really good to know.
That's one of those things where you like make a change and then everything breaks and you're like, what happened?
Yeah, for real. Okay, just bringing in a new magnet sprite.
Do you have experience with making like color palettes?
I do.
That's something I need to get better at because I'm too used to just gray squares all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife is an illustrator, right? So and I've been a designer, although I haven't been like a brand designer. I haven't had to worry about defining color palettes, but it's definitely something that's discussed a lot in our home. Oh, little one, why are we crying?
If anyone in the chat has questions about Godot, you can ask me and I'll try my best. Yeah, have very much stuck to Godot because I know how painful it can be to switch to other engines and languages and stuff. I know a couple of programming languages, but for this stuff, I'm like, I'm gonna try to master this one first. And it being free does not hurt that.
And open source. That's like
Yeah.
my favorite part.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff that people add, and I've seen a lot of really interesting things that people have added on their own for their own games, just because they had the technical capabilities and they wanted the extra bits. A very common thing I've seen people do when they're making data-heavy games, like RPG type stuff, is they can actually make an editor plugin that is a customized editor for those resources. So instead of having to mess with exporting and all that, they'll have like a whole screen that's like, here's the sprite, here's what this does automatic calculation. And it's really cool to see that kind of individual extensibility.
That's awesome. That's super cool. Okay. Okay.
Do you have a part of your design where you have all of the stats of the symbols laid out, or is it something you're still figuring out?
Oh, not the specific numbers. I mean, no, we don't have the math worked out on all that yet. We're gonna go by feel.
Well, and not the math, just like the variables themselves, because I see attack, I see damage and block. I don't know what energize is off the top of my head.
So energize is like mana. It's
Okay.
basically mana.
Cost. Yeah, that makes sense.
So generate a mana and then use your power, which will expend mana.
I do like this design of, I haven't seen a ton of games that are like, sort of like this real-time dexterity thing that you've got going on, where it's like you've got to very quickly absorb the information and make a plan as you see things that come to you.
Well, thank you. I get the feeling we're gonna learn why we don't see very many games like that, but it's fun to build for sure.
Yeah, did you just like come up with this idea just randomly, or is there something that specifically inspired it?
Well, I mean, it was our whole journey we went through the other day, right? Of gathering our constraints, what can I do quickly and not quickly, what I want to learn, extracting all that stuff. What are games that do things similar to that? Extracting the core ideas out of there, and then it just kind of surfaced out of this stuff. So.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like seeing new mechanics. I think that is something that is very underrated in the game development space, is people coming up with new ways of doing things. There's very many iterations on genres that exist, and piecing together of existing mechanics. So it's always fun to see something that you haven't seen before.
It is fun. I think there's reasons why. We talk about Jacob's Law and stuff, right? Where people spend most of their time not on your thing. And so if you're going to make them learn something new, it better darn well be worth their time and effort to learn it. And I think that's the struggle, right? How do you make this feel good enough that people want to learn a new way to interact with something?
Right. I see the space as sort of split, where there are people who are involved, like game designers, game makers, who will take the tools given to them and do the best they can with it. But I also think there is a lot of space that is yet to be filled in the young industry of game industry, of people who are experimenting, who are trying to push the boundaries and to develop those things that then other people can use to make their games, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where game jams really live. And frankly, if I were running a big studio, I would have an R&D department devoted to scouting out game jams and like playing really cool, unique ideas and then stealing mechanics from them and bring them into Far Cry and stuff. I mean, maybe not Far Cry, because those are when you get to that sort of a scale, you have to make sure that it's economically viable and there's not a ton of room for experimentation. But Maybe something like Supergiant or something, right? Those more triple-I sort of spaces would be able to do something like that.
Make the Foxhollow Bell Labs.
There you go. There you go. All right, we got ads starting up in just a few seconds, folks. All right, welcome back. Can someone indicate where can I make a tree collide with my player and don't pass through? Maybe a video or something. Wouldn't that just be making the tree like a rigid body? I don't know. Other people have probably better thoughts on that. I think I can delete this symbol.scene. I don't think we need this guy anymore.
Apologies, I ran out for a second.
No worries. Titanium, I did, and make a collision-shaped 2D, but this guy still passes through the object. So you have a character body 2D that is not colliding with a rigid body that has a collision shape on it. Is that right?
Indicate where you can make a tree collide with your player. It's important to check collision layers for that.
Yeah.
It's possible you could have hit a wrong one somewhere.
Dang it. I just realized all of these symbols we just made are sharing the same script. Great.
So one of the nice things is that because you you didn't make individual scripts, did you?
Well, I'm doing it now. I thought I was. When I was duplicating them, I assumed it would duplicate the scripts as well, but no, they're all pointing to the same place, which now I'm understanding how that behavior works.
Yeah, it's inherited scenes will keep anything they can until you change them, and so that's one of the things to keep in mind, is that if there's something that needs to be different, you have to check it every time.
So why? Oh wait, this is saying it's inheriting from Symbol Brawl, right? And it's not going to give me the Symbol Energize name over here. Ah, sheesh.
Did you duplicate it from Symbol Brawl and need to change the name?
I did duplicate it from Symbol Brawl.
So probably the cleanest thing to do is when you make a new one of these, just clear the script and then add a new one and change the name of it so that they're all different.
I think the cleanest thing is going to be deleting all of these and then doing the inherited stuff instead of the duplication.
Maybe. Titanium, if you want to send me like a picture of the issue you're having or something, I can take a look at it for you.
Okay.
So do keep in mind if you're just adding the script to change statistics and stuff like that, since you've exported it, you can just make a child scene and then modify that in the inspection panel, in the inspector panel.
Did you say that modifying it in the inspector would cause problems?
Certain things are done by reference, like arrays and stuff like that, but these should be instanced to each individual object. You can pretty easily check that. So if you go to like symbol brawl, go to the scene up at the top, or that way, and then click on symbol brawl in the scene panel on the left hand side. So you see how all of those have that swirly arrow. So that is when you hit that swirly arrow, it resets it to its default value.
Right.
But if you leave it at that, then if you leave it at 1, then that should be what it uses. And if you save this scene and go back to your symbol parent, the symbol parent should be unchanged.
Yep. Okay.
So that's an easy way to iterate on these things without having to make a script for like one line of code, right?
Sure. Okay, so I can, once again, new inherited scene, symbol brawl, open. Wait, no, not, dang it. Not symbol brawl. New inherited scene, symbol parent, open. And then I go, how do I rename this?
You can double click on it or you can hit F2.
And that won't change symbol parent?
Correct. This is inherited, so all changes will be kept here and should not travel up. So then now you can save this as symbol block, and that's its own deal.
Can't overwrite scene that is still open.
You have a symbol block up on your tab.
I thought I deleted that.
If you hit X on that, it might say like try to save it. And sometimes, because Godot allows you to open unsaved resources, sometimes you can have a resource open and have it be like nothing, like not a name or anything.
Okay. All right, this is good. I'm slowly figuring this out on what is the workflow in Godot.
A lot to learn in one day.
It is, but it's good. I'm for sure going to be pulling back on scope, though. I can tell you we're not building multiple powers during this.
Such is the way of the game jam.
Just producing anything, to be frank. Okay, new inherited scene. And then I can do symbol parent. And then go up here. Rename this. This is superpower now. Shush your plants now. On. Save. Okay. I don't know why this is being so hard for my brain to, like, lock onto, but boy, it's like every click is so intentional. It'll get there, though.
Yeah, it's a whole different space to navigate. I do really like the GameMaker workspace.
You know, I do too. And their event systems are really cool. When they work. I had in Rescue, for some reason, just all my Collide events just stopped working. And I had to go hand build them all. I don't know why. Nobody could explain it to me. It was just this weird engine bug. And just randomly, all the Collide events stopped working.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see the different priorities that come about from an open source project versus a for-profit project. I saw somebody describe it once as when you have a profit incentive, you can tackle big challenges really fast because you have a coordinated team working on a single goal. But when you have an open source project or something that's community driven, you get a lot of usability fixes and a lot of experiential fixes because the people contributing are the people using it, and they can hit something small and fix it in a day if they have the right attitude, you know?
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Hey, Algo Bro, welcome in. Good to see ya. How you doing today? All right. Okay, so we have all these different symbols. They are inspected. We have things happening over there. So now we need to go to our manager and make sure they're getting spawned in. And I don't think we need this on ready symbol template anymore, right? We can just nuke that.
Likely not.
Okay. And then we have this here for the spawn, which is another day in paradise. Good job, Algo Bro. Happy to hear it. Symbol create equals symbol template dot instantiate. What is instantiate?
Instantiate is it's like new, but it's for your scenes that you've made. It's just a way to create it.
Okay. So we don't need that then, right? Because we have this new node structure. We don't need to create any new stuff, right?
So spawning, because instead of having the type be a variable in the object, they are different objects. You will, instead of instantiating one thing and changing the type on it, you will just pick which type you want and then instantiate that. Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay, so this now becomes a lower down thing. We now need to pick which symbol type, like this random symbol, right? We need that to be up above, and that will pull from our array.
Right. And then you can do a match like you have down there for define type, and instead of changing the symbol type, you just make a new symbol.
Oh man, why is this being so hard for my brain to get into? Come on, brain, wake up, wake up.
It's hard to do all of this stuff in a row. You know, it is definitely, your brain needs time to absorb.
It does, it does. I even gave it its happy brain pills today, and it's still treating me like this. I thought it was supposed to give me superpowers. Okay, so we're picking a random thing, and that is now stored in this. And then we can run define type by passing in random symbol. But like, don't we already have that though? Like, do we need define type? Aren't we already doing this?
So you don't need to define the type, but you do need to spawn a different symbol based off of whatever type you want, right?
Right.
So in what you have here, you have the random symbol, which is just picking one of the four randomly, and then you're going to need to use that information to instantiate a different object depending on what you want.
So I could just do like equals random symbol dot instantiate, right? And then our symbol create is that. And then we add that child, right?
Close. Random symbol right now is going to just be an integer from your enum. You need a way to match that enum or integer to an actual scene, right?
Okay. All right. So that's where the define would come in.
If you wanted to make this easy on yourself, what you could do is change the contents of your array to just the scenes themselves. You could do, instead of making an enum or anything, you could have the symbol type array be your preload symbol brawl, preload symbol energize, preload symbol magnet, yeah. And then when you pick random, it'll take a random one and you can instantiate it directly. Does that make sense?
I think so. So if I can just do like that. Oh, and even comma delineated them. That's nice. So do we want the file path or do we want the nodes?
You're going to want the nodes themselves. So there's a built-in function called load or preload. If you hold control and drag them, it should do it automatically. You have to start dragging them and then hold control. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah. So those are the preloads. So then you can add all of those to your symbol array. And then when you pick a random one, you can just instantiate it directly.
Okay. So why did some of these get a const and that one didn't?
When you grab them all together, it automatically assumed that you needed a name for it, because there's a lot of times when you can, you're just going to be like setting your own name and then adding the preload in afterwards. So it's just trying to get ahead of you.
And if you're only doing one, it's assuming that you don't need to do that?
Yes, it's assuming you already have the variable instantiation. But if you're doing multiple, it's like, yeah, here you go.
Okay. Okay, so now we're picking one of these random ones, which is the preload of that URL, that file path. So now that renders define type useless, right? We don't need this anymore.
I don't believe you do need that. So no, yeah, then instead of doing that, you can check the object for is symbol magnet or whatever you have for the class names.
Oh, shoot. Class names, darn it. Did I do that? No, I didn't. Ha! Wait, hold on. It says I'm in parent. Yeah, jeez.
So this is where where I said that you can modify things in the inspector, so you didn't need to add a script. You do need to add a script if you want it to have its own class name.
Okay. All right. Or could we add a field in here that's the type, the name, and then we just reference that?
Oh yeah, you could definitely do that. So on the symbol parent, you can add an enum and then export type and then give the hint as the enum, and it will make a drop down for you. So you see in that autofill, like third from the bottom, it says export enum.
Yes. Oh, okay.
So if you click that, what it's going to be looking for is you put parentheses at the end of that, and it will look for. Actually, no, I always get confused with this. So just do export, and then do var. Actually, that might work. Yeah, try that.
Does not proceed a valid target, so will have no effect.
Okay. There's a weird thing where you can do an export that automatically builds an enum. Oh, they have to be strings. I think then it'll work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing where you can use export enum and it will make an enum for you and then export it. But if you want to export an enum you already have, you then have to not use export enum and just add it as a type. That's something that always confuses me.
I don't blame you. Yeah, this is the hill I'm gonna die on. That programming can be infinitely more accessible if we just, like, tried a little bit. It's still not liking that. So if the property is an int, then the index of the value is stored in the same order the values are provided. You can add explicit values using a colon. If the property is a string, then the value is stored. Well, I mean, that should work, right?
This just, I think you should just need to add a type to it. So go to the end of export enum. Oh, you still have to give it a variable name. So you still have to do var whatever at the end of that.
Okay.
After the list.
Really? I mean, I guess that makes sense because it's passing in parameters into a function, but, like, that's such a weird format.
So now that should do that, and then now if you save it and click on it, it should pop up with a, if you
there we go.
Click on the symbol parent, and then it should have symbol type, and then you can select from there.
There you go, there you go. Got it. Easy. Easy game. This is the easiest game of my life.
Type checking, you can just check the symbol type manually, directly.
All right. So block. Your block. Brawl. No, I'm still... Dang it. There we go. Jeez. I don't know if I'll ever, like, intuitively get in the flow.
I'm gonna be right back.
No worries. I don't think I'm ever going to intuitively get in the flow of this weird, like, triple navigation system. Now, why am I not getting my my exports on here? That one works just fine. Is that one not hooked up? Should be. Magnet. And superpower. All right, so brawl. I don't think you're quite right. I think we need to delete you and retry you. Let's try this again. Of symbol parent, new inherited scene from symbol parent, and then this will be brawl. Brawl. Their symbol type is brawl, and your damage is up 1. Your sprite 2D is the red little circle. Okay. There we go. Save all these. Okay. So now in our symbol manager, let's see, we're defining that. So we can, do we even just get rid of that? Seems like we could just not need that anymore, right? And we could do our symbol type that's in the parent. Symbol type. No, it's not gonna like that. Not declared in the current scope. There's probably a way to condense this, right? There's probably a way to have these be the same thing. Is symbol type dot symbol underscore magnet. I'm gonna guess that's not gonna like it. Yeah, because it's still not declared. So do we need to do like a $? Symbol parent dot? Yeah. Okay. Equals collision shape 2D dot shape dot radius. And that's all right, because before we were referencing this, but now we're referencing a child element. And we don't actually need this anymore? No, we do. We do. We need it for the deletion. Need that radius. So it's going through, it's creating all this stuff, and then we get this. What could this be? Because I don't know that like we're specifying the collision shape 2D of what. I think that might be our problem here. How do we get that referencing the node that we're clicking on? It almost feels like we need something in the symbol parent for this. Like throw this in the symbol parent, and then when the symbol parent is clicked, we call something in the manager to like CRUD, right? Because the symbol manager, I don't even think you're attached to anything. Yeah, symbol parent has its own script. Still at it, huh? That's right, Ariel, over on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We'll be going till 5 p.m. Eastern, the normal time. We've successfully undone a lot of what we have done. But it's been necessary. It's been necessary refactoring so that we can actually do the stuff we need to do. Mothman. Oh, gosh. Okay. We don't want to, like, export a radius because we don't want to, like, modify it. But we do need... like... It feels like that's kind of necessary, right? We need to throw the radius in here somewhere so that it knows what shape we're actually measuring. And then in the manager, can we do... do we maybe take the input event script and put it into our manager? Or our parent, rather. Then we just call remove symbol. And then that can be symbol manager dot. That probably won't work, will it? Current symbol type is not declared. But we can use symbol type here, though. If symbol type equals... Okay. And then in our manager, We're spawning. We're deleting. And then we need to have... let's see, will this run? No. Darn it. Non-existent function, define type. Yes, you're right. I need to fix that, don't I? All right, we got ads starting in just a minute. We will pause for more wonderful Game Jam Godot happenings. Don't go anywhere. Symbol create.define type. What was define type? Ariel, I'm so sorry. You have to click not the... Hey, look at this. This is working. You need to click not the register now in the page. You need to go to the one in the menu. For some reason, the thing on the page is a broken URL. I apologize about that. Go up into the nav. That's where you'll get that register. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Is it breaking if we just... Yeah, okay. So that's breaking. Let's do ads. All right, welcome back. Mothman Centaur, I am right there with you, my friend. Oh, so if you're going like me, you're probably on a good track. Okay, so we're having a problem here, which I think is right here. Symbol parent. Oh, we're in symbol parent. We don't need this anymore. Okay. Can we just go for that? No. Okay, invalid get index, symbol magnet on base int. So, okay, so I'm not referencing the enum correctly. This is GameMaker enum reference. Ariel, I'm not totally sure what you mean. Specify your location as well. Enter 6 name, sup man, came by to give a status report of sorts and listen to some great music as I work, right on. Started again on a game I've been putting off, and also working on revamping and redoing my personal website so that I have something to link on things. Nice. Got this account more set to stream, but going to wait till I'm at least at the end of the semester. Also hoping to do some game jams this summer if I can find an artist to partner up with. Very, very cool. Enter 6 name, very cool. Thank you for coming in and giving me the update. I appreciate that. Let's see. I don't have you on my spreadsheet. Are you You said you're working on a game. What's the game? What's it built in? Oh, Ariel, for real? That's weird. I don't know why Wheel of Indies needs your city and zip code until they start accepting payment information. I'm sorry. It's a bummer. Okay. So I'm referencing this enum incorrectly. 0, 1, 2, 3. Can I do 3? Is that gonna work? No. Ha! Yeah. Yeah, I totally broke it. So how do I reference the enum? Because we've got them as strings. I mean, I guess I could just do... instead of symbol type.symbol magnet, we could just do magnet, right? Okay, still breaking. Invalid operands, int and string. Okay, so what if we change you to 3? Are you not going to alias the thing for me? Well, we're past that bug, so that's good. Okay. Attempt to call function remove symbol and base null instance on a null instance. Okay. So does that mean I'm not reaching the symbol manager? Or that, like, the function is broken? Let's bring this in. Can I, like, bring you in as a preload? And then I can do symbol manager dot remove symbol. No, you do not like that. Can I call non-static function on the class of that? Make an instance instead. Okay. Okay. I mean, I can't just, like, do that, right? Because remove symbol isn't in here. We have to be referencing where remove symbol lives somehow. And we are loading in a resource. But then we get this bug. Cannot call non-static function remove symbol on the class of this. Make an instance instead. Godot, make an instance instead. Okay, let's bring over some documentation here. In the previous part, we saw that a scene is a collection of nodes organized in a tree structure with a single node as its root. You can split up your project into any number of scenes. This feature helps you break down and organize your game's different components. You can create as many scenes as you'd like and save them as files with the .tscn extension. Okay. Okay. Here's a ball. It's composed of a rigid body 2D, which allows the ball to fall and bounce on walls. Okay. Once you save a scene, it works as a blueprint. You can reproduce it in other scenes as many times as you'd like. This is called instancing, okay? As we mentioned in the previous part, instance scenes behave like a node.
Okay,
so,
I am back.
hey, welcome back. So, I have been doing things, and you're probably going to be really mad at me. So I moved the click event out of our symbol manager and into the symbol parent. And it was for reasons that made sense at the time.
Okay.
And I'm trying to now call the delete function inside of our symbol manager. And it's not liking that. It's telling me to make an instance instead of like calling it on the class. So
Cannot call non-static. Okay, so give me 1 second here.
I'll give you 10.
Ooh. All right, switch to my proper headphones. There's a couple things that are going wrong in succession here. So, symbol manager, what you have right now is a packed scene. You're not getting a reference to the symbol manager scene. You're getting reference to the thing that you can instantiate. So that's why it's saying you can't call that because you're trying to call it like a static method, which is a static method is just something that doesn't need an instance to run. So that is the main issue. You probably can just get symbol manager by doing get parent, which is a built-in method for each node that just gets up one in the scene tree. However, there is the alternate way to consider this, where if you want to make the input method for each individual symbol, which is not a bad idea, then what you can do is you can have it just take care of removing itself and then emit a signal with the information that is needed to run whatever with the player. But that's another piece of architecture that you're not familiar with.
So I could just say like queue free, right? Not call this function. This function goes away. That feels a little weird because now like we're removing stuff from the symbol manager that feels like should be in the symbol manager. But like, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you want to do it, right? You can keep things in the symbol manager, but if you want to go according to the object-oriented way of doing things, it's nice to have things take care of themselves, right? It keeps things sectioned out, so that way, let's say you have a problem where symbol magnet is not operating the same way as symbol brawl. If you have everything in a symbol manager, you can look through there, but there's kind of a lot of code because it's handling all of the different types of symbols. If you have it so that everything is parceled out into its own script, its own scene, all of that, then you know that you just have to look at those two scenes, right? So that's the methodology behind object-oriented. If you keep everything where it's only responsible for itself, then you're going to have a much easier time finding out where bugs are.
All right. Okay, so we got it. Deleting stuff is working perfectly now. Kalu. And I'll add a Calais when I figure out how to do what you said of like sending out a signal, right? Because I know how this like can receive a signal. or like key into a signal? How do I like send something out? Like would it?
So you can create custom signals in the same way that you create variables. You can just type signal whatever and give it a name. And then you can later on in the code click emit signal, and that will be the thing that triggers it, right? So you can do signal clicked, and now you see it pops up right there. If you want to add parameters that are sent out with the signal, you can do parentheses and add your parameters in. And when you hit emit signal, it sends it out, and it does not really care who's listening. You then have to figure out a way to have something else listening into that signal, and that's where you can do like connecting things.
Okay. So we've got this. Then we would need to go to like what? Some sort of like world manager node, right? So that it could like add things to and from each character, because they would have to be children of that world manager, right?
I'm not sure I'm following.
Darn it. So let's say I want this to do 1 damage to the bad guy. Like, would I have the bad guy listening for clicks and the good guy listening for clicks, and we just, if the type is X, like if there's damage, deal damage to the bad guy. If there's block, give that to the good guy. Like, and both of those are just listening. That seems kind of weird to me. It seems like there should be like a central place to listen.
Most people, when they're using signals, they will create an auto load, something else you're not familiar with, which is a global signal bus, where everything can kind of hook into things. An auto load is essentially it's a script that runs on its own in every scene. It's some way to manage a global object that's not tied strictly to the scene tree.
Okay, yeah, I mean that sounds like manager pseudo sort of objects from GameMaker. Okay.
So yeah, if you want to go the signal route, it's probably best to have it so that what would happen is the signal bus would it would be a global. So instead of you emitting the signal from here, you emit the signal on the signal bus, and then the player and the enemy will both listen for the signal bus to emit some event. So it's instead of being a direct line where it's an event and a listener, it's a third party that kind of brings it all together and centralizes it.
Okay. So I'm assuming this would be a new scene, right?
It would just be a new script, actually.
Oh, just a floating around script.
Yes, and so that's part of it. Is it's a very auto loads are very removed from the rest of everything, and so they're just kind of like this ethereal thing.
Okay. Now, the thing that I didn't quite grok you were saying here is you instead of doing the signal in here, you do the signal in the auto load. And how does it know what this is?
So you would define all of these signals in the auto load, and then you would be able to go because it's a global reference. You could have like global signal bus dot emit signal clicked and pass the information you need to. So the only difference is where the signal is located. If the signal is located on the symbol, well, you got to find a reference to that because you have to figure out some way to reference that signal. If it's in a global, everyone has access to it, so you don't really got to worry about navigating the scene tree to get to it.
Okay, so we have this signal. If we go to symbol parent,
Cannot hear you.
Right. So we've got our thing here. If we go to our symbol parent now, I'm not seeing this show up here, which tells me I've got it incorrectly declared, or maybe it's just not saved. I'm not seeing clicked.
Right. So you're looking at the signals for simple parent. You have the signal in the auto load now, so it's not going to show up in that, and that's part of the global signal bus, is that every signal lives there.
Every signal lives there. So both sending and receiving is going to live here.
Correct. That's why it's called the signal bus. It's the central point in which all of it transacts, which, it can be very helpful because, like I said, you don't have to have those references to be able to listen. But, a lot of people get very scared with all of the signals being in one spot.
I have a very important question for you now, Amanusis. When does this all start to make sense?
I think it starts to make sense when you make something with it, and you're kind of at the stage where you are groping in the dark for some sort of purchase, and the image in your head does not match the image in front of you. You are trying to map a lot of things that are not directly mappable.
Yep.
It's like learning a new language. There's going to be words for things that you didn't have words for before, and there's going to be kind of weird words that you have to come up with anyways because they don't have a good translation.
So our engine, when you start building your own game engine, is that you becoming Shakespeare and just inventing your own language just to express what you want to express?
Yes, and most of the time it's mainly just to meme on people. But yeah, it's
so Shakespeare.
A lot of people treat building an engine like studying language, right? It's not like, oh, this is what table means. It's like, okay, how did we get the word for table? What does that mean? Like, what is, where did all of these plant names come from? Why do they have Latin or origins and stuff like that? And it's like, well, a lot of times we just looked at something and we're like, that's a red fish, so we're gonna call it a red fish, and a lot of times they have very weird kind of specific reasons for existing, like hamburger being from a specific place or champagne being a specific place, but referring to an object. In every language, there's going to be a mix of things that are the easiest they can possibly be and the most complicated they can possibly be.
Ain't that the case? Okay, so I am declaring this signal clicked. How do I say, now you things start listening to this, if it's all supposed to live in here?
So the first thing you got to do is give it a class name, so that you have something to reference it by. Usually people do global or global signal bus or signals, whatever you want. Dealer's choice.
Signals on the bus go. That's how I interpret a computer sounding like. All right, we got the class name. What up?
Okay, so now you're going to have to go into the project tab up at the top, the project menu. Project settings, I believe it is. Go to auto load. And then up at the path, so you type in a node name to the right, and that's whatever you want. And then, grab the signal bus, and there you go. So now you can see it says global variable. The signal bus, it's also known as a singleton.
Oh, this is a singleton?
Yeah.
I've heard that word thrown around so often, and I have no idea what it means. That's what it is. This is a singleton.
Yeah.
It's a global event listener handler.
Yes. So singleton, all it is a technical term for there's only one of these. You only got one. We're not going to deal with multiple instances. We're not going to deal in signal buses. We have one global signal bus. That's it. It's automatically loaded at the beginning of every scene. So if you actually run a game and you go into the remote scene, which is how it looks in game, you'll only see that added right there at the top next to the root viewport. And that's
okay.
global single entry point to something.
Okay, so there can be only one. If I see a Scotsman show up with a broadsword, I know to get a little bit nervous, but this is making a certain amount of sense. There's analogs to this in GameMaker. It's just not quite so defined. It's more of like a habit of usage of an object rather than a, defined thing. Okay, all right, cool. This is making sense. So we've got this set up as this kind of universal singleton resource that the game will always keep loaded and be able to reference. Great.
Yes.
So now, how do I say symbols, keep an eye out for this, and characters, keep an eye out for this?
So if you go to your symbols script, where you are, right before you clear the symbol, you can reference the signal bus directly because it's a global. So you do signal bus dot emit signal. And then you'll give it the name of the signal, and then you will give it any parameters you want the signal to have. That will send out the blast that you go to your player and enemy, and you do the inverse, right? Where you go signal bus dot clicked dot connect, and that will connect that signal to whatever you want on their side.
Okay,
The
so
name you chose was signal bus. Yeah, there you go.
signal bus dot and then what? Clicked?
Dot emit signal.
Like that? Like that? That seems wrong.
No, so you should do emit signal and then pass clicked in as a parameter.
Oh.
There's a lot of new stuff they're
Okay.
adding in to make things that is really helpful, where they made methods into callables, and so there's a lot less passing things around by name, but I do not think emit signal has been changed yet.
Okay. Now, Ariel is saying on YouTube that Godot singletons are not quite true singletons because you can still instantiate them.
Yeah, that's true. The singleton comes from other programming ideologies and stuff, and this is just kind of the closest thing. Like I said, a true singleton wouldn't be an object; it would just be a script. But Godot kind of squeezed it in there by making it an object that gets added at the beginning of every scene.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so identifier clicked is not declared in the scope. So do I have that reference wrong? No.
It's got to be a string name.
Jeez. I see what you were saying earlier about people complaining that it's very string based. Okay.
That Godot is trying to get rid of those things. Those were kind of just what they could do at the time, and so something they've implemented is that each individual function it can be its own object, and so I do not think they've directly fixed emit signal fully yet, but they're on their way for it.
Okay. All right. So I'm getting this now. Can't call non-static function on the class signal bus directly. Make an instance instead. We've got the right name.
That is weird because it should be an instance. You can just type the signal you want and do .emit. I think you might be able to. I'm not as familiar with this as I'd like to be because I'm scared of signals. So try doing that. Try changing it to .click to .emit.
Like that? Yeah, still not loving that. Or is it .emit .clicked?
No, that is... Can't find member clicked in... I don't know why it's not detecting it as an auto load. Toolbox is right. You can do that. It's enabled. Oh, I think you have to reference it by its node name. So do capital signal bus the way that it is in the auto load screen.
Ah.
I always forget that they automatically add the name for you.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, so that should work.
We got it. Okay, we are in ads. We'll be right back. Thank you, Ammon. We are in ads. We're gonna head into the ad screen right now. Thank you, Ammonusis. Thank you, Foolbox. Thank you, Anosa. Thank you, Ariel. You're all great. Appreciate all of you. Be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's dive back into some Godot. Okay, cool. So we've got this hooked up. So we are emitting the signal. So now we need to, I would imagine, go to our characters, right? And then do some sort of like signal bus dot listen.
Correct. So it's not going to be .listen, but you go to your character and you can do signal bus .clicked. So that's just referencing the, what's it called? The signal that you put in there. And then you can do .connect to connect it with a function that you have. This will also need to be an onReady. Or need to be in the ready function.
All right. Here you go, guy. Okay. First off, Foolbox, thank you for the documentation. See, the thing is, I need to get my hands dirty before I can read any sort of documentation. Because if I just read the documentation without having any sort of context, it means nothing to me. So thank you for that. I do need to look at that up. And after today, it'll probably be very helpful. So, okay, so signalbus.clicked dot connect. Thank you.
And then you pass into it the name of the function that you want it to connect with, and that is essentially your link. Whatever you emit from the other one is going to call this function with the parameters you've given.
Okay. Now, do I need to declare this as a variable?
No, you need to put it in the ready function, because it can't. That is running a piece of code, right?
I mean, I guess so. I could see it conceptually considered as some sort of declaration, but all right.
I would say that it's running code because it's a function that is meant to do something, not return something, right? So you can call functions in variable instantiations and get back some variable, but this is more like a setter than a getter.
Okay.
Yeah, so you do need to make an effect function, otherwise it'll yell at you.
Yeah, of course. Foobox, this doc is just for the style guide. It's super important so you don't get typing errors. Basically a delegate. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So right now it might be good to just test the damage portion of it. Or, yeah, just do something to see if it's working properly.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just do like a quick print, right?
Yeah, sure. The thing I'm wondering is if it's going to yell at you because the parameters that effect is taking in are not the same ones you're emitting, but we'll figure that out. Mini Future Gamer has something for your collection.
Mini Future has something for my is what is it? Poop? Is that the something for my collection? Is that what? By the way, thank you everyone for your patience while I take care of the kid while we're doing all this.
Multi-talented. Godot is always a very interesting thing because there's a lot to it, but it's also it's very constantly changing and updating. I started Godot back in early version 3, and there's a lot of stuff that has changed since then. For the better, I think. I think they're doing really good things and going in a good direction, but it is something you have to keep up with because it is new and in development is the word.
Yeah, and it's probably going to update fairly quickly, being open source. Either really quickly or really slowly.
One of the biggest things that they've changed is their tile map editor because people didn't like the old one. It was very frustrating to use because the way that it worked was like you had to do a lot of individual tile adjustments to make it work the way it was supposed to. And they fully redid that for Godot 4, which is super nice to see because it was one of the bigger sticking points.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so we are not making it into the effect function. So maybe I should put a breakpoint on the connect? I don't know. Unless you have an idea of where this might already be breaking. This would be my next step is like, are we hitting our connection?
Go to the symbol parent.
Oops, jeez.
Sorry, I'm very behind because I'm watching your stream.
No worries at all.
Try emitting just like 0. So in the emit parameters, put 0. It might be breaking because it does not have the proper parameters. Although I kind of expect that to see as an error.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because like in our signal bus, we're passing in all these things, but then like we're not doing anything after that.
Yeah, so the signal is the declaration of the signal there is just showing what it should be expecting because it's such an open-ended system.
It's like, shouldn't we be passing in all those same things, though? Like,
yeah, theoretically you would be passing in whatever information you needed to get transmitted across, but right now we're not passing in anything.
okay.
The wrong one.
Yeah. Okay. So we're passing all this in. It is being theoretically received by our player script. I mean, this doesn't... So in GameMaker, you have to make sure that like stuff exists in the room. This isn't attached to any nodes or anything. Is that a problem?
What are you referring to?
The player.gd. I don't think we have a player like scene yet.
Okay, yeah. Well, if there's nothing in this, if there's no scene or node that's running player GD, then none of that stuff is gonna activate, right? That's one of the things about, Godot keeps everything in functions because it needs a place to actually call something to run it.
Okay. So I got that script attached to a player scene.
Is that player scene part of the scene that you're running? Is it part of your...
I doubt it.
So even just putting the player like randomly in the world should run this code. A lot of timers.
Yeah. I culled it down too. It used to be 20.
You can, if you want it to be more precisely aligned, you can use grid snap or control, I think. So there is now an error that's popping up, but at least we know it's working.
Yes, you're right. We have error
down in the debugger.
Yeah, you're right. Right here. Error callings from signal clicked to callable. Expected one argument, got 50. Why are you only expecting one argument?
Because that was the issue is that you're passing all of that data through the signal, and then it's getting to the player, and then the method it's calling is only expecting one. So it's an error of mismatch there.
Okay, well, hey, we're in it. Check that out. It works. Things are connected. Woo, 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 party time. Thank you, Amanusis. Okay. This is the sort of stuff I'd never be able to figure out on my own, frankly. There's no way for me to conceptually, like, wrap my head around this without someone discussing it with me. So thank you. Oh, and we're getting damage in here. Okay. So if we pass in all that, and then we go back here and we do this, then all of a sudden this should, like, we can start futzing around with stuff, right?
Right. So you can use that effect function as a single point of access for all of the other functions you need. So you can have a damage function that affects the health. You can have an energize function that affects the mana. You can have a block function that affects the block. But that is just kind of the one point where all the data gets put in.
This is awesome. I think now I'm kind of off to the races. Now that things are hooked up, I know how to like manipulate things. I hope. We'll see.
That's the hardest part with Godot, is getting things hooked up. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it, but it takes a good understanding of the scene tree to be able to actually make them talk to each other.
Interesting. Okay, so I think... Oh, we also need the superpower, yeah. So now we can make funky scripts.
What more can you want from life than making some funky scripts?
No, you can't. You can't want anything more than life. I am seeing a problem here. I have two different blocks, so I need to change this.
You can, if you want. That's what the self keyword is mainly used for, is that if you have things that overlap like that, you could do self.block to refer to the one that the object is holding, and then the other one will default to lower level parameters and stuff.
I could see that. Now is it... Oh, wait, hold on. So you could do self.block?
Yes, so self is the keyword to reference this instance. So self.block realistically isn't different from calling just block, but when there's a name collision, that's specifying like, no, I want mine, not theirs.
Very nice, very nice.
You do need a colon. In general, but also at the end of the block function.
Can recommend. Colons, 10 out of 10.
Something I'm just going to mention. I don't feel like we need to go into it if you don't want to, but there is a game programming pattern that fits here very well, which is one of the issues that people often run into is this sort of thing where you have an attack and it has many different pieces to it. It has damage, block, energize, superpower, magnet chance, and some of those don't need to exist. Sometimes they are not going to be relevant. Sometimes maybe you want to handle your block in a very specific way. Maybe for some reason you want it to be only even numbers, who knows. So sometimes there's a game programming pattern of making all of those parameters into a single object and then just passing that object around. So you can have an attack resource that has damage values, and block values, and energize values, and maybe sometimes you don't need superpower. Well, that's fine. It's not going to yell at you because you don't have the superpower parameter because it's just looking for that attack. Once again, I don't think it's something you need to do, but it is a fun thing for people who like programming.
You describe so much of the programming world when you say stuff like that. You don't necessarily need it, but like if you have fun with this, then you know. So instead of like passing values around, you create an object, and then that object just gets shared around.
Right, because this is mainly avoiding the fact that passing around individual parameters, doesn't look that nice. It's very long in the description there, but also it can cause errors if you're not. If you don't have all of the pieces there. Let's say I have an attack and I needed to have damage, knockback, and some special effect. Well, it's not always going to have knockback. It's not always going to have some special effect, and that special effect might be a number of things. So instead of always passing those things, you can just make an attack that has a special attack resource that has damage, that has a special effect, that has knockback. And then you're just passing around one thing, and the parameters aren't going to worry about it. They're not going to yell at you if you forget to include the knockback or something. And you can even include in the resource a much more specific custom effect, right? That is much easier to find than, I passed around 5 values from this function to this function to this function. Where is it breaking?
Sure. No, I could definitely see that.
I'm trying to find the specific page that talks about it because it's one of the things on the game programming patterns book that people really like.
Okay.
And myself.
So making a new variable here.
Type object.
Hey, Aspect the Dev. Hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're making progress on our game jam submission. Amanusis is on the line, being my personal tutor and coach on Godot. So big thank you to Amanusis. How are you doing, Aspect? Good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Okay, so before I dive into the superpower, we should probably just make sure that this is all working. Print.
Always good to check your code. Always good to run it, find the bugs early.
Or, if you like living dangerously, code for 3 hours and don't debug anything. Just to feel alive.
That is not going to make you feel alive, I can tell you from first-hand experience. It's going to make you feel the opposite of alive.
Okay. I think this is working. Yeah, I'm seeing stuff getting printed. So that's good. Right on. Okay, so this is all working. So, I need... By the way, can I say how great it is that the way to print stuff to the console is just print? It always drove me crazy in GameMaker, having to type show_debug_message. Print is so much nicer. That's great.
Something very nice too, if you're doing specifically printing for debug messages, you can type print_debug, and when it prints out whatever you typed, it'll also tell you where in the code that print message is coming from.
Oh, what? No! Are you for real?
Yeah.
I need to see this. Hold on. Oh, that's really cool. That's really freaking cool. That's fantastic.
Usability.
What was that?
Usability.
Oh my gosh. That is... Man, real debug tools. Nice. Love it. Okay. So, with this superpower here, I'm pivoting. Can I show the Game Jam page? Absolutely. You can get that with Jam command. We're going to talk just real quick with Amanusis. We got the superpower. I'm pivoting away from the magnet because if I can only implement one of these, I think the shock is going to be the just most visually juicy and fun way to do this. And the magnet will simplify things a lot, not having to build that out. Draw a scope down. Okay. So when you click on something, now with your superpower activated, I need to start a timer. I can figure out the timer. I just add a timer node, I would imagine. It starts, gets queued up when the superpower turns on. And when it runs out, we set superpower to off. That should be fine. The big thing that I'm wondering is, like, how do I now, like, chain out? So I'm assuming I would... Like, I can put in my head, like, have randomly generate a number for each jump of zapping to a new node. And then, you know, if you get under that random number, you zap to the next node and you delete that one. But what I'm struggling with is, like, how do I find those next nodes?
So for that, you would probably need to add an Area 2D node to your symbols. Area 2D nodes are the generic collision object, so they can get anything that's overlapping it, and then you can iterate through it that way. And until it's needed, you can just turn it off, and it will kind of just be silently in the background there.
Okay.
It also needs a collision shape.
It also needs a collision shape. Okay, that's a little funky. So there's no, like, get nearest instance of this node. That doesn't exist in Godot.
Correct. That does not exist.
That's a bummer. All right, that's another thing that GameMaker does. That is pretty rad. Good to know. This is exactly what I was hoping to learn.
Yeah, I mean, you can build your own spatial partitioning things, but it's... I haven't seen a use case that is really where you need to have that amount of, like, everything is always tracked. With this, you can describe with your symbol parent collision shape is where it hits, and the Area 2D collision shape is how far can it detect. That's kind of where those map.
So that Area 2D comes with it a bunch of pre-built sort of vector mathematics sort of stuff we can now draw on. Is that kind of why we're including this?
So the Area 2D has pre-built in connections to the physics server, and it basically uses the same code as collisions, right? Where it detects whether bodies are overlapping, except it doesn't actually push them away. It's just there to monitor. So there's a lot of optimization you can do with the Area 2D of, like, how many should it monitor? Should it be listening for everything? Should it be listening for the first thing? And it is just there to basically query a certain parcel of space and get everything there. You can do get overlapping areas, which gets only other areas, get overlapping bodies, which gets anything with a collision body on it.
Okay, but, like, what if I just want to get the nearest thing? Like, what if they're, like, on opposite sides of the screen, but they're the closest to each other?
There's not a good way to do that without iterating over every object. That's what I was talking about. I said when you can come up with your own methods for spatial hashing and stuff where you don't have to check as much. But if you, for example, if you needed to keep track of 3 balls bouncing around the screen, and they could be anywhere on screen, except for making every single one of those balls have a screen-wide area, you have to keep track of those and you have to figure it out on your own. There's not a built-in way to do that.
Okay, that's a bummer. So then maybe the right Godot appropriate low scope superpower to bring in then would be to do the areas where it's like your superpower is you at a random part on the screen have a big square get drawn, and if you click on something inside that area, it's a little more effective. That sounds like that would be a lot more up Godot's alley, right?
Yeah, I think you can do nearby local things, like if you wanted to do like a chain lightning effect. I don't think that's super hard to do. But trying to handle that many objects at once and iterate through them all of like who's closest, all that kind of stuff, that gets into some complicated and heavy math that can really slow things down.
Okay, so I'm hearing 2 different things from you, and my brain is not operating at top capacity. I'm hearing you can do the chain lightning, you can go to the like nearest things, but also if you want to do that, you have to iterate through everything, and that's really hard. And I feel like I'm misunderstanding here.
I'm saying you can do nearby things with the Area 2D node. If you wanted to do something like, let's say that the screen was 100 times bigger and you needed to find the closest thing, it would be unreasonable to have an Area 2D that big. And that's the issue, right? Is that the best way to find nearby stuff is with the Area 2D, and that's limited by the size of its collision shape. In your case, things are close enough. In most cases, things are close enough where you don't really have to worry about it. But it doesn't have anything like GameMaker where it sounds like you can just say, get nearest type of this object, and it searches every single one.
Yeah, okay. So I'm still struggling with this, and thank you, by the way. This is so helpful. I'm struggling with this concept of the Area 2D, because it sounds like the only way that it can detect something is if it is, like, making contact with it. Is that right?
So it doesn't make contact. It's not going to affect physics objects. You can make it affect physics objects with gravity and stuff, but you don't have to. It is just checking for overlapping shapes. Very simply, it's if there's a physics object that is touching it, you can read those, you can grab those, and you can do whatever you want with them.
But if they're not touching, if they're 1 pixel apart, then it breaks down, right?
Correct. So that's where the get nearest issue is, right? If there's nothing inside the Area 2D, you're going to get nothing. You can't get the nearest if it's outside of the shape that you give it.
Okay.
And that's where you can get into some complicated math and stuff.
Area 2D has a lot of heavy lifting done. Okay. Hungry Mugger, I am streaming every day for the Game Jam except Sunday. Yep. And then on the final day of the Game Jam, we're going to do a special, like, all day, all night stream. It's going to be a wild ride, and my back will be killing me the next day. My goodness. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, Aminusis, but it sounds like if that's how we're doing this, and we want to be able to detect things further away, couldn't we make this shape a lot bigger? And just have that be like a listener? And then anything outside of that doesn't get detected?
Yeah, I mean, that's typically how the Area 2D is used, is you set those collision shapes don't have to be the same size. It's intended not to be. The inner collision shape is what hits, right? It's what'll stop you from going through walls. The outer collision shape is how far can you see, basically. And that's the intended use of Area 2D.
Okay, so... And the Area 2D is like water, right? It's going to conform to the shape of whatever it is with it. So I need to extend this collision shape 2D. And so now I have like a radius of... if there is something within this sphere, it will be able to chain off onto it. But if it's over here, it won't. But we don't want it to collide, right? So would I change the layer of the collision shape 2D?
area 2Ds by default do not collide. They do not interact with physics objects. They're not going to move them. They're not going to touch them. But you need a collision shape because a collision shape is the entry into the physics server, right? So the collision shape is just going to say, if something is colliding with it, it'll report it back to you, but it's not going to do any sort of calculation. It's not going to bounce off. It's not going to try to do anything weird with it. That is the difference between an Area 2D node and a physics body or a character body or a rigid body, is those automatically have collision in them.
Okay, so even though we have a collision shape attached to this area, it will not collide.
It will not collide. It will not push things. It will not affect them in physics space, no.
So you understand how that's confusing.
I understand that it is confusing because it says the word collision and it is not collisioning. And that's why I'm trying to be specific. The collision shape is just a way to interact with the physics engine. It does not necessarily mean it's going to automatically do the things.
Okay. This is helpful. So collision shape is less of a collision and more of a, like, giving it form.
Yeah, the collision shape is meant for giving it some sort of way to check things without checking everything on the screen. By the way, ads are up.
Yes. Okay, this is crazy helpful. This is man. Once again, these are all the sorts of things that I don't know how you learn without someone telling you. You know? Like, how did you learn all this about collisions and everything?
Docs and experimentation, you know, it's one of those things that you learn over time. You can only get as deep into something as you have experience, and it's very nice you can use other people's experience, but sans that, you just gotta kind of play around and see what happens.
Like, this has to be a tremendous amount of experience on your end. It's like Alex Nord over on the Discord when he said, "Oh yeah, when you inherit sprites, it messes with collisions in GameMaker." It's like, how the crap do you ever figure that out?
I mean, yeah, I think that one of the problems people run into is they want to become an expert at something, but they don't necessarily enjoy it. Like, the people who are the most knowledgeable are people who sit there and they, like, you know, think about like woodworkers, like master woodworkers. They're like, I wonder if I can make a random joint with, you know, 3 interlocking sections and all this. And it's like, I'll take, 20 hours and then it's just like, oh no, that didn't work. Oh, okay. I've done an incredible amount of things in Godot that do not work. And it's the benefit of community is get to skip over a lot of that. But I think if you enjoy something and you keep coming at it, you can figure it out. It's just a matter of perseverance.
I love that. Well, I certainly appreciate benefiting from everyone's experience, and yours especially here. Thank you for being on this call. And by the way, you feel free to peace out whenever you're ready, and I'll just end the stream, and we'll just kick it up again when you're ready to come back on.
Okay, yeah, totally.
No, okay. So we've got our signal bus, and we've got the clicked. And if I want to do this chain lightning, I need to detect if this area 2D is overlapping with any other nodes. Or area 2Ds, I guess. And
it would probably be any other. You can get overlapping bodies, is what it would be.
Overlapping bodies.
Yeah, so that'll check. So first you have to get a reference to the area 2D, which you can just control drag it over. And then the area 2D has a function in it called get overlapping bodies.
There we go.
So that will return an array of everything that is a physics body that is within the collision shape of the area 2D. So this is not going to return other area 2Ds, so that way you don't have to worry about the fact that your giant radius is touching another symbol's giant radius. It's only if it's touching that inner part, the part that actually hits things.
Okay. So that will return an array. So I assume I would just do a for loop through all of those. And then, well, we still need to only pick one, though.
Yeah, I mean, so that is then up to you to handle. Usually, if you want to get the closest, you can just make a null variable and then assign it to the closest thing that you find in the for loop, and then run with that. Yeah, this is the part where Godot's built-in stuff is doesn't have anything else for you. It's something you gotta build the bridge for.
Okay, all right. So whoa! Thank you, Anonymous, for the community gift sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Everyone, make sure to tip your Anonymouses.
Always, always. So, if I need to check if the superpower is enabled, I'm assuming. But see, now we have symbols, and those are a different. I was thinking we would track the superpower being toggled on or off in the player, but now I'm thinking it needs to be tracked in the symbol manager.
What is it being checked for?
Because we need to see if Chain Lightning is on, right? So once we activate the superpower, because we have enough mana, we've clicked on a superpower node, then that turns on Chain Lightning, and now we start zapping around for like 5 seconds. And we need to detect if that power-up is turned on or not. But the player is in a different branch from the nodes. And if we're checking the nodes to see if we're zapping between things, then it seems like that superpower needs to be declared externally of the player.
So the issue I'm having in my brain is that superpower is very generic, and if it's just applying to Chain Lightning, I don't know how that would just apply to Chain Lightning. The Chain Lightning thing in my head would be you have a number of how far it's going to go or how long it's going to go, and then how long would be kind of hard. But let's say you have like a Chain Lightning of 5. It would say get nearest, you would go through the area 2D, get the nearest symbols, and then it would pass to them. It would call a method on them, and then it would just subtract that number by 1. So the first node would have Chain Lightning 5, the next one would have Chain Lightning 4, the next one would have Chain Lightning 3. Then once it gets to 0, just go stop.
That's very interesting and very different than I mentally conceptualized it.
I'm interested in how you mentally conceptualize it, because I do see that there's an issue if you try to do it time-wise. Because then you're going to need a reference to a timer or some kind of thing like that, and then wait till that hits 0, which is hard to do when it's passing around several different symbols.
So, yeah, and this is, by the way, Memphis Macaroon, this is your answer to your question. How's it going? It's going like this. So, the way that I thought about it was like, yeah, we have 5 seconds where the player can Chain Lightning. Although maybe it would be smarter to not have it be time-based. Make them kind of think about where they put the Chain Lightning a little bit more. That could be smart. But then, it's just we loop through this overlapping array, and then delete that most recent one. Or rather, we signal bus click that, and then we go through it again X number of times. We just iterate, finding the next closest one, the next closest one, the next closest one, until we run out of that Chain Lightning charge. But maybe this needs to get simpler. Maybe instead, it just zaps everything that is overlapping, and you only get like 3 uses of it.
If you do want to go for the timer route, you can use signals for that. You could have it so that there is a signal that turns on and off the Chain Lightning superpower, and so the player could activate it and say, turn it on. It would send that signal out. It would be connected to the symbols. All the symbols would have that on, and they would start chain lightning. And then once they were done, once the timer was done, you could do the same thing where the player has a timer, and then once it's done, it just sends out another signal. It's like, okay, stop chain lightning.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I think for simplicity's sake, we'll draw it down. And then like if we get to the end of the jam and I'm like, man, I'm really jazzed about this idea, let's get chain lightning working like better. I think maybe we start exploring all that route. Just because I think it's going to be a lot simpler to build without doing it that way. Hey, Tabagus! Hello! Consider yourself admitted. Welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? We've got Amanusis on the line, who is helping me and being my personal coach. Unpaid, unfortunately. Pay him an appreciation. Go follow Amanusis, everyone. How's the jam going? It's going very well. Thank you for asking, Tabugus. We have, what are we at now? 16 teams that have signed up, which is thrilling. Way more than I was expecting, to be honest. And it's been great. Okay, add a hat. Hold on, let me go find a hat.
You know, you say that I'm unpaid, but someone's making donations to my checking account, so I gotta figure out who that is now.
No,
I thought I was
don't.
a high-paid coach.
Don't find it out. Just let it keep coming in. Don't rock the boat, Amanusis. You got it.
Yeah, who needs to know where that money came from?
No,
I'm
dude,
sure the FBI won't mind.
I'm paying you in followers, which means more ad revenue. All that juicy Bezos money.
I was surprised you gave me that shout out, and like I saw 4 people followed me, and I was like, I'm not
really
even doing anything yet.
Good. You deserve it. Thank you to everyone who followed Amanusis. Okay. So under this new conceptual model, where it's just like a ball lightning, right? Just a blast. We need to have a tracker for how many charges you have left. And that feels architecturally like that should be in the symbol manager as well, but maybe I'm just overcomplicating this.
I think that makes sense. The stuff that's in the symbol should be statistics about how it handles that, but whether you're able to click the button or not, whether you're able to like execute the function or anything, that I think should be handled by the manager or the player or something.
Anonymous, thank you so much for the extra gift sub. My goodness. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for validating my insanity. So we're calling this ball lightning now. Okay. And so if ball lightning, but then I have to reference the symbol manager, right? Because we won't, even though I think we're connected in that tree, it's not going to have access to all those variables, right? I have to reference dot the variable, right?
Yeah, so I think there's 2 things here. There are 2 different charges that you need to make this work. There's the ball lightning charges of how many times can you activate that ability, which I think should go in the symbol manager. And there's also the how far does it go when you use the ability, right? Which I think should go in the symbol code.
Right.
Because you can technically have it clear the screen if you want, where it just connects to everything indefinitely. Or you could have it go just one level out. And so that part I think is going to need to be customized in the symbol. And then in the symbol manager, you check if you have any charges left. If so, enable it on the symbol. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. And I guess I was just gonna like say, if you have charges left, you can do it and do it. What I'm hearing from you is it sounds like in the manager, if you have charges left, set ball lightning to true, and then check if ball lightning is true in the symbol. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that I think works the best. You have one single entry point, and then the responsibility of how the lightning propagates is that of the symbols.
Okay. So, like, in the ready, I would say, or in process, I'd say if ball lightning charges is greater than 0, set ball lightning to true. Else, it's false, right?
Is this in the symbol manager or the symbol?
The manager.
So I think the manager should be in charge of if you get to activate the ability. And I think the symbol should be in charge of how that ability manifests, how it affects things.
Yes.
So the charges, I assume, are the amount of times you can use the ability.
Correct.
So in that case, I would just say if the ball lightning charges is greater than 0, activate it on whatever, and then decrement ball lightning by 1.
On the signal click, right? Because if we just decrement it, it's just going to be every frame, right?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I see what you're saying. You would need to connect this to something that gets activated by the clicked signal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that way, every time it clicks, it'll check if it has a lightning charge. It'll activate it, and it'll decrement it if it needs to. The question now that I am having is, is this effect going to be on the one that you clicked specifically?
Yes. What would be the alternative? That's the sort of question where I don't know what you're trying to get at, and so it makes me nervous.
The question is, I'm wondering how we can set, so we have a signal from the symbol when it gets clicked that sends information to the character. Now, what we're saying is we need some kind of way to do that in reverse, where we have information in the manager that then needs to get sent to the symbol, right? Because we have to have something that checks. We have to go through this check of if we have charges, and if we do have charges, then we have to set a variable in the symbol that you clicked on.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Man. No, I'm sorry. Could you give that to me one more time? Oh, sorry, I didn't have control. I don't think it does. Would you mind going through that one more time for me?
Right. So here is the order of events that are going to happen. You click on a symbol. The symbol gets that input event. It goes through all that stuff, and then it says, okay, this one is for me, so I'm going to emit a signal that says I've been clicked with all this information. The manager is going to get that, and then we need to figure out a way for it to get that and also come back and then apply the ball lightning stuff to that symbol, right? So the signal goes from clicked to the manager, which does stuff, and then now we need to do something from the manager back to the symbol.
Okay.
Which is fine until you think about we have to do it to the one that we clicked on specifically.
Okay. So there's no, what I'm hearing is there's not an easy way to just say if manager.balllightning is true, do this.
I can't hear you for talking.
Ah, darn it. Sorry. So there's no easy way to say, like, if manager.balllightning equals true, then execute this stuff, right?
You can. It just means you need to have a reference to the manager in every single symbol.
Which we can do if we just put it in the symbol parent, right? Because it'll all just inherit that. Is that like bad for optimization or something?
No, you should be able to do that. I just don't know what the tree structure looks like because we've been spending all this time in the simple parent scene.
Tabugus is asking, can the manager be an auto load? That's a good question.
It could. Let's think about what the benefit of that is. So the symbol manager is responsible for what? Spawning the symbols. Pretty much that's it. So, and it's not even processing the data. The player's processing the data. You're really bad about putting colons at the end of these lines. It's a habit.
I've never had a programming language where I have to do that. It's a totally new thing for me.
So yeah, what is the responsibility of the symbol manager?
Right now, it's spawning in and then dealing with the power-up. It used to have deletion in that, but we moved that into the symbols themselves.
So spawning could be a manager. The only thing I see as being an issue with that is that it's probably better for a spawner to have a physical location, because then we can move it around easier if we need to change it in the future. I'm trying to think about how to do these power-ups, because it is possible that it might be better to have a power-up manager that is an auto-load, that just keeps a reference to the things it needs to. But I'm also trying to see if there's a way to avoid that. Something we could do is this. We could, when you click on a symbol, we can no, I don't think that would work either. I was going to say we could return the symbol itself and then do stuff with that. However, that makes deleting it kind of tricky. We could make an effect of itself, and like an effect be its own object and travel independent of the symbol. But that also seems unnecessary.
I have to point this out. One of the big reasons why I wanted to do Godot is to learn what Godot does well, and what it doesn't do well, and what GameMaker does do well, because I didn't have any comparison to know, oh, this is what GameMaker does well. Apparently, stuff like this, GameMaker does really well. My goodness, I'm very surprised at Godot. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed in it.
But what about GameMaker is better in this regard, since I don't have that much experience with it?
Well, we could avoid pretty much all of this data passing back and forth and stuff, and just say, if like global dot character dot ball lightning equals true, get nearest node and delete it, and that it would be done.
So I will say you could technically do something like that. There is nothing stopping you from making 1,000 global variables and just running it that way. It's not considered to be the way that you go about this. Like, it's not best practices, and the reason it's not best practices is because if you have a ton of global things all slinging commands every which way, it becomes really difficult to untangle that, it becomes really difficult to debug that, it becomes really difficult to reuse that, right? Sure. If we made the player global, if we made the enemy global, if we made the symbol manager global, no sweat, right? We'd have no issues getting references. However, if there is an issue where the player is getting the block from the enemy, you're going to have to look in a lot of places for that.
That's very fair. It's very fair. Volmancer is wondering, could you use a signal from the symbol? So use a signal from the symbol. So await signal from symbol instance, so that when the symbol is done, it gracefully tells the manager, hey, I'm done. Do something about data from signal from unique symbol instance, please.
Await is something we haven't talked about, which is very handy, and I do think that's a good idea. So the issue is I don't really like this back and forth at all, but what he's saying would work. So the idea being when something is clicked on, when a symbol is clicked on, it emits a signal. Instead of immediately going to eliminate itself, it will then say, I'm going to await a signal from the symbol manager. And the symbol manager will send out a signal and be like, hey, you're done, go away. And then it will be like, okay, cool, and it will leave. Or it'll say, hey, we got chain lightning. And it'll be like, ooh, and then it will start doing chain lightning stuff. So it's a sort of like, it's a asynchronous call and effect deal. So the clicked initiates that, the symbol manager then tells it what to do, and then once it's done with its resolution of its effect, then it cleanly frees itself.
I think you guys are too smart for me.
I think we are a little bit of a head start on the race.
So I mean, all we're wanting to do is access that ball lightning, right? Like, and then when it is clicked, then we're checking the ball lightning, and then we are decrementing it. And then if it's not greater than 0, then we set it to false. It's like, how is that not like doing what we needed to do?
So the issue here is, there's two different things. There's an issue of access, where whether you store it in the symbol manager or the symbol itself, there is an issue of the symbol needs to know the information in the symbol manager, and it needs to know that it's been clicked. And that can be weird. Like you can definitely do it the way you're trying to do it here and just keep a reference to the symbol parent in every single symbol. I'm sorry, I'm working through this in my head. So yeah, I think there's going to have to be some alternative processing in the symbol itself because of the way that this is set up, if you do it this way. So the order of events is you click on the symbol, it reaches out to its parent, it tries to consume a charge, and if it does, it's true. And then if it's true, I'm assuming you're going to go to the nearest neighbors and affect them as well.
Yeah, we'll just delete everything within the overlapping shapes. Just everything in that array.
Doing that back and forth is hard, unless you go to asynchronous functions, or you find some other way to delete these things, because of the fact that it's trying to delete itself as this is all going on. So I think the simplest way probably would be to do it the way that you're trying to. I am trying to wrap my brain around everything and get ahead of things, but it might just be better to try it out and see what goes wrong.
I'm definitely seeing what you were saying, that like hooking things up seems like the difficult thing in Godot. Tabugas, don't be afraid of an imperfect solution. Sometimes an easy solution is the best solution for a jam. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's just after a couple hours, my brain starts going into overdrive.
You've been doing a lot today. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So the easiest thing then would just be to, I believe so that's what we were talking about before. Where is the symbol manager in the scene tree in relation to the symbols?
It's a good question. Let's see. How do I even check that?
So what scene is symbol manager in?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How do I check that?
Because scripts can be assigned to anything, there's not really a good way to like look backwards at where they're assigned. There's an orphan object resource explorer if things get like totally orphaned, but that's about it. I would say go to your fight scene the very first one, since that's your root scene, and kind of work out from there.
So we've got our fight scene. And then, oh, it's tied to the fight scene. That was fast.
Okay, so this the symbol manager, for all intents and purposes, is the root of what we're working with here.
Yeah.
Now, where are the... Okay, so it's spawning them, and it's just adding them as a child. So every symbol should have a direct parent, which is the symbol manager. Do you see how that happens in the spawn method?
Yes. Oh. We're okay. Weird. We got ads. We'll be right back. Can you hold that thought, Amanusis?
I can try.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Here we go. Just to use get parent. Yeah. I can see that. So we're spawning in symbol create, which is a random symbol. Jeez, this chain. Which is a part of the symbol type array, which is these symbols, which are preloaded children, which hook back up to... Wow, hold on. Am I understanding? I need to diagram this out and make sure I have a conceptual understanding of what's actually happening here, because this is looking wacky. Okay, so... Oh, come on, Figma. Come on. There we go. All right. So if I understand correctly how this tree is working, we have our... root script, which is the manager. And then the manager, organizationally speaking, has the node parents. And then the node parent has all of these different sort of children of the brawl and the block, and, etc., right? But the way that it is being instantiated is the manager shortcut straight to these guys, bringing them into the world. And as they are brought in, they also drag along their parents, like an overworked soccer mom. Is that right?
So I think you're confusing here the scene tree with inheritance. A parent does not have to inherit, or a child does not have to inherit from its parent. That is purely a code thing, which is separate from the node thing.
Okay, so bringing in a child without a parent does not bring the node parent in to the tree.
Correct. Instead,
Okay.
it's better to think about it like this. You are including a node which script inherits from a parent, but that is basically an addendum at the end of the script, right? The script is separate from all the things, all of the positional stuff of being in the node tree. It is treated as no different than a regular script.
Okay, so if I have variable x up here, and these little nuggets change x to be 1, that is not going to cascade across all of these other ones, right? Because they are separate. This is just a reference. It's not a value. Is that right? Or rather, the opposite way around. It's being passed by value, not by reference.
I think that's correct. So the values of the children are duplicates of their parents for inheritance purposes. If you make, so you can make a node parent as a separate instance in the exact same line with a node child. They can be right next to each other. They can be doing their own stuff. In the node hierarchy, it does not matter what script is inherited from what. So they are considered separate with their own instance variables.
Okay, so they don't cross-pollinate. They're nothing. Every inheritance gets its own apportionment of this, its own world to exist in. And ne'er the twain shall meet unless we are passing by reference in some other weird way, like duplication, like you were saying, right?
Yeah, so instancing a scene, I think it's easiest to say every node is going to be separate.
Perfect.
There are certain resources that can be passed by reference and shared, but mostly nodes are separate. They have their own variables, they have their own stuff going on. Even if their scripts are related in some way, that is just their set of instructions. Their actual data that they're pulling from is separate based on node.
Cool. Very helpful, thank you. That is different from GameMaker because there is like they all kind of feed back up to the top one, but then they also have their own copies. It's kind of weird in GameMaker. It's a little more fuzzy. Okay, very helpful. Tobuggus, thank you as well for your comments. Also very helpful. Okay, great. I think I'm caught up there. So in Godot here, we have our symbol manager, which is our root, and then we have our symbol parent, which is going to get copied into all of these nodes here. So the symbol parent isn't really in the tree. Instead, it will be the specific symbols themselves that get brought into the tree. So like on runtime, this doesn't really exist. Is that right? Sorry, and I'm referencing drawings I'm doing on stream, which you're, 10 seconds, 30 seconds behind. I apologize. That puts you in an uncomfortable spot.
Oh, that's okay. I think I have a good understanding of what you're talking about. So you're correct in the sense that the symbol parent is never really instantiated. It's never its own node. We're only instantiating the children. But it's also important to note that because of the way that script inheritance works, all of the children have the parent script. Like they're all running this code. This is essentially us shortcutting, making several different objects and copying and pasting.
Right. Yeah. Right. But they're getting copies of it. They're not all doing the same script. They're each getting a copy of that script as they are created.
Every single symbol is going to be running its own version of this same script, and they can be run differently. They can be at different points in the time. They can have different variables. They're all their own little instance.
Perfect. Very, very helpful. I think I have a firm understanding of this now. Thank you for your patience there.
Yeah, no problem.
So if we're in the symbol parent and we get the parent, that will essentially be going from whatever individual node it is, and it will go up to our manager, straight up. The node parent will not be referenced because that's not really in the tree at that point.
Correct. So that is the next step I was going to suggest, is change that symbol parent to get parent. Excuse me. And that should get us a reference, provided you don't move things around, right? Because it's relative.
Okay. So, the syntax for that is, I'm assuming it's, what? Is it get parent just as a function?
Get parent is just a function. It's a built-in function to a node, so just change preload with get parent. Yep, just like that. I don't think you
Perfect.
can do it as const, but
Okay. All right. So we've got that. And we're saying if symbol parent dot ball lightning, so we're reaching up to our parent. If that ball lightning is true, then overlapping, and then we'll just loop through the array and signal bus clicked emit for each of those nodes, right?
yeah, I mean that would work. The only thing I'm questioning is the order of events because I don't think signals they might desynchronous. I don't know. We'll figure it out pretty soon. For loops in Godot, it's very simple. You can do for whatever variable name you want in your array. So like for x in overlapping, you could do that, and it will automatically do a for each loop for you. If you want to do a for loop where it's numbers, you could do like for I in range, and then a range will just make an array of like 0 to 220 if you want that or whatever.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's good. Yes, instantiating a scene duplicates all variables of the inherit script. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Tobagus. Okay, so we've got for I in overlapping.
Great.
And then I assume we just copy this line, right? Sorry, I keep forgetting you can't actually see. I should be broadcasting on Discord. This is very unfair to you. We just copy the signal bus in there, right?
Sorry, I was reading the comment.
Yeah.
So what you would want... So this is kind of the weird thing about how we did this. So you would instead want signal bus clicked emit I.damage, I.block, I.energize. So the I there is representing everything in the array, which is all the overlapping bodies. So basically this would emit this current symbol's damage and stats and all that, and you want the other one's damage and stats and all that.
That's exactly what I was thinking about when I was doing this. Is like that doesn't seem like it should work because we're not doing so this is perfect.
Tobagus brings up a good instance, which is you added some confusion by just naming it symbol parent, which I don't necessarily think it's all on you. That's like, it's a confusion of inheritance as well as tree structures using similar language. But yeah, the symbol parent is kind of frustrating because it's like we have symbol parent, the script, and symbol parent, which is the parent of the symbol node.
Gotcha. Okay, so now I need to delete that symbol, right? But if I do Q free, once again, it's going to be referencing the original, not the ones we're looping through, right? Is there a way we can reference a specific index?
Sometimes I see you talking on stream.
Gosh,
and I don't
dang
know if
it!
it's delayed
Hammond uses.
or...
I'm so sorry. Dang it. Okay. I should just put this on voice. So if we put Q free in here, it's still just going to be deleting the original node, not the indexed one, right? Not the one in the array that we're looking at.
Yes, so you would need to do I.Qfree.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, this is I'm feeling the juices in my brain cocktailing into something wonderful. This is all starting to make a little bit more sense. Okay, great. So now theoretically, we're looping through all this. We are doing a signal click. Oh. This is a problem because we're going to because we're doing a click and we trigger chain lightning on a ball lightning on click. So this is now becoming chain ball lightning.
Yeah, and so this is what I was referring to earlier when I was talking about this, is I think there needs to be two separate variables. There needs to be something in the symbol to say how far it should go, and then that's going to be tracked through the method calls of like ticking down, and then there's going to be the variable in the manager about if it should activate the ability at all.
Yeah. Or we just do the first index in that array that it gets passed through, and then it just blasts through everything if it can.
I kind of like the idea of just having it, like, you shuffle the array and then you just get the first one in there, and then it kind of creates this, it's sort of like a weird chain lightning that just ends once it hits a wall or something. The problem is I don't know if it would ever stop, right? As long as there are symbols that connect to each other via a space, it might keep going, which honestly could be fun, right? If you just made the area 2D a bit smaller, it would kind of just be like, yeah, it'll keep going until randomly it has enough space where no one is around it.
Yeah, okay. I kind of like that. That brings it back into chain lightning instead of ball lightning. We'll just go back and forth over and over and over again, but so basically this would be, instead of doing a for loop, we would do, by the way, I am sharing on Discord now, so you can actually follow along. I apologize for taking that long to get to it. Instead of doing a for loop, we just do like an array shuffle on overlapping, and then we pop the top value off, right?
Hold on, I'm switching screens.
I remember someone saying, go queue free yourself.
Oh my god. So yeah, you can just do like, so instead of doing I there, you can change it to like whatever you want, and make it, you can do array or overlapping.pop front, and that will return whatever you want. That'll return just, the first of the array.
Is that like a method that I call like that?
Yeah, so pop and push are common methods associated with arrays. So you
Right.
can, pushing something onto the array is, adding it, and popping it is you delete it and you return it. So
Right.
typically it's just a quick way to grab it.
Right. I was mostly worrying about syntax there. I was like, did I get this
Oh yeah,
correct?
you got it.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's, technically we can test it. You might, like I said, might want to reduce the size of the area 2D because it will just go forever if it can.
Okay. Invalid get index ball lightning on base null instance.
Do on ready get parent. Actually,
Oh.
that might not work either. Get parent can be kind of finicky.
Okay. Well, we're not breaking it anymore. Boy, we are getting a memory leak, though. That's fun. We need to make sure those things are getting deleted after they're spawned in. Or after they fall off the screen.
You should be able to, so you can add a screen notifier 2D, which will tell you when it's not in the camera anymore, and then you can just hook that up to, like, if it's ever not on the screen, just delete it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll probably get to that in a minute. And Tobagus is right. The array may be empty, so we should definitely have some sort of check, like if overlapping.
What
then
I would
do
do,
this.
yeah, what I would do is just put right under where you get it, just if not overlapping, return.
Oh, I could see that. That's nice and clean. So return is our break in Godot. It's our...
And honestly, it might be easier for me to watch the stream because I can't see the game when it's run through Discord.
Oh, shoot. Darn it. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. So is return basically our break or our I forget what it is. But it's the leave this function. This is the last line that will run in this function.
So return is typically used for, like, if you wanted to make a function that's like, what's 2 + 2? You give it 2 and you give it 2 and then it returns an integer, which is 4.
It's that kind of a return. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
So, but you can just put return with nothing there, and that just means that you're booting out of the rest of the function call. So
Got
you
it.
don't have to worry about anything afterwards.
Good call. Good call. Okay. So we're popping them off. We are clicking on them. And we should be, maybe we should like do view collision shapes.
It's going to be a lot, but yeah.
It is going to be a lot. Look at that. Look at my baby boy. I don't even know what I'm clicking on.
Okay, yeah, those are... Ugh. So it might be helpful to the performance if you disable the area 2D until you actually need it.
Oh.
But
Does the
'cause
area
it-
2D have that big of an impact?
the area 2D right now, there's like 1,000 of them all checking to make sure they're in collision with each other. So
Oh,
can
because they're
be-
running physics and collisions with each other. Yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
The thing I'm worried about is how long does it need to be enabled for it to actually check and know what's around it. We're gonna find out though.
So is it monitoring? Is that what I turn off for that, or is there some other code way to do this?
You can do two things. I would recommend just disabling the collision shape.
Oh. So, like on ready, we would. Hold on.
So if you grab the collision shape under area 2D and you control drag it over, you'll get a reference to that.
What, dot disable mode? Is that what we're looking for?
So that's on the area 2D itself, which I think could also work. But there's also, on each collision shape, there is the ability to disable it so that it just doesn't run checks, which is helpful for performance reasons.
Okay.
But disable mode might work too. Does anything to get them from yelling at each other?
Okay. So, all right. So this isn't the right way, right? Is what I'm kind of hearing. It's like, oh, that might work.
I just am unfamiliar with it. I haven't looked at it, but it looks like it does disable it in physics, according to that documentation you just brought up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
it defines a behavior in physics when no process mode is set to... Actually, wait, that didn't look right.
hold on, I'll bring it back up.
Disables behavior in physics when it is set to process mode disabled. Okay, no, that is wrong. So nodes, you can turn off processing on them if you want to. And this is allowing it to do physics even if the process is disabled. I think that's what it was saying.
Okay.
But yeah, so if you grab the collision shape and you control drag it in, you'll get a reference to the collision shape. And then you can just do collision shape 2D.disabled. And then set that to
Disabled
true.
and disabled mode. Okay.
And
so then we turn this on before we do the overlapping check, right?
Yeah, so yes, that would work. It's disabled equals false, which is funny, but
Okay. Do I need to set disabled equals true?
you can either do that in the onReady function, or you can just do that in the editor itself. If you click on disabled on the collision shape, you can just set it to be disabled by default.
Okay. Okay. So we're setting it to disabled, and then we are turning off disabled. And that's only going to be for itself, right? That's not going to be for I.
Correct.
And is that important? I don't know that it is.
So the way that we have it now is that it's only going to go one node out, because unless you put all of this stuff in its own function, this only gets called on whoever is clicked on.
Okay, so it's not going to be recursive. It's not going to say like, since we're doing another click here, it's not going to start back at the top here.
Correct. The signal clicked, emitting that signal is not going to restart this process. If you put this all in a function and then you, like, say, instead of like if event position is close to the global position, then you like do chain lightning as a function. You could call that again, and then you would have recursion, right? Because every single one would be checking its neighbors. But right now we're just going one further, and we're saying that next guy, emit his clicked function, and then free him.
Okay. As much as I hear programmers scream recursion at random intervals whenever I walk by, I think I want to try it.
Okay. So recursion it's one of those things that it can be very useful, but it is also dangerous because it's how you make all the memory leak everywhere. So typically the way that you would do recursion is that you need to have some sort of limit on it. There needs to be a reason for it to stop, because by its default, recursion will not stop. So either you can do that by passing a value to the recursive function, which goes down by 1. So basically, you're setting an upper limit on it. You can say, we'll chain lightning up to 5. If you go 5 or more, just stop. Just don't do it anymore. Or you can have something else that causes it not to trigger. So that's where you would have the, like, you know, if there's no one overlapping, if I don't have any neighbors, don't call chain lightning because it's not going to do anything.
Okay. All right. And we have those built in, right? We have the amount that is being decremented, and then we also have the radius to turn it off at some point, right?
I don't think we have an amount that's decrementing. So this will keep spreading out from a single click.
Ball lightning charges.
That click is what's being limited by the ball lightning charges. Is you can click once, but you can see when it like goes to its neighbors and everything, it's not checking for that anymore.
But won't it go to its neighbors, click it, and then go back? Oh no, it'll click those and then go up here, right?
Yeah, so in order for you to do this recursively, you need to change what's in chain lightning to be probably i.chainlightning. So if you go down to where you have the other one, you can comment that stuff out and then just do underscore i.chainlightning, which means that they will also go through this whole process.
Oh, chat, you're fantastic. And also I'm realizing that we're not setting the chain lightning stuff. So there's another reason why this isn't working. I'm going to just set this to 5 to start us off with. All right, let's see what happens here. Literally nothing. Okay, great.
It yelled at you?
No, it didn't yell at me. It just didn't do anything.
You check the debugger messages and see what that...
Oh, I've got a bunch there, don't I?
A lot of them are just warnings, which is like, stuff like that. Error from signal click to callable. Method expected. So it's expecting an argument and it's getting none. Why?
Yeah, that's weird.
Error from signal clicked to callable. So you're emitting that.
We're calling from signal clicked. Method expected 0 arguments but called 6. Method expected 0 arguments but called 6. Ball lightning check is getting passed in 6 arguments?
So it's saying it's error calling the signal clicked to the callable of ball lightning check. So that's in the manager. Ball lightning check. Oh, so you connected the clicked thing to ball lightning check, and it's passing all those parameters, but ball lightning check is not expecting any.
Oh. Oh,
So you can
okay.
either change what's being emitted, or you can add all of those parameters there, or you can make a different function that calls that processes all of those parameters and then calls ball lightning check.
Listen, I know what the right answer is here, and I'm gonna say no to the right answer.
There's nothing that is going to be funnier than when somebody goes like, I know there's a right way to do this. I understand the risk.
Okay, so we're going in. Oh, we do have ads starting up in just a minute. Okay. So we're not erroring out anymore, which is good.
I do think we need to change some stuff in symbol parent. So so right now it technically is double calling it because it's emitting it from itself and then it's emitting it again with whatever it finds, and then it calls that method on them, which emits it again. So I think we can comment out that second signal clicked emit.
Let's try it. Bezos has not demanded his fee yet. Let's keep going. Yeah, still nothing. I liked the thought though. I thought that was a good route to take. Oh, ads are up. All right, here we go. Be back in just a minute.
The documentation, because I think the Area 2D might need to be alive for a bit longer. Ads.
And we're back. All right, there we go. Jump back into it for our last break section before we go into our game design analysis today. Thank you so much, everyone who's been helping. Amanusis, thank you for being my tutor here today.
It's been fun.
I agree. I've had a great time.
So looking at the documentation, it does say that all of the collisions are processed at the same time once per physics step. So I don't think there's a much easier solution if you don't want to deal with physics engine. Yeah, type it in chat. Always looking for better ways to do things. But yeah, I think the fact that we're enabling it needs to run through at least one physics step before it can get the bodies around it. So we can either await for one physics step and just kind of delay it a little bit, or we can enable it somewhere else, which is, I'm worried about the performance implications of that.
Yeah. I mean, there'd be performance implications either way, right? Because you're going to have a full frame where this goes on, and that frame is probably going to take a long time to render compared to the other frames that were surrounding it.
In my experience, Godot has done a really good job of basically shoving this stuff to a separate thread. So it's not like it's going to do it's not like it's going to halt everything super bad if you just wait one physics frame. I've done that a lot as like a little hack to get around shader things because it needs to wait for draw frames. So you can do a wait get tree dot a physics frame. Through all of your symbol and compare. I worry about the performance aspects of looping through every single symbol, and because that's a pretty big loop there, considering how many symbols are here. That one would, there's different things you could do. You could do like spatial positioning hashing and stuff like that, or even quad trees if you want to, but that it gets to like, what is it, n squared complexity, which is only going to get worse and worse. I mean, get tree takes it's a function, so you need the parentheses.
The super hacky way is probably just like move up 1 pixel at a time 10 times and see if you hit anything, right? And then do that in 8 cardinal directions. And then you don't have any of the physics stuff.
I mean, if you wanted to do it where it was simpler, you could use a raycast instead. It's get tree parentheses dot physics frame. It's not a parameter. This is the
wait, what? Get tree dot?
Get tree, then the parentheses. That's a function that gets the node tree, and then dot physics frame. That's referencing the signal in the tree.
So you do both parentheses and the dot?
You do a beginning and end parentheses and then the dot.
Got it. Hey, it works. What do you know? When you type it in correctly, it does things.
Communication gets harder after a couple hours of programming.
We're near the end. We're in the tail stretch right now of this pair programming adventure. Got about 20 more minutes, and then we'll dive into some game analysis, and then you're off the hook, my friend.
Woo!
I mean, you're off the hook right now. You don't have to be here, but...
Yeah. No, I got it. Where else would I rather be than among friends?
So yeah, it looks like we're still not quite grabbing things.
If you enable collision shapes, will that look differently? Because I'm just wondering if it's even being enabled properly. Added to the array, it is kind of hard to tell. Very hard to tell.
I could drastically turn down the amount of timers we have, if that would help. I mean, I wanted to pare down anyways, so.
The issue I have with breakpoints would help. The issue I have with the with your idea to Bungus is not I think it's a good idea. It's just like if he does as many objects as he has here, it's going to also be performance expensive. And I also think it would probably be best, especially since we're new here for this, of just keeping to Godot built-in solutions.
Weird. Somehow I broke it? Oh, I got rid of all the timers somehow.
Where'd the timers go?
Yep, somehow I deleted all of them. Don't know how I did that. We'll try it again. There we go. Still a lot of things, but we can kind of make them out a little bit now.
It does look like it is turning on for just like 1 frame. It's hard to see because it's 1 frame, but...
Okay.
If you want to, so you were talking about just like checking in cardinal directions. You can just add a raycast and have it, kind of point around until it finds something. But yeah, we'll see if that works.
Like, I'm not really picking much up here.
Yeah, I don't know why. It seems like it is not finding anything. I agree with Volmancer. Put a breakpoint right after overlapping. Oops. And we will see what that is. We'll see what it's actually picking up there.
This is my first breakpoint in Godot, by the way. Momentary occasion, everyone.
Everyone, moment of silence. Everyone, be respectful.
Wait, hold on. I just hit F5. Do I need to do like F6 or something to do debug mode or?
No, the
Okay.
breakpoints should run.
All right. So yeah, we're not hitting any breakpoint then.
Okay, so it's not even getting here. If symbol parent dot ball lightning. Is that not getting enabled? Are we just not turning that on?
Let's try a breakpoint higher up. Hey, there we go. We got one. So it is turning on. Where's my stepping here? Is it down here? There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just steps out as soon as we await. And it never returns.
Weird. Let's try getting rid of that line. I don't know why it's freaking out at us.
Beware that signals also must have the exact number of parameters as the connect and emit logic expected, or will usually silently fail. I think we did fix that. And hey, we're getting overlapping now.
It's silent failing? That sucks.
Array size 0, which it shouldn't be. There should definitely be stuff in there.
Yeah, I don't know why the physics tree or physics frame goes away. I believe that await should be correct. One thing we could also do to see if it helps performance is just reduce the size of the area 2D.
Oh, Tobugus, you may be right. Hold on, have you seen what Tobugus is saying in chat?
You queue free the symbol. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's awaiting a frame and then it's just blasting itself.
We could just move this into chain lightning, right?
Yeah, I mean, ideally you should. Ideally, there should only be one queue free, and then put it in chain lightning, and then that will recurse.
Just like that, right?
Yeah, and then you can get rid of it from the thing up there.
See, then I need to. Well, no, we still need that one because we need to detect if we're actually in chain lightning or not, right?
Yeah, so I think that works fine. Realistically, there's a lot of stuff you can do to change this around. So there are also built-in methods of like on-tree exit. So you can just do things when the node is about to delete itself, regardless of the reason. And there's a lot of reorganizing we can do there. But for now, I'm just trying to keep it simple.
I like that. I like that.
You forgot the colon and you didn't indent.
Sure did. You're right.
Takes some getting used to.
I'll never get used to it. I'm going to do this because I'm going to be playing around in 4 different engines. This is just going to be my life. I'm going to get stuck on the simplest things. Okay, I'm seeing the thing turn on. Let me turn off our collision shape so I can actually figure out what's going on. Alt-Z is word wrap toggle. Oh, thank you.
Ooh, I didn't even know that. Line 25 is your issue. Non-existent function in static body. Oh, it's detecting the walls.
Oh, okay. So is there a way to selectively determine which things to add to this array?
No, but you can filter out stuff. You can, like, there's a filter function you can use on arrays, or you could also, if you just want to be simple, just check if I is a, what do you have it as? A character body 2D? Or no, a rigid body 2D.
Yeah. It's what, the node? Or the symbol?
The underscore I, the whatever you're trying to call that on, you can just say, if it is or yeah, you can say if it's a symbol, because then it has the chain lightning. So yeah, right under.
So we check if it is a symbol, and then we pop it, and if it's not,
So you would have to pop it first, and then because otherwise you need the object in order to compare it and see what it is. You could theoretically, the way that you would do this is you make a while loop, so that says like while I isn't a rigid body, you just keep popping it off until there's nothing left. I think it's probably easiest just to put an if statement under there and put if I is rigid body, then do chain lightning and queue free. Otherwise, just ignore it.
Yeah, and Tobagus, I think you're right. If it's not that, then you pop again, right? Because you'll never have contact with two walls at once.
You could, depending on the size of it, and that's also, there might be overlapping with the player. It may end up the chain lightning too early. Yeah, you're right. It may cause a bit of a premature exit, but right now we're focused on getting it working, not balanced. I think this should be fine for now. Or it'd probably be better to change rigid body to symbol.
Right? So like we can't do symbol parent. We have to do the node, right?
It's whatever class name you have for symbol parent. So that would work, because the other ones extend from symbol parent, so they are also a type of symbol parent.
Okay, well, I mean, we're not breaking against the walls now. That's good.
Let's put that breakpoint back and look at the overlapping array.
By the way, loving the debug features in Godot. This panel down here is fantastic. Come on. Yeah, we're not hitting that anymore. Oh, right, because we still have that await in there. So I'm gonna breakpoint there. Are we really not calling that? Oh wow. So what is ball lightning at?
You'd have to go into the parent to see that.
Is there a way I can do that in here?
There should be, if you scroll down, there should be a member that says symbol parent, and you click on that. So down, you click there.
Got it.
And then this is, so it's not on right now.
What? Yeah, it is. It says on. Ball lightning on.
That's a checkbox. So if you click it, now that's on.
Jeez. Okay. Okay. So I'm curious, is that just because I clicked a bunch of times?
I think so. I think you just ran out.
Nope.
Well, this one doesn't have any ball lightning check.
Whoa, anonymous. Thank you again. I'm assuming this is all the same person. If not, I mean, just whatever. If you wanted credit, you put your name in there. Thank you so much for another gift sub. Thank you. We're at 47 out of 50. We were almost up there.
So we're at input. Okay. So ball lightning is still not on. Now it is.
See it. Yep.
So this
It's
is
still
something that I am worried about is that it might there might be a bit of a asynchronous event going on with the emit signal. Oh yeah, you're not emitting the signal anymore.
We're not?
So you have chain lightning emitting the signal, but that chain lightning is only called if ball lightning is already enabled. But the ball lightning is enabled when you emit the signal.
Okay, so
Oh,
the
you have
signal
it
should be
down.
emitted before? No.
Yeah, so you should emit the signal, and then it will do the check in the parent to see if it has enough charges for ball lightning. Then it will check if the ball lightning is enabled. Then it will do chain lightning. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
And then, but then we're clicking it again, right? In the chain lightning. Is that going to cause problems?
It won't cause problems, but it's not. It's redundant.
Okay. Binwill, you're a champion. Thank you.
Binwill is leaking anonymous secrets.
Never trust Binwill. Okay. So yeah, we're not hitting chain lightning. Well, once again, it may just be we expended all of our charges. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we're in it. Ball lightning is on.
Collision
So
shape
we-
gets disabled. And then we wait, and then it doesn't come back because I think we're still... Oh no, there it is. So now we're getting overlapping. And overlapping is array size 0. So the await doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should just enable it and then make it smaller and see if that helps performance.
Fair enough.
I think that we are too far into the programming session to fully fix this bug.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let's go into here and let's grab our symbol. And we'll just make it a little guy. We'll just make it a little baby chain lightning.
Since it's connecting from node to node, the size is not going to be that big of an issue. We have all these breakpoints still.
Yeah. Yeah. Still not popping anything. Man. I didn't expect this to be the hard part. I'm not going to lie.
You never expect the hard part. That's why it's the hard part.
All right. Well, goodness.
Try commenting out the await. Right now, that's not doing anything for us.
Good point.
But yeah, I'm wondering why Area 2D is not getting anything else. It really seems to be having an issue with that. Can't you set your charge to 5,000 or something higher? Yeah,
I know,
that'd
right?
probably be best.
You're Oh, hey. That did it.
Oh, it did one.
Yeah, we got one. It was coming right at me. Infinite
stack overflow.
recursion.
Technically a success.
Failed successfully. Cool.
Okay, so try setting it to like 100. Because the stack overflow map caps out at 1,000, and I'm wondering if this is gating it somehow. Maybe that use a chain lightning even if it doesn't trigger.
You're right to bug us.
Yeah, right now it's just whenever it gets emitted on clicked. There's a lot of stuff we could do better there, but so it isn't. It seems to only extend to 1. It's not going further than that for some reason. I think. Can you scroll up on your code real quick? Not that much. Down to the input. So we are emitting the clicked signal. We are checking the parent for ball lightning. I think the issue is that we're doing that twice. So as soon as it calls chain lightning on another, it is already turned off of ball lightning.
Well, I mean,
I think that might be an issue.
Isn't this working as intended, though? Because don't we want it to kind of be one blast, right? Because it's going to go through and it's going to chain through for as many charges as we have, right?
But it's not chaining right now.
Isn't it?
I've only ever seen one happen. I've been flicking back and forth, so I didn't see it. But
let's do it again. Okay, well, that time it didn't work. It's worked a couple of times. But now it's not. Great, perfect, good, glad.
Has it ever done more than one in a row?
No, but that's like the way we've built it, right?
I mean, theoretically, right now, this is recursive. It, at least in my mind, should keep going until the first thing it picks isn't a symbol, or it just doesn't have anything.
Well, but it'll turn off, right? Over here, ball lightning check. If we run out of charges, then we set ball lightning to false, and then it won't run anymore.
Yeah, we have 100 of those. I don't think we're running out.
Well, I think it's going... Well, okay. I mean, obviously, there are some problems here, right? Because I was thinking it goes down to the bottom and there's nothing around it anymore and it turns off, but also there's times when it just doesn't run. So, that's probably not the only thing, if it was that at all. So...
Let's change some of this code real quick. So,
yeah, just did it there.
I keep switching to Discord and you say it's working and I can't see it.
It's the chupacabra. It's the little gremlin on the wing of the window. It's there, I promise you. Okay, I did that one. Did one extra one. Okay, what did you want to modify here?
So let's change it. How do I do this? I think we should get rid of the check at the and the signal bus clicked emit at the top of chain lightning. I think we should comment those out.
And the if statement?
Yes, because that's already being checked when we initiate chain lightning, which is what we're worried about.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And then I guess, yeah, you can keep that indented, and then we'll see what happens.
Infinite recursion.
Infinite recursion. That makes sense. So now what we can do is we can pass in a number, which is how many symbols are going to be affected by this. So in chain lightning, we can add like a limit, which is an integer, and every time we call it, we minus it by 1.
So go back to the charges?
The charges is gating how many times you can activate it. Right, so this is what I've talked about before, where you have the charges are how many times you can activate the power, but the symbols need to know how far to chain.
Isn't it the same thing though?
You can make it the same thing, but right now, the only thing that the ball lightning charges does is it checks when you click if you have enough charges, and if you do, it activates it. But what I'm talking about is when it's activated, this is how we're going to determine how many symbols around it affects.
But okay, aren't we running that check every single time we blop another node though?
No, we're only running that every time click is emitted.
Oh, and we removed click from chain lightning. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you now.
Yeah. So, I think you need something in Simple Manager, or you can make it the same as charges. I think you need something in Simple Parent, which is that ball lightning count you're making. And then you pass that into chain lightning at the top on input. And then when you pass it to through I, you do count -1, basically.
Can you not do minus in Godot?
No, you have to do an assignment.
Whoa, crazy.
I would suggest, because the problem is that you're going to do this where it starts one place and then it passes the same number to each of them. So I think you should pass the count -1. So I chain lightning count -1.
Interesting. I see how that's elegant.
And take out the equal sign in there. Okay, so that should limit it to up to 3. We do actually need to put in something that deals with count. So put in at the top of chain lightning, if count is less than or equal to 0, return.
You know, we're actually in ads for another 30 seconds. We should... Just got carried away. I can feel it on the tip of the tongue. It's like we're right there. We're so close. In reality, though, you should get some sort of call out for credits or something. Like, geez, my goodness. And everyone should in chat too, and Tobuggus and Foolbox and Tom and everyone. So we need to do if I is simple parent, but also if count is greater than 0 or not greater than 0, then return, right?
Yeah, I would say at the top, just put if count is less than or equal to 0, return. Just don't do any of it. At the very top of chain lightning.
The colon. It's going to get me every time. Darwin, Godot World is going really well. We're definitely learning some things that work really well in it and some things that don't work really well in it. It's quite surprising how much easier clicking on things is in GameMaker than it is in Godot. It's astonishing. And things like get nearest instance doesn't really exist in Godot. Hey! Look at that! We got some chain lightning. We got the chain lightnings.
Woo!
Woo! Right on time.
Something for the future you could do is pass in the position of the previous node and then make a lightning effect from that position to current position.
Yes, we're definitely going to need to do that in the polish time. Absolutely. When do we get a colon emote? We should. That'd be great. Oh, man. Hey, Amanusis, thank you so much. That was incredible. We made so much and so little progress at the same time. My gosh. I never would have gotten as far as I did without you. Thank you.
It's all progress in the mind.
That's right. So tomorrow, what all needs to happen? We need to build out the rest of the effects on this. Hold on. Where are we actually doing this? So many things are open. No. On the player. So we need to add in our... Well, we're already adding in Energize and Chain Lightning. And damage, we need to build. But, yeah, so we'll do that. Build out the enemy character. Get stats represented on the screen. And also build out the relic screen. And once the enemy reaches 0, we switch to the relic scene. And then you pick something, and then that passes that into the player, and that ability remains persistent. So we've got a lot to do tomorrow. Hopefully, though, we have set things up for success here today, where we're going to be able to cruise through a lot of that stuff. Here's open. Here's open. My gosh. Thank you, Amanusis, once again. Absolutely incredible. Thank you to Buggus. Thank you, everyone who has been in here. We're not leaving. Don't go anywhere yet. We're going to do our analysis now. We're going to jump into a game that someone posted in our Discord, which I'm very excited about because it looks like pretty darn rad. I think it's going to be really fun. It's called... If I can find it... Where are you? Come on. Oh, come on. What? Where did it go? Hold on. Let me jump into Discord real quick. Attack on Hex Island. Did I not download it? Because they have a demo. Wow, it's not showing up. Weird. Okay, we're downloading it now. It's going to take 2 seconds. Yeah, it's like 250 megs total. This is fine. This is not going to be a problem. You got this. Thank you, Tabagas. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who's participating in the game jam as well. We do have 16 teams registered for this, which is absolutely amazing. Way more than I thought we were going to get. So thank you to everyone. This has been such a joy. I've had such a great time. I'm looking forward to doing these every quarter. I think it's going to be awesome. Oh, look at all that nice little game feel there. That's good. Can I make this windowed? No, I can't, which means I'm going to be slow responding to chat while we play this. I apologize. Oh, man, that is a bummer. Okay. You're going to head out. Thank you so much, Amanusis. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, that colon's going to be the new F, isn't it? It's going to be the death of me. Okay. This is Attack on Hex Island. Attack on Hex Island is a sort of creature collecting tactical board state go type sort of weird. I don't know. We're going to explore it. We're going to see all exactly what it does. I'm playing the demo right now. You can see that in the bottom left. And as always, let's talk about the layout of the main menu. First up, very dynamic. I like that we have this kind of tension with the eyes leading into each other, right? That implies conflict. We have the effects coming out from them and splashing in the middle. Once again, we have good conflict. I get that this flame tip is supposed to be like coming out of the mouth, but I feel like it either needs to be more obvious that that's what's happening, or we need to scoot this guy back a little bit because it doesn't feel intentional. It feels like he's just behind the art, especially as he transforms up and down. The sparkles are nice. We got good typography on the text-based logo. That's looking good. Button styles are looking good. Wish list, that's their primary call to actions. They've highlighted that really heavily. Also smart, I'm not gonna lie, very smart putting it down at the bottom. It struck me as a little odd that it wasn't exit at the bottom. And then I realized, oh no, wait, like they want people when they go to exit, they want them to see the wish list button instead. That's very smart. good signifiers and affordances on the buttons. I think the sound effects are being pitch modulated. It's good, and they're nice and subtle. I don't really have very many notes on this. This is great. The only thing is, like, maybe this artwork down here feels a little bit blurry, and I get that it's like up front, so maybe there's supposed to be a depth of field effect, but it feels blurry up front and in the back, which is a little rough. And here, just everything that isn't the creatures feels a little bit hazy. But I mean, that's a pretty minor thing. Oh, except for the water. The water is very crisp and clean on that. Maro on YouTube. Yes, I think this is Prodigal Son's game. Yeah. The octopus looks scared and sweet. That chicken is a bully. Oh, shoot. That's funny. Okay. I mean, let's dive in. We've got some nice little bokehs here. I mean, there's not a lot to like talk about as far as improvements go, other than what we've kind of already talked about. The art style on me, I'm a little bit worried about with the creatures, especially the chicken. For some reason, it's just not quite seeming right to me. We have this nice little texture on the bodies of these to kind of give them a little more visual interest. And I get that they're supposed to be kind of Pokemon-esque, but in a more Saturday morning cartoon, Western type sort of style. I can't put my finger on what's bothering me about it, though. So, you know, take that for what it's worth, which is not a lot. Okay, we've got profiles here. New game up top. This orange bar inside of this black capsule here did make me think this was like a loading bar of some sort for a moment until I looked up at it, and then it just felt a little weird, and now I just kind of ignore it. We got 3 different save slots. Save slots. 3 different save slots. Once again, good signifiers, good sound effects. A little shine on the... I'm still holding in control to be talking on Discord. Oh my gosh. Okay. The little shine on the coin there, that's good. We got different icons. I'm guessing these are evolved versions of what we saw, or base versions of what we saw on the title screen. But it feels weird to me that we were presented 2 different creatures, and now we have 3 different creatures, and the 2 that we kind of recognize are a little bit different. Also, the icons are just getting a little bit busy when we're dragging them down to this size. What else? Freudian slip, Ariel, jeez. Yeah, I mean, oh, choose a character. Whoa, this is a huge style mismatch, right? Like, these are high-rendered fantasy-style portraits, and then the monsters are these very, like, cel-shaded, cartoony type sort of things. That felt weird. That's like, oh, I'm in a different game now. I don't really know what to expect moving forward. Let's go with Mr. Handlebar over there. Choose your token colors. You can choose your opponent's colors. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, 9 times out of 10, I don't think I'm gonna want to do this. I think this is really good for accessibility reasons, for color blindness, and that's awesome. I don't know that everyone needs to just be presented with that right up front. If it were me building it, I would probably move this into a settings menu. Now, that's just me. Cabinet Otter Pokemon and famine-stricken medieval peasants totally go together. Maybe these are slave slots. I don't know. Physical keyboard you can tap or type in. Okay. Interesting. Gonna hit. And we've got our keys down here. Well, is OBS actually capturing this well enough? Not really. So this is the problem. I have an ultra-wide monitor. So this is actually the way it looks for me. I'm gonna bring that down. This is why windowed options are very important, because you never know if someone is just gonna get a weird experience because of that. Okay, there we go. I'm actually going to bring it back up to its kind of full size here. So you're gonna get a little bit cut off in the bottom right. I'm hoping that won't matter. I hope it's just like interaction tooltips. I do like that they're here, but once again, in ultra-wide mode, they're so far off the screen that you don't really see them. We have the settings gear up here, which I would love to just have everything shrinked in, right? Like, have all of these interaction tooltips brought into the same max width as that settings thing. All right, let's go. Creating a profile, I'm feeling this is less roguelike and more campaign. Wow, this is like legitimate medieval peasantry. My king, it is as you said. The people of Hex Island are still not obeying you.
Oh,
So it is true. They continue to live as though I do not exist and have no interest in serving me. Don't they know they're in a slave slot? King Shiloh, okay? Shiloh's kind of an interesting name for your evil king. Shiloh, is that the name of the beagle from some old classic literature or something? A bit of an interference signal in my mind. Like, Shiloh's like a nice name. I cannot allow this to continue. The people of Hex Island must be destroyed. That's how that guy talks. Whatever you command, my lord, it shall be done. Prepare an army and have them get ready to sail for Hex Island. So this is not a soldier, this is like the general. After 7 days have passed, I will destroy both the island and those who live on it by wiping it from the face of the earth. How are you gonna blow up an island, bro? As you wish, my lord. Okay. Also, all the pottery in that dude's throne room completely shattered. This is not a very good king. Professor, Joe, let us move quickly. We do not have much time. Take this scroll and come with me. Sure. You know, it's nice to kind of highlight the text a little bit. It feels nice. Yeah, this feels more put together than the king did. You are Hex Island's last hope before the king destroys them all. Oh, are we not a part of Hex Island? Why are they being destroyed, not us? Okay, we've got a map and sparkles on the water. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, actually. Oh, are we running from the kingdom? We're like dissidents? We are now on our way to Hex Island. Unfortunately, the residents there have become very distracted and will not easily listen to you or the words of the scroll. Also on ultra wide, you probably can't see this, but I'm getting like this water texture panning and then ending and then looping back, but there's like a big black gap between each loop. In order to earn their trust and respect, you will have to compete against them in token battles. Naturally. Fear not, as I will now teach you how the game is played. Please pay attention. Why am I the last hope if I don't even know how to get the respect of these people? My goodness, you should be out there, Professor. Okay, cool loading screen. I like the little Pokemon going up and down. Not sure what element trumps what. Hover your cursor over a token, that's gone. All right. This is the game board where all of your matches will take place. The 6 tokens on the right side belong to you, and the 6 tokens on the left side belong to your opponent. Piggies. Players will take turns trying to capture their opponent's tokens. The player with the most tokens in their color at the end of the match wins. We will now flip a coin to see which player goes first. Okay? The arrows indicate which directions a token can capture or battle from when placed next to other tokens. So this is, yeah, I mean, like, this is that Final Fantasy card game, right? I wish I remembered what that name was. A token's number represents its attack power. The higher the number, the better your chances are at winning a battle, okay? Now it's your turn. Click or drag a token to place it on the board and capture my token. All right, so he has 2 strength going in that direction. Can I... Feels like I don't have anything strong enough to take him, right? Unless I can, like... Okay, so this is good. This is a good signifier. Also, good little effects, good signifiers of giving feedback to the player when you mouse over here, that you can see exactly what it is you're going to be targeting. That's good. I like that flip icon that's bobbing up and down. That's nice. It's a little weird that it has that little carrot pointing down. I don't know that you need that unless that carrot pointing down is going to point back to the direction that it's being captured from. Okay. If an arrow points to the empty side of an opponent's token, it is automatically captured. Okay? So that's your weak spot. All right. When arrows connect, a battle is triggered and dice are rolled to determine a winner. Okay, do we add the values to the dice we roll? The number on the token represents the level of dice that will be rolled by that token. The higher the level, the higher your rolls will be. Okay, so kinda. Wow, jeez. The winning token will then capture the losing token. All right. If the losing token is pointing to any allies, those tokens will also be captured. These are called combo. So it'll be automatically captured. So if you have like a 1,000 strength dragon here, and a little Eggy captures this little Eggy, the dragon will also be captured? That's crazy. All right. So I'm assuming we just need to keep taking turns. Wait. Why didn't I capture this guy. Okay. So we can go here. That'll leave my down left side open, which I don't want. We could do this. And why is that going to be a clash? Why isn't that just a win? Because, like, my 2 is higher than his 1. Oh, because it's arrows pointing arrows. So if you don't want to clash, it's not about strength. It's about, are you attacking somewhere they're not defending? Got it. Okay. Good. Okay. Those increased stats feel really strong. And I am curious why we're not chain capturing things anymore. Like, why did that not capture this guy and then this guy? Yeah. Yeah, no chains are happening. I must fundamentally misunderstand the rules of the chaining. Would you like me to teach you the basics again? No! Understood. The timing couldn't be any better either, as we are approaching Hex Island. What a coincidence. I do love Hex Island, though. That's great. Very, very close. Okay, so I like this. This promises to the player you're going to be going through a lot of different biomes. There's a lot of adventure. It's very classic gamey sort of stuff. There's a lot of space to explore. I like that. I actually really like that transition screen. It is time for you to have your own set of tokens. Please choose the set you want. Okay, so it is like Pokemon. It is like a creature collector. Okay. Always go water, especially since we're on an island. That sounds like a good idea. Yes, open the starter pack. So it's a full pack with at least one gear. Okay, so they're not unique. You can have multiples of the same thing. Now, are they going to evolve? All that stuff. Okay. Click on, and I just click the backpack. Good. Okay, good. Good choice. You're now ready to start your mission. Don't worry if you're not sure how to help or what to say to them. The scroll I gave you will have the words you need. If you ever need more information on the rules of the game, you can find them in your guidebook. Now go play games while the king threatens to destroy an entire people. Yay! These profile pictures crack me up. Who is this guy? This little cotton candy topped mop bucket beetle man. Okay. All right. Well, hello there. Where did you come from? Buddy. I can't even remember the last time we had a visitor from the mainland. That's not saying much, though. I can barely remember anything. Jeez. What? The king is coming to destroy the island? Why would he do a thing like that, man? Never mind, I'm already bored of that conversation. I'm much more interested in playing board games all day long without a care in the world. That and sleeping. All right, listen, I'm in this game and I don't like it. Speaking of which, do you want to play a game? I don't have to take my nap for another hour or so. Choose the 6 tokens you'd like to battle with and we'll get started. Do it. Chains only happen from the battles? Oh, maybe. Yeah, you might be right. So I'm assuming these are all going to get abilities soon, and we have resistances and everything, so that's good. So we might want, like, some neutrals. It would be cool to have some sort of indicator here of, like, how many of each arrow do you have, right? So, like, oh, you have, like, 13 going up and to the left, but you have, like, 0 from the bottom. Are you sure you want to do that? I think that'd be helpful. Okay. Sure. Great. When tinkering, using tokens of matching type will greatly increase the chance of success. Okay. Is that how we, like, evolve creatures? All right, we got Eggbird over there. Let's drop you down right there, and that'll protect us with a clash if we need it. Okay. Hey! Oh, we were so close. We were so close. So, yeah, I think you might be right. So if we want the clash... Okay, that was close. Oh, but you know what? He doesn't have arrows pointing in. Darn it. Did that wrong. So if I do that... Oh, it's not going to be a clash. Okay, okay. This is interesting. I'm starting to see kind of where a lot of this strategy comes from. This is quite interesting. Very tricky. I'm worried this guy isn't going to do much of anything for me. Now, why didn't I get this guy? Because we chained here. Does it not chain infinitely? Does it only go 1? All right. Great. I think we won. Good job. GG, buddy. GG. Winner of the match gets to loot 1 token from the loser. Oh, it's like pods. Great. Pod gang, rise up. For a token to be available for looting, it must have been captured by the winner at the time of the match. I like that a lot too, actually. That introduces an extra meta layer of kind of accomplishment. Because it's not just, I beat you, now I get to take something from you. It's like I had to beat that token. So now if I see a token I really want, I'm going to be thinking in my head, oh gosh, how do I make sure that I capture that so I can loot it at the end? It really boosts empowerment, it boosts accomplishment, and kind of makes the randomness matter a little bit more to me. It really hooks into something for my brain. We don't have a lot of down into the left. Let's go with that guy. So by putting stuff down with no arrows, you are saying this is easy for you to take, but it's ending the chain. You will not chain off of this. So it's kind of a sacrifice, like a bit of a wall. It's kind of interesting. Hey, you won. Good job. I didn't even doze off this time, so you beat me fair and square. So what were you saying earlier about the king destroying the island? That sounded important. If we don't serve the king, we die? I really don't want to die. Dying sounds painful. Thank you for telling me, Joe. I think I need to wake up and focus on the more important things happening around me. Man, if only changing people's lives was that easy. I'll definitely be on that boat with you when you leave. Till then, I'm here if you need to practice to help win against the others. Okay, so... yeah. Is our objective to evacuate everyone? We're going straight from like the town bum to like the bandit king? Yo, the name's Nelson. You're new here, right? You have a blast hanging out with me. Some even say that I'm the biggest party animal on this island. I'm glad I picked the right voice for this. You're saying that the king is coming to destroy us all? Nah, I don't believe that for a second. Kings make threats all the time, but I highly doubt he'll follow through with crashing a silly beach party. This guy has way too sophisticated of language for his character. Now, let's crank up the music, break out the tokens, and have some fun! Okay, so it keeps your old deck locked in. That's good. So we definitely had a problem where we didn't have, like, almost any down and to the left. That's what I was saying. I really want, like, some sort of, you know... Now, are these pre-built templates I can use? Or not pre-built templates, but... loadouts. That's the right word for them. Let's swap this sheep out for our water guy there. That looks like a cool Pokemon. I want that one. What's going on? Swap hats, a Maripon. All right. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay, we got little sheepy right there. I'm not totally sure what the strategy is of throwing him right in the middle like that is. I mean, I kind of want to put this guy in the corner. So it invites you to take it, and then I can throw something kind of mean over here. Ooh, we get to pick which one we fight against, okay? So I should have done that one, really, so I could have chained off and hit that one. If the attacker wins the battle and is pointing to the other opposing tokens, they will also be captured. Whoa! That's crazy strong. Okay. Birdie. Water is good against fire, so let's throw down our water guy. Many tokens contain an element type indicated by the icon on the bottom right of the token. Each element trumps another element and will give it token a plus 10 attack boost. That's just like how you win. Holy crap. You need to be reminded of which types are strong against others. You can always check the guidebook or just mouse over it because you did good UX work there. Good. All right, this is strong. This is going well. Ooh, that was a good one. And I can't capture any of that now. That's all locked in. We'll do this. Okay, no problem. And I think we kind of win at this point. I don't know that, like, I'm going to put this over here so that he can take it if he wants, but it's not going to do very much. So there we go. Go up to the 1 strength for sure. Plus 10. That's like a super guaranteed win. All right. Get out of here, you beach bum. Maripon, morning. How you going? How you doing, friend? We are playing Attack on Hex Island. Okay, we can loot one of the ones that we captured from him. So, that guy, I guess? Hey! I'm getting less and less of a roguelike feel from this. It looks like you came out on top. Interested in doing a victory dance, huh? Well, I guess you have more serious matters going on. And I do agree that I sometimes have a little too much fun for my own good. Maybe the king sees that too. Your words really seem to quiet the music in my head, and it's allowed me to think more clearly. I'm for sure leaving this island when you do. Thank you, and enjoy that token. You deserve it. So we're evacuating an entire island, and this is taking a long time. There's actually like a lot of dialogue. If we're going through each of those zones, that's gonna take like a long time. It's cool to see someone new for a change. You'll love it here, it's very chill. What's all this talk about wrath and destruction? I think you worry too much, my friend. This place is an atmosphere of peace and acceptance. Not even the king would dare to disturb such a thing. I just don't see it happening. I do, however, see those tokens you're carrying around. Wanna play? Sure, lady. Swap that out. Man, these are cool. Yeah, it's like we're spending so much time in conversations that I kind of don't mega care about. And I'd much rather be spending time playing the game and getting cool new creatures and going to new biomes and stuff. We can drop that there. Good, got him. Good, excellent. Oh, wow, okay. So we could do that. Oh, but it's not a clash. Oh, that is such a bummer. That is such a bummer. We don't have any down arrows. Jeez. I guess we'll just throw it on our neutral. Capture the grass again. But we're weak against him with that, though. I guess we can go neutral. That's good. Good. So do you only chain once? Is it not a thing to chain multiple times? I'm gonna throw down this water guy here to be protected, just in case she has any more grass types. And capture Egbert, I guess. All right. Hey, we win! Great. That was pretty low stakes. I like that we're starting to get some obstructions in the field. That's nice. Getting cool new field effects, I think, will be really rad to change, you know, where you decide to place things down. 100 coins. I still don't know what to do with the coins. Also, I saw a different coin icon than what I'm seeing up here. That's a little confusing. Wow, you really do know what you're doing, huh? You seem to have this boldness and determination that I've never felt before. It's almost like you're showing me that I can make it through a day without completely turning my brain off. I guess I might have realized what was happening on this island if I was a bit more observant. Thanks for the revelation. I'd like to join you when leaving the island. So it's like, oh my gosh, this is a lot, right? This is like 5 dialogue screens for each thing. You must be the main character of the story. And there's sometimes when it's fourth wall breaking, sometimes when it's not. I don't know. Cool. Shopkeeper Jerry. I'm glad you have a name. Okay, so it's not swords and magic potions, but hey, this isn't that type of game. You're still gonna need a place to sell tokens and buy booster packs. Okay, cool. This feels a lot more long-term than a roguelike is, unless this is like the tutorial area, right? I'm kind of waiting for it to speed up or give me an indication that this is not that kind of a game. Okay. Cool, so we have like a wild booster pack. Can I just buy stuff at the store whenever I want now? Do I always have access to the store? Okay. Sure. Yeah, why not? Okay. So do I get all of these? Great, we've got a couple of 3s. That's awesome. And then I don't know what this is. That like rarity? Then we can sell some stuff. Let's sell our egg birds. Can I sell multiples at the same time? Yeah, get rid of all these ones. We don't want any of those ones in here. And then get rid of that sheep. There's no down arrows on it, and we're in desperate need of down arrows. Okay, so we trimmed down a lot. We've got primarily a water and grass type. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, is there a reason why I might want to specialize on one type or not? I don't know. If we met, you don't look familiar. You have a pretty forgetful face, so I can't know for sure. King is sending an army. What? Are you talking about the Hexmaster? Because I'm pretty sure he's a really nice guy. Oh, yeah, just remember that. That's good literary, just referencing the Hexmaster. You're introducing a character in the first act, so you can come back to him later in the acts, and it's not going to feel like this big narrative, surprise. I just remembered I opened a new booster pack. Hey, me too! Let's fight! Yeah, I mean, so overall, what am I thinking about this game? I think it's very cute in a lot of ways. I think it's very intriguing in a lot of ways. I want to get to it faster. That's my big concern I have with it right now. It's just like, it feels really slow to be able to play the game. Like, I'm feeling like I need to be blasting through all of the conversation. Okay, these are cool. This was exactly what I was talking about. Field effects, good. So is that it levels you up by 1 if you have the corresponding types. So I'll become a 2 if I go on there. Will I go a 0? No. If I go on the non-correlating side, no. Okay. Well, we still won. Okay, that was very close. Woo. Okay. Let's put that right there. Yeah, because he can take it from down below, but then we can pretty reasonably take it back with this guy. Oh, it does subtract you a level. Okay, cool. Do you want to go for it? I mean, we get plus 10. I think we go for it. And I like that decision. That decision felt really good. It's like I'm taking calculated risk, remembering the types that I have unlocked and everything. That's good. Okay, so he's gonna get both of them. Interesting. All right. Oh, that's just not gonna go very well. Let's just capture that. I don't think there's a whole lot we can do about. Oh, I guess we could have put that down there, huh? Yeah, draw. Okay, so do we play another round? Are we gonna quick sort back in? Good. No? We're not gonna quick sort back in?
Huh?
Oh, God, we have to go through all this again. Sheesh. I'd love a quick restart screen. Like, hey, do you want to modify your deck or restart? That would be nice. Okay, we've got a randomized map layout. That's good. So these aren't puzzles. So it feels like a roguelike then. Because these aren't specific puzzles geared to kind of like teach you things level design style. That seems good. Oh, we got an evolution. Okay, so does that happen when they like get to 4 strength? Go against this guy, I guess. Get our plus 10 up. Because he'll capture Frostbite, right? Yeah. Okay. Get some buffs, get some conflicts going, okay. And then fight. Good. So that then he will capture him then. Good. I mean, it's very satisfying. And like, that's the thing, this game plays really quickly. And it's very nice when you get into that space. I'm just, like, they keep throwing so many roadblocks at me to prevent me from being able to just play their game. Another draw! Oh, jeez. Quick restart! Give me a quick restart, please!
Huh?
All right, let's go again. Come on! you can replay opponents, so it's not a roguelike. I don't know. I'm in this weird space of like, what kind of game is this? What's expected of me here? I guess we'll do that. Sure. Okay. Then we can do that. Feel pretty good about that. In fact, let's oh no. Yeah, let's do this. Man, that plus 10 was brutal. Wow, look at that. Okay. So it does affect everything it has an arrow pointed to. For some reason, it felt like that wasn't the case earlier. I don't know why. Let's throw this guy down right here. Oh, geez, and you also had a grass there too. Okay, all right, fine. Throw you right there. Have you evolve. And then, oh gosh, this is tough. This is a tough game. Yeah, I have no chance of winning that. So I'm gonna lose here. Can I restart? No. I want a quick restart game. Yeah, there's no way I can win this. Yeah. Boop. Okay. And like, I don't have this Tinkerer guy unlocked. Wait, what? Are you gonna steal one of my tokens? What? They get to take my stuff? Why? What? Wow, that's so punishing. Wow, okay. I guess we need to go back and grind a little bit, or go to the ship and buy some new packs? Holy cow, that is harsh. That is super harsh. The loading screens are surprisingly long. Yes, I agree. Hey, we got a new guy, Cactile, that's fun. We got a 3 strength. Look at all those arrows on the sheep, that's good. So yeah, I think that's my biggest contention with the game right now, is it feels like it's supposed to be a roguelike, but like the game structure feels like a roguelike. But the game flow feels more like a campaign, and I have this dissonance of which of these is it supposed to be. And I think it's supposed to be a campaign, but it feels really strange to me. Okay, we can't throw anything there. We can do that. Sure. Gosh, brutal. Waters are just gonna get obliterated, so I guess we just go sheep, right? Beat him, and then that'll spread to him. Okay, not bad. And he's debuffed. Well, I guess we can throw this guy down here and flip him over. Okay. This is a slow and steady game, that's fine. We're giving this up, but we're claiming that, and there's not really a way for him to ever take it back, so that's good. Throw that down, I guess. Good. Oh, but he's strong against it. That's right. That was dumb of me. That was really dumb. But I can do this. Is it worth it to try and go for that, to flip the other one over? I think I need to. This is the last thing, and we're... Oh, we got it. Great. Never mind. I'm done. Great. I don't want any of these. Can I pass? I guess you can sell them.
Hey!
And you don't have to wait for a shop. You can just go to the shop whenever you want. Okay, I'm just gonna blast through all this because it has no meaning. We're just gonna. All right, hi Clover. All right. I know you're kind of giving me some narrative, but you're making me go so slow in the game that I just can't really abide it. Sorry. All right. See, these are cool. Like, you're taunting me with all these cool monsters, and I'm not getting to see any of them. Like, we're going so slowly to intro into this game. Let's throw this guy down. So that's locked in now. We can now do down on this. There we go. Wait, what? What? For real? Jeez, and it's so harsh realizing now that, like, I can't, I'm gonna lose another token, which means I'm gonna have to go back and grind and get some money and get some booster packs for low-level monsters that I don't even know if it's gonna, like, really matter at all. Also, water was the wrong starting type to pick on this island. Jeez, everyone is just flush with grass. Yeah. I just, oh, and there's no way to, like, undo at this point. Right. Yeah, this is surprisingly brutal when you don't have the right setup here. So what are you gonna take? Really? Okay, lady, you did me a favor there. I don't want that in my deck. All right, let's get some more booster packs. Bye. Yes. It also feels like I'm not really empowered to do much because all I can do are these, like, low-level booster packs that are kind of feel like they're just giving me more of the same. And I don't feel empowered to really... I mean, I guess we see that she's a grass type, but you're really at the whims of that. Hey, kid. You can go find Mom? Yeah? Okay. Did you have a good quiet time? Okay, I'm glad. All right. Go find Mom. Well, I finish up work, okay? Upstairs then? I'll be up there in just a little bit, okay? Well, kiddo, I need you. I'll be back. I'll be back in just a little bit. Yeah? No. But I will be upstairs very soon, okay? All right, one second. All right. So, what do we do here? I mean, she's grass. We need to bring a lot of fire, right? And we don't want water, so we want to swap out all of our water and dive in. Okay, let's see how this goes. Unhappy with the token's arrow. Oh, okay, you can randomize it for free at the ticker. Got it. Okay, cool. So what are we gonna get here? I think we can maybe swing that. Yeah, we got it. That type advantage is huge. And then we could throw a grass. We could throw him down. Claim that. Ouch. And then throw a grass down here. Good. Wow, brutal. All right, fire, come on, do your thing. Oh, we got it. We got it. Good. Oh, geez. Wait, why didn't I get to the next one over? Come on. That is one thing. There are a lot of times when it just feels arbitrary, when it does or does not count the flip. Let's see here. So we've lost twice in a row to her. I would love to keep going on this, and I think I actually will off stream. It's kind of a rough one to stream here, but there's a lot of good design in this, right? I think this is my biggest problem, is just like, I don't know what the pacing of this game is. And so I'm struggling to know what actions I should take, because they're kind of blending a couple of different expectations for me. And it's difficult for me to get in the mode of any one of them. Other than that, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's really good. It's a good puzzle. It works really well. It reminds me of Card City Nights. Yes! Yes, Ben will. Absolutely. Card City Nights, 100%. So that's that. I'm going to throw the link in chat here. And it's pretty great. Definitely go check out Attack on Hex Island. That's all the demo. It's available for free, $0, none whatsoever. It's great. Go check out Attack on Hex Island. Good things to be learning though from there. To bug us, I think they need to highlight which token will be taken over in case of victory before you decide to attack. I agree. I want to see how far that thing is splitting so I can actually understand how is this all piecing together. Oh, little guy. All right. So with that being said, we have made a ton of progress today on our game jam. We have done all sorts of really, really great stuff. We're going to go ahead and raid into two nerdy nerds. They do a lot of great work. They participated in the Pirate Software Game Jam as well. They did the reverse zombification game, if you played that, with the mad scientist. So once again, we are a charitable organization devoted to helping people develop the skill sets they need to enter the game industry. If that sounds like a good ride to you, welcome home. We are doing this game jam. We're excited. We're going to keep on going, streaming, doing long streams as much as we can. And we have our very first critique session mañana, tomorrow. Make sure that you sign up on the dock if you want to be on that critique session. Remember, in order to be eligible for the most growth prize, you have to sign up for at least one critique session. And the earlier you get in, the more growth we're going to be able to see. So with that being said, thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate all of you, and we will catch you next time.